Nero. Born in AD 37, he ruled the Roman Empire from 54 to 68 AD and is widely recognized as one of history's most notorious leaders. He gained his notoriety for his lavish and occasionally cruel actions, such as orchestrating the assassination of his own mother, Agrippina the Younger, along with other individuals in his inner circle. During his rule, he undertook notable cultural endeavors, such as the construction of the extravagant Domus Aurea after the destructive fire of 64 AD. It is said that he was observed to play the lyre as the city burned, although it is believed that this account is probably not true. Although Nero achieved some success in maintaining the empire's borders through diplomatic and military efforts, his leadership approach gradually estranged the Roman aristocracy and military, ultimately resulting in his downfall. Welcome to the channel. Well, we got a good one today, don't we? Talking about Nero, I'm sure you've heard of him. Allow me to welcome the newcomers to the channel and welcome back those returning. Supporting the channel is, well, that's just enjoying it. And the like and subscribe helps. If you want to go further to that, check the video description. You'll find a few links that are relevant to you. Now, without further ado, let's get on with it for today. Nice and relaxed, and right from the beginning. Nero was born as Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus on December the 15th, the year 37 AD, in a little town called Antium, which is now known as Anzio. His birth occurred 8 months after the death of Emperor Tiberius, and he was the sole offspring born to the politician Gnaeus Domitius Aenobarus and his mother Agrippina the Younger. Agrippina, the mother of the individual in question, was the sibling of Caligula, who held the position of the third emperor of the Roman Empire. I've made a video on Caligula too. If you're interested, check the Ancient Rome playlist. Now, Nero was the descendant of Augustus, the former emperor, through his only daughter, Julia, making him his great-great-grandson. Suetonius, an ancient biographer who held quite a negative view of Nero's predecessors, recorded that Emperor Augustus had admonished Nero's grandfather for his indecorous indulgence in brutal gladiatorial spectacles. It's been stated by Jürgen Malitz that Suetonius reports Nero's father as being irascible and brutal. Well, I suppose the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree, and that both individuals had a strong fondness for chariot races and theatrical performances that exceeded what was expected of their social status. Of course, those in high places were expected to behave in a certain manner. Let's see how it works out. Suetonius also records that upon receiving congratulations from his friends on the birth of his son Nero, Domitius responded by stating that any children produced by him and Agrippina would possess an abhorrent disposition, and they shouldn't be celebrating too soon, because they posed a threat to the public by being born. Domitius passed away in the year 41 AD. Prior to his father's demise, he was embroiled in a grave political scandal. His mother and his 2 remaining sisters, Agrippina and Julia Livilla, were banished to a secluded island in the Mediterranean. According to reports, his mother was banished due to her involvement in a conspiracy to overthrow the Emperor Caligula. Nero's inheritance was thus confiscated, and he was subsequently relocated to reside with his paternal aunt, Domitia Lepida, who happened to be the mother of Messalina, the third wife of the future Emperor Claudius. Small world. Well, Claudius succeeded Caligula as the new emperor following his death. In AD 49, Nero's mother entered into matrimony with Claudius, thus becoming his fourth wife. On February 25th, AD 50, Claudius was compelled to formally recognize Nero as his son and bestow upon him the new name, Nero Claudius Caesar Drusus Germanicus. Claudius commissioned the minting of gold coins to commemorate the adoption. The coins, through their distribution and imagery, indicated the emergence of this new leader. Nevertheless, notwithstanding the occurrences in Rome, Britannicus, Nero's stepbrother, held a more prominent position in the production of coins in the provinces during the early 50s AD. And thus Nero commenced his official involvement in public affairs as an adult at the age of 13, at AD 51. At the age of 16, he entered into matrimony with Claudia Octavia, the daughter of Claudius and his stepsister. During the period from AD 51 to 53, he delivered multiple speeches advocating for different communities, such as the Aelians, the Apamaeans, who were, by the way, seeking a 5-year tax exemption following an earthquake. Give him a break. Well, and also the northern colony of Bologna, who had suffered from a very unfortunate event of a destructive fire. Claudius perished, however, in AD 54. Numerous ancient historians assert that he was subjected to poisoning by Agrippina. There are modern observers that assert that the death of Claudius is commonly believed to have been expedited by Agrippina herself, as a result of indications that Claudius was developing a renowned fondness for his biological son. Out of all of the ancient sources, the Roman historian Josephus was particularly cautious in describing the poisoning as a mere rumor, but he certainly made sure to make mention of it. Contemporary sources present conflicting narratives regarding the incident. In return to Tacitus, he reports that Locusta, a poison maker, concocted the toxic substance that was administered to the emperor by his servant Halotus. Tacitus further states that Agrippina orchestrated the administration of poison by Claudius's physician Xenophon, in the event that the emperor managed to survive. Suetonius presents variations in certain particulars, but he also implicates Halotus and Agrippina. According to Cassius Dio, similar to Tacitus, Locusta prepared the poison. However, in Dio's version, Agrippina administers the poison instead of Halotus. Seneca the Younger does not make any reference to mushrooms in his work Apocalyptosis. What a long title. Well, not all modern scholars accept the complicity of Agrippina in Claudius's demise. Of course, we may not ever really know, but it seems the most likely case. Well, prior to Claudius's demise, Agrippina orchestrated the removal of the tutors of Claudius's sons, with the intention of replacing them with tutors of her own choosing. In addition to that, she successfully persuaded Claudius to dismiss 2 prefects of the Praetorian Guard who were suspected of having favored Claudius's son, and appoint the newcomer Afranius Burrus, who would later become Nero's personal mentor. Due to Agrippina's replacement of the guard officers with individuals who were loyal to her, Nero was able to assume power without encountering many issues. So, Cassius Dio, Suetonius, and Tacitus are the primary ancient Roman literary sources for information about Nero's reign, and we're going to be relying on them heavily. Now, in terms of the construction projects undertaken by Nero, they were deemed excessively lavish as per these sources, resulting in Italy being financially drained and the provinces left in ruins. Contemporary historians, too, observed that the era was plagued by deflation, and Nero's intention behind his expenditures on public infrastructure and philanthropy was to alleviate economic difficulties. Bold strategy. Let's hope it pays off for him. Well, either way, he assumed the position of emperor in the year 54 AD at the young age of 16. Seneca, Nero's tutor, composed his inaugural address for the Senate, and during that very speech, Nero discussed the eradication of the problems that he blamed on the previous government. Of course, when a new leader gets in charge, all of the problems are immediately blamed on the predecessors, so, well, that's nothing new. The emperor pledged to adhere to the Augustan model during his reign, however, which involved putting an end to clandestine trials conducted within the palace, eliminating the influence of corrupt court favorites and freedmen, and most importantly, showing due regard for the privileges of the Senate and individual senators. Of course, the Roman senators generally appreciated his deference to their autonomy, a quality that set him apart from Caligula and Claudius, and I'm sure they were all thinking that the good times had finally come. Now, Nero's mum, Agrippina, had the intention of exerting control and authority by using her sons as a mean of rule. Agrippina assassinated her political adversaries, including Domitia Lepida the Younger, who was Nero's aunt, and had lived with Agrippina during her period of exile. Also, Marcus Junius Silanus was on the list, who was another descendant of Augustus and Narcissus. Nero's reign saw the issuance of one of the earliest coins featuring Agrippina on the obverse side, a position typically reserved for the emperor's portrait. Additionally, the Senate granted Agrippina the privilege of having 2 lictors accompany her during public appearances. This honor was typically reserved for magistrates, and of course the Vestalis Maxima, so it was a big deal. Well, in the year 55 AD, Nero dismissed one Marcus Antonius Paulus, who was an ally of Agrippina, from his role in the treasury. Agrippina's relationship with Nero was deteriorating at this point, due to what Seneca and Burrus perceived as harmless activities on Nero's part, such as his cultural interests, and apparently his mother did not like it that he was having a relationship, shall we say, with a slave girl named Claudia Acte. Well, Agrippina viewed these actions as indications of Nero distancing himself from her influence, which she considered to be a dangerous development. Agrippina's threat to align herself with Britannicus resulted in his poisoning. Nero, who was engaged in this romantic relationship with Acte, the slave girl, banished Agrippina from the palace when she started to develop a bond with his wife Octavia. The available ancient sources lacks sufficient evidence to accurately assess the level of Nero's direct engagement in politics during these initial years of his reign. His policies, such as his unsuccessful attempt to eliminate all taxes in 58 AD, have been described as well-intentioned but inept ideas. The administrative successes of these years were generally attributed to Nero's advisors, Burrus and Seneca, according to scholars. Nero experienced anxiety and a sense of urgency when he was required to independently make choices, according to some modern historians such as Mallets. During these moments of emergency in his later years, and apparently would often ask for, well, advice, but pretty much shift the weight of governance onto somebody else when things got a little bit too heavy. However, the initial parts of his administration were widely praised. Years later, those years were regarded as a model of effective and balanced governance, and referred to as quinquennium Neronsis by Trajan. The good times indeed. The fiscal reforms, particularly with the establishment of local officers to oversee the activities of tax collectors, were particularly praised. In the aftermath of the incident involving Lucius Pedanius Secundus, who was killed by a desperate, enslaved person, Nero took pity on them, and he granted enslaved individuals the right to report mistreatment to the authorities. No more beating the slaves anymore. That's good. Well, Nero commissioned the construction of several villas or palaces outside of Rome, too. And guess what? If you go to Rome today, you can still see the remains of those structures, often overshadowed by the main tourist attractions. Still worth a visit, though. Perhaps if you're walking back to where you're staying at, you might pass by them without even knowing. Now among these was the Villa of Nero in Antium, his birthplace, where he demolished the existing villa in order to reconstruct it on a larger and more grandiose scale, which also included the addition of a theatre. In Subiaco, Lazio region, which is in close proximity to Rome, he constructed 3 man-made lakes, complete with cascading waterfalls, bridges and pathways to enhance the natural opulence of the villa. He resided at this Villa of Nero in Olympia, Greece, when taking part in the Olympic Games of 67 AD, his own private quarters. Now, the motives behind Nero's decision to kill his mother in 59 AD still remain a little bit uncertain, but there's no shortage of speculation. Tacitus asserts that the root cause of the discord between Nero and his mother was that romantic involvement with one Poppaea Sabina. Busy boy, isn't he? Tacitus, in his histories, initially states that the affair commenced during Poppaea's marriage to Rufrius Crispinus. However, in his later work, The Annals, Tacitus asserts that Poppaea was already married to Otho by the time the affair had started. Once more, in the Annals, he documents Agrippina's opposition to Nero's relationship with Poppaea due to her deep attachment to his wife, Octavia. Tacitus's narrative in the Annals implies that Nero was pushed to the point of no return by this provocation of Poppaea. Several contemporary historians have also observed that the demise of Agrippina would not have provided significant benefits for Poppaea, given that Nero did not marry her until 62 AD. It appears that Poppaea is only used by Tacitus as a literary tool, since he couldn't find a logical reason for Nero's behavior. Had to get something. At least that is according to Barrett, a modern historian. Well, additionally, Poppaea's role serves to demonstrate that Nero, just like Claudius, had been negatively influenced by a woman. As per Suetonius, Nero instructed his former freedman, Anicetus, to orchestrate a deliberate shipwreck. And despite the wreck, Agrippina managed to survive and swim to the shore. However, she was subsequently executed by Anicetus, who falsely reported her death as a self-checkout. Contemporary academics hold the view that Nero's rule was prosperous in the beginning, at least leading up to the demise of his mother. As an illustration of this, Nero facilitated the investigation of the origins of the Nile River through a triumphant expedition. Which is pretty good for the time when you think about it. The Nile River goes a long way down. Well, following Agrippina's banishment, Burrus and Seneca assumed the responsibility of governing the empire, but nevertheless Nero's behavior became significantly more offensive following the death of his mother, a deterioration that commenced as early as 55 AD, following the assassination of his stepbrother Britannicus. Well, additionally, it's observed that Nero completely abandoned all of his morality, and he embraced naive flattery, subsequent to the demise of his mother. Tacitus clearly emphasizes the importance of Agrippina's removal in shaping Nero's behavior. Of course, men tend to run amok a little bit until their mothers tell them to stop it. And if your mum's not around, well, sometimes things can go a little bit off the rails. Well, I suppose Nero's a big boy, he can do whatever he wants, but he should have listened to his mum, even though she wasn't perfect. Anyway, I don't want to beat Nero over the head 2,000 years later. Let's move past that, because I'm getting off track now. Do apologize. Well, he commenced the construction of a new palace, by the way, and it was known as the Domus Transitoria. That was around 60 AD, so about 5 years after his mother was gone. Now, the purpose was to establish a connection between all the imperial properties that had been obtained through different means, including the Palatine, which encompassed the gardens of Meacennas, Horti Lamiani, Horti Loliani, and a few others. And it didn't help that in 62 AD, Nero's top advisor, Burrus, passed away. And in that particular year, Nero initiated the first trial for treason of his reign, known as the Maestas trial, targeting Antistius Socianus. In addition, he carried out the execution of his adversaries Cornelius Sulla and Rubellius Plautus. This seems to be a rather pivotal moment in Nero's rapport with the Roman Senate. According to Jürgen Malitz, Nero relinquished his previous self-control because he believed that aligning himself up with the Senate would become increasingly unprofitable. Because that's what it always boils down to, doesn't it? Well, following the demise of Burrus, Nero selected Faenius Rufus and Orphonius Tigellinus as the new Praetorian prefects. Due to political isolation, poor old Seneca was compelled to retire, or rather, forced to retire, whichever way you want to put it. Tacitus reports that Nero divorced Octavia due to her infertility, and subsequently she was exiled. Following widespread public demonstrations against her banishment, Nero levied charges of adultery against her with Anicetus, resulting in her execution. It would have been better if she had just gone away quietly, but the masses had to make a fuss. If you ask me, this event right here, if I was in Rome at the time, that's when the writing really would have been on the wall for me. You best start believing in tyrants. You're living under one. During the Saturnalia in AD 64, Nero entered matrimony, not with another woman, but with a man, very ahead of his time, Pythagoras, who had been granted freedom from slavery. And, quite quickly after, the entire city caught on fire. They called it the Great Fire of Rome, not because of it being fantastic at all. It was actually quite horrible, but it was great in its size. During the night of July 18th to 19th, 64 AD, most likely originating from one of the commercial establishments situated on the Aventine Hill, which provided a view of the Circus Maximus, or from the flammable wooden seating structure surrounding the circus itself, wood being famously burnable, even for back then. Well, Rome had been historically susceptible to fires, and this particular one was exacerbated due to a very uniquely, catastrophically strong wind. Of all the nights for it to pick up, it was that terrible night of July 18th, 64 AD. Tacitus, Cassius Dio, and a good amount of modern archaeology provide accounts on the demolition of the grand houses, the common dwellings, the public edifices, and even the temples situated on the Aventine, Palatine, and Calian hills. Great losses all. The fire persisted for a duration of more than 7 days before it finally fizzled out. Subsequently, it rekindled and continued burning for an additional 3 days, just when they thought they'd seen the end of it. It caused the destruction of 3 out of Rome's 14 districts and inflicted severe damage on 7 others. Certain Romans, of course, had their tin-foil hats on and thought that it was all intentional. Well, you can't really blame them. Given that the merchant shops were constructed with timber frames and also sold highly combustible goods, while the outer seating stands of the circus were also made of timber, really makes you think. There were some individuals that asserted that the act of arson itself was carried out on behalf of Nero via explicit order. Pliny the Elder, Suetonius, and Dio provide accounts that propose various potential motives for Nero's suspected act of arson, such as his desire to create an authentic setting for a theatrical production depicting the burning of Troy. According to Suetonius, Nero deliberately ignited the fire in order to make way for his intended extravagant golden house. Well, this would encompass the opulent man-made environments and a 30-meter-tall statue of himself, known as the Colossus of Nero. A little bit arrogant, don't you think? Well, according to Suetonius and Cassius Dio, Nero performed a song called the Sack of Ilium while wearing a costume on stage, while the city was being destroyed by fire. The widely known belief that Nero played the lyre, an old stringed instrument, while Rome was on fire, not while Nero was on fire, is to some extent a creation, Flavian propaganda. Of course, it's very easy to believe, because one crazy and cruel thing thrown to the pile that's already so high, well, you don't really notice the lies among the truths. Either way, this propaganda was critical of Nero's unsuccessful attempt to deviate from the established models of rule set by Augustus. As for Tacitus, well, he refrains from making a definitive conclusion regarding Nero's culpability. He discovered that Nero was in Antium when the fire began, and subsequently returned to Rome to coordinate a relief operation. Nero personally financed the removal of corpses and debris, and following the fire he generously offered his palaces as a refuge for the displaced individuals and organized the distribution of food to avert famine among the survivors. Tacitus asserts that Nero, in order to absolve himself of suspicion, attributed responsibility for the fire to the Christians. You thought he was going to blame the Jews like everyone else, didn't you? Well, it was actually the style at the time to pick on the Christians. It was their turn. Well, according to this report, numerous Christians were apprehended, and of course they were subject to brutal executions, including being thrown to wild animals, crucified, and even burned alive. Not a good way to go. Really, you can't really choose a better one out of the three. All of them are equally as horrifying. A rock and a hard place, that's for sure. Tacitus claims that Nero's imposition of severe punishments was driven not by a desire for justice, but rather a proclivity for personal sadism, taking an excuse to make a show of it. In fact, he was waiting for an opportunity to point some fingers and throw some Christians to lions or burn a few of them to death. This was just a justification he could do so without looking like he was simply acting cruel. At least, that's the opinion of Tacitus. Well, the post-fire houses were strategically distributed and constructed using brick materials, adorned with porticos along spacious thoroughfares. Nero constructed a new palace complex called the Domus Aurea in a location that was cleared by the fire. The expense of reconstructing Rome, of course, was colossal, necessitating financial resources that were simply unavailable in the state territory. In order to secure the required funds for the reconstruction, Nero's government implemented a tax hike because of course they did. The provinces of the empire were subjected to particularly burdensome tributes, even those ones so far away from Rome. People there had never even seen the city, barely knew what it looked like, but for some reason, they had to pay for it. Think about it if you are out somewhere in rural Alabama, just living your life with all the alligators or whatever you have over there, and all of a sudden Washington, D.C. has a problem, and they want to come and personally pick your pocket. Well, there's federal taxes, I know, but you'd feel a little ripped off for sure. It's not a good way to get people on your side if you're a ruler. Well, in order to cover some of the expenses, Nero deliberately reduced the value of the Roman currency, resulting in the first instance of inflationary pressure in the history of the empire. Thus, in the year 65 AD, Gaius Calpurnius Piso, a prominent Roman politician, orchestrated a plot against Nero. He enlisted the support of Subrius Flavus, a tribune, and Sulpicius Asper, a centurion from the Praetorian Guard, the Praetorian Guard being quite experienced in murdering emperors and rulers. It's kind of what they did. Well, Tacitus reports that the numerous conspirators aspired to liberate the state, in his words, from the emperor's rule and reinstate the republic, go back to the good old days. Milicus, a former slave, uncovered the plot and promptly informed Nero's secretary, Epaphroditus. Consequently, the conspiracy was unsuccessful, and its members were all given clemency and let go. No, I'm just joking, they were all executed, including the poet Lucan, actually, disregarding the actual extent of his involvement. You can imagine there was a lot of guilty by association, that's for sure. Now Seneca, remember him, the former advisor to Nero? He was actually accused as well by Natalis, and despite denying the charges, Seneca was compelled to take his own life, as he had already lost Nero's favor. And so he did, Socrates style. Now, according to accounts, Nero allegedly fatally assaulted Poppaea in the same year, 65 AD, preventing her from delivering their second child. Contemporary historians, recognizing the potential prejudice of Suetonius, Tacitus, and Cassius Dio, as well as the lack of first-hand witnesses to the event, suggest that Poppaea's death may have occurred as the result of a miscarriage or during childbirth. Nero entered a profound state of grief. Poppaea received an extravagant state funeral and was buried with divine honors, along with the commitment to construct a temple dedicated to her worship. The entire annual import of incense was consumed during this single funeral. It would have been pretty hard to breathe, I assume. Well, instead of following the strict custom of cremation, her body was embalmed in the Egyptian manner and placed into a tomb. Unfortunately, we don't know the exact location, at least as of now. Perhaps it's waiting there, somewhere beneath a Roman parking lot, or under some apartment building. Who knows? I'm sure we'll find it one day. Now, moving on to the year 67 AD, Nero entered a marriage with Sporus, another man, who was believed to bear a striking resemblance to Poppaea. Nero subjected him to castration and conducted a marriage ceremony, complete with customary rituals such as providing a dowry and adorning him with a bridal veil. We don't really know how Sporus felt about all this, but I assume he had very little choice but to go along with it. It is hypothesized that he engaged in this behavior as a result of remorse for his act of killing Poppaea, trying to replace what he had lost. Well, in March of the year 68 AD, Gaius Julius Vindex, the governor of Gallia Lugdunensis, staged a rebellion against Nero's taxation policies. Lucius Verginius Rufus, the governor of Germania Superior, received a directive to suppress the rebellion led by Vindex. Vindex sought to garner support beyond his own province by appealing to Servius Sulpicius Galba, the governor of Hispania Tarraconensis, urging him to join the rebellion and proclaim himself emperor in direct opposition to Nero. In the May of that same year, 68 AD, Verginius's troops achieved a great victory over Vindex's forces in the Battle of Vesontio, leading to the latter to take his own life. Nevertheless, following the defeat of the rebel, the legions under Verginius's command made an effort to declare their own leader as the emperor. Verginius declined to take any action against Nero, however. The dissatisfaction of the legions in Germania and the ongoing resistance from Galba in Hispania were unfavorable signs for him. Although Nero maintained at least partial control over the situation, there was a growing support for Galba, even though he had been officially labeled as a public enemy. Gaius Nymphidius Sabinus, the prefect of the Praetorian Guard, also renounced his loyalty to the emperor and openly sided with Galba. The ball was rolling, that's for sure. As a reaction, Nero escaped from Rome with the purpose of heading to the port of Ostia and subsequently boarding a fleet to reach one of the remaining faithful eastern provinces. As per Suetonius, Nero gave up on his plan after encountering resistance from military officers who openly defied his orders. Quoting a line from Virgil's Aeneid, "Is it such a terrible thing to die?" Nero contemplated the possibility of seeking refuge as far as Parthia, seeking the mercy of Galba, or appealing to the public and beseeching them to forgive his previous transgressions, and if he failed to win their sympathy, to implore them to grant him the position of prefect of Egypt. According to Suetonius, the speech's manuscript was discovered in Nero's writing desk. However, Nero was too afraid to deliver it, because he believed he would be violently attacked before he could even say a word, let alone reach the forum. He was probably right. Well, he did re-enter Rome, and passed the evening within the confines of the palace. Upon awakening from his slumber, he discovered that the palace guard had departed approximately at midnight. Despite sending messages to his friend's palace chambers, he didn't receive any responses. Uh-oh. Well, upon personally visiting the chambers, he discovered they were all empty. When he requested the presence of a gladiator, or any other skilled individual proficient in fighting to execute him, no one materialized. He proclaimed, "Do I have neither ally nor adversary?" And he swiftly rushed out, as if intending to plunge himself straight into the Tiber River. But upon his return, Nero endeavored to find a secluded location where he could seek refuge and try to calm down a little bit, take a step back and contemplate the situation. So, a villa situated 4 miles or around 6 kilometers outside the city was made by Phaon, a freedman of the imperial court. Under the guise of a different dress, Nero and his faithful freedmen, Epaphroditus, Phaon, Neophytus, and Sporus, arrived at the villa, when Nero instructed them to excavate a burial site for him. Nero became well aware that the Senate had officially labeled him as a public adversary. The writing was certainly on the wall at this point. So he readied himself for a self-inflicted death, walking back and forth while uttering the words "Coelus artifex pereo." Roughly translated, it means, "What a skilled artist the world is losing." Overwhelmed by fear, he pleaded with one of his companions to demonstrate courage by taking the life for him. And finally, the sound of approaching equestrians compelled Nero to confront his imminent demise. Nevertheless, he remained unable to muster the courage to end his own life, and instead compelled his personal secretary, Epaphroditus, to carry out the deed. Upon witnessing Nero's impending demise, one of the horsemen endeavored to staunch the bleeding, yet all attempts were futile. The concluding utterance of Nero was, "Belated. This is loyalty." He passed away the 9th of June, 68 AD, coinciding with the anniversary of his first wife Claudia Octavia's death, and he was laid to rest in the mausoleum of the Domiti Ahanobarbi, located in the present-day Villa Borghese area of Rome, specifically on the Pincian Hill. According to Sulpicius Severus, the question of whether Nero actually took his own life instead of having his secretary take the blade for him remains uncertain. Well, and with that, the Julio-Claudian dynasty marked its conclusion. Subsequently, a period of disorder and confusion, known as the Year of the Four Emperors, would follow. According to the accounts of Suetonius and Cassius Dio, the populace of Rome actually commemorated the demise of Nero. Tacitus, however, provides a depiction of a political environment that is characterized by a little bit more complexity. He reports that the demise of Nero was greeted with approval by senators, nobility, and pretty much anybody who had money. Conversely, the news was met with dissatisfaction by the lower class, the slaves, the attendees of the arena and theater, and those individuals who relied on Nero's notorious extravagances for support. It was their entire employment. The military personnel were reported to have ambivalent sentiments, as they were loyal to Nero, but had been induced with bribes to depose him. Once again, money talks. Now, Philostratus and Apollonius of Tyana, who are considered reliable sources from the eastern region, state that Nero's death was lamented because he, I quote, re-established the freedoms of Greece with a level of wisdom and restraint that was completely unexpected given his usual behavior, and that he possessed and honored the people's freedoms. Well, I suppose that depends which people we're talking about. The contemporary academic consensus suggests that although the Senate and affluent individuals generally approved of his demise, the common people remained devoted until the very end, and even afterwards, as Otho and Vitellius both found it advantageous to appeal to their longing for the past. The removal of Nero's name from certain monuments is a manifestation of this intense personal enthusiasm. Now, according to Eric R. Varner, more than 50 surviving portraits of Nero have been altered to depict different individuals. This alteration of images is frequently attributed to the condemnation of disgraced emperors after their deaths, a practice referred to as damnatio memoriae. Well, following his demise in 68, a prevailing conviction, particularly in the eastern provinces, emerged that he had not perished, and he would eventually come back, just show up out of nowhere. Well, that didn't happen, of course, but it became widely recognized as this belief called the Nero Redivivius legend. The myth of his resurrection persisted for centuries following his demise, and Augustine of Hippo documented the legend as a widely held belief as far as 422 AD. That's almost 400 years later. There were a minimum of 3 individuals that falsely claimed to be Nero and led their own uprisings. The first individual, who both sang and played the lyre and possessed a facial resemblance to the deceased emperor, emerged in the year 69 AD under the rule of Vitellius. Upon successfully convincing certain individuals to acknowledge his identity, he was apprehended, and they just killed him. If he really was Nero, well, what did he expect? During the reign of Titus, being from 79 to 81, an impostor emerged in Asia who resembled Nero and performed musical pieces accompanied by the lyre. However, like his predecessor, they found him and they killed him. 2 decades following Nero's demise, in the era of Domitian's rule, a third claimant emerged. The Parthians provided support to him, albeit reluctantly, and the entire situation escalated into a war. Well, spoiler alert, he died as well, so there's that. Now before we go, just a quick little word on some of the eccentricities of Nero. A little bonus for you. Well, he pursued an education in the disciplines of poetry, music, painting, and sculpture, engaging in both vocal performance and musical playing. While many of these fields of studies were considered essential education for the upper class in ancient Rome, Nero's specific passion for music went well beyond the socially acceptable limits for someone of his social status. His focus on the arts, chariot racing, and athletics was heavily criticized by the ancient sources. Pliny characterized Nero as a theatrical emperor. His words, not mine. While Suetonius stated that Nero was excessively driven by a desire for popularity, Nero himself believed to be on par with Apollo in music, and even the sun in chariot racing, and even aspired to imitate the legendary feats of Hercules. Sounds a little bit like Commodus, don't you think? Go watch my video on him if you want a sequel to this one. Now, Nero took part in the Olympics too, in 67 AD. He had illicitly influenced the organizers to delay the games by 1 year in order to secure his participation. And in addition to the athletic contests, artistic competitions were also incorporated, which I can really get behind. We need more art in the world, and good art. Well, I suppose that's subjective. Nero emerged victorious in every single competition in which he participated in. What a coincidence. And he showcased his musical talent by singing and playing the lyre on stage, demonstrated his acting skills in tragedies, and participated in chariot races. In fact, he emerged victorious in a 10-horse chariot race, even after being ejected from the chariot and abandoning the competition. He didn't even cross the finish line, but he was crowned on the condition that he would have been victorious if he had finished the race. However you work that one out. Well, perhaps the judges were a little afraid to give a different result. One can hardly blame them. Following his demise 1 year later, his name was written off from the roster of victors. And good riddance to that. Well, according to Champlin, a modern observer, Nero's involvement in the competition effectively suppressed any genuine competition, and it appears that Nero was completely unaware of the actual situation going on around him, that he was ruining the entire thing. Well, he also instituted his own games. He called them the Neronian Games in the year 60 AD, designed to bring back the old Greek-style games, and consisted of competitions in gymnastics, music, and horse riding. According to Suetonius, the gymnastic competition took place in the Septa area of the Campus Martius. Tacitus provides a detailed account of Nero's extensive torture and execution of Christians following the fire of AD 64. In addition, Suetonius reports that Nero persecuted Christians, attributing his actions to their adherence to a novel and harmful belief system, rather than linking it directly to the fire incident itself. In fact, Tertullian, a Christian writer from the period of 155 to 230, was the first to designate Nero as the initial persecutor of Christians. He penned the words, "Conduct a thorough examination of your records. At that location, you will discover Nero was the initial individual to oppress this belief." And Lactantius and Sulpicius Severus both attested to Nero's initial persecution of the followers of God. According to Suetonius, the Jews were also expelled from Rome by Emperor Claudius due to their frequent disturbances incited by Chrestus. It is possible that the individuals referred to as Jews who were actually expelled could have just been early Christians, although Suetonius does not provide a clear confirmation of this. Because remember, early days of Christianity Well, there wasn't really people really didn't know what was going on. People looked at the Christians and they hadn't quite figured out who or what they were yet. So they thought, well, they're from Judea, so they must be Jews. Who's their prophet? Jesus, the king of the Jews. Okay, well, they must be Jews as well, if they're following a Jew. Well, things develop over time, don't they? Oh, and by the way, the Bible does not explicitly state Aquila of Pontus and his wife Priscilla, who were expelled from Italy at that time, but it does refer to them as Jews in Acts 18:2, if you want to go and read that sort of thing. The Battle of Cannae, fought in 216 BC, during the Second Punic War, a landmark of military strategy, primarily due to the tactical genius of the Carthaginian commander Hannibal Barca. Completely outnumbered, Hannibal executed a double envelopment tactic, drawing the Roman legions into a trap by allowing his weaker center to retreat, thereby enticing the Romans deeper into the formation. As the Romans advanced, Hannibal's flanks encircled and decimated the overextended army, hacking and slashing at the trapped and terrified Romans. It was a day that lived in the nightmares of Rome for years to come, and left such a formidable and once confident power to ponder the question, how could this happen to us? Hello and welcome. If you're new here, then it's great to meet you. And if you're coming back, good to have you with me again. Support the channel? Well, you're already doing it. Just enjoy the content. But if you want to click the mouse button twice, that certainly helps the algorithm when you click it on the like and subscribe, and a little comment always makes my day. If you want to go far and beyond that, well, just take a look at the video description. But now, without further ado, I'd like you to get nice and comfortable. Trigger warning for the ancient Romans who are listening. We're going to talk about possibly the worst day in those times for the Romans, this Battle of Cannae. Now, at the onset of the Second Punic War, so we're talking between Rome and Carthage, in 218 BC, Hannibal Barca embarked on an aggressive campaign into Italy, crossing both the Pyrenees and the Alps in summer and early autumn. And at this time, Hannibal was on quite a roll, you see. His swift conquest included major victories at Trebia and Lake Trasimene, which caused significant Roman losses. But the Romans weren't going to take that lying down. They appointed one Quintus Fabius Maximus Verrucosus as dictator to specifically address the Carthaginian threat. Now, Fabius adopted a strategy of attrition, avoiding direct confrontations while focusing on disrupting Hannibal's supply lines. Although effective, this strategy was certainly not popular among Romans, who wanted a swift conclusion to the conflict. After all, they were Roman legionnaires. Surely if they just met them on the battlefield, they'd mop the floor with them like every other time. Well, Trebia and Lake Trasimene certainly disproved that theory, and Hannibal was no barbarian from the north. He knew what he was doing. A general that was certainly a match for the Romans. Well, concerns grew that prolonged hostilities and unchecked Carthaginian raids might even lead Rome's allies to reconsider their loyalties maybe even switch sides. Well, as a result, when Fabius's term concluded, he was not granted an extension of his dictatorial powers. Instead, command reverted to consuls Gnaeus Servilius Geminus and Marcus Atilius Regulus. By 216 BC, the Roman political climate favored a more aggressive approach, leading to the election of consuls Gaius Terentius Varro and Lucius Aemilius Paulus. They were tasked with leading a significantly enlarged army directly against Hannibal. Now, according to Polybius, the Roman Senate, alarmed by the threat posed by Hannibal, authorized the formation of 8 legions, a total force unprecedented in Roman history, so you can certainly see how they were a little panicked. They were going all in. Each legion comprised of 5,000 infantry and 300 cavalry, significantly expanding the traditional military structure, which typically involved only 4 legions, doubling down. Well, this strategic escalation reflected the intense fear and urgency felt by Rome in the face of Hannibal's seemingly unstoppable advances. In the strategic organization of the Roman army during the Second Punic War, each of the consuls, at least under normal circumstances, would command 2 of the 4 traditional legions. However, given the severity of the threat from Hannibal, the Senate decided to deploy an unprecedented total of 8. This never happened before. Now, the massive army was unusual not only in size, but also in command structure. Roman law stipulated that when 2 consuls commanded a single combined force, they must alternate command daily. This rule was adhered to during the campaign against Hannibal, adding more complexity to the leadership dynamic. And on the day of the decisive battle, Varro was in command, according to the rotation. Historically, Varro has often been blamed for the catastrophic defeat that followed, but contemporary and later sources suggest that his relatively humble origins were highlighted to underscore his alleged incompetence or recklessness. Unlike Paulus, who had influential descendants like Scipio Aemilianus to safeguard his legacy, Varro lacked such familial advantages. This absence of powerful advocates may have contributed to his portrayal as the principal scapegoat for the Roman disaster, shaped significantly by the narratives of the elite historians, such as Polybius, who was, by the way, closely connected to the Scipionic circle. Really makes you think, doesn't it? Well, in the spring of 216, Hannibal seized control of Cannae, a major Roman supply depot, strategically positioning himself to disrupt Roman logistics. This was a big problem for the Romans. It significantly alarmed them due to the loss in the strategic advantage it gave Hannibal over the region as a whole. The Roman consuls, determined to face Hannibal head-on, marched their forces to confront him, finding his position on the left bank of the river Aufidus after 2 days. Varro, leading the army on the first day, was characterized by ancient sources as impulsive and overly confident. His encounter with Hannibal's forces near Cannae involved a minor skirmish with Hannibal's light infantry and cavalry, which Varro did manage to repel. And this small victory of course boosted Roman morale and possibly contributed to Varro's reported overconfidence. In contrast, the other Roman consul, Paulus, was reportedly cautious and advised against engaging Hannibal on open ground, particularly due to the Carthaginian superiority in cavalry. Despite his reservations, after the initial encounter, Paulus felt compelled to maintain their position. He strategically divided the Roman forces, stationing the majority east of the Aufidus and a smaller contingent across the river to secure water supply and disrupt enemy foragers. Now do remember, of course, that, well, history is always written by those who are in power, and we have mentioned the connections to the Scipionic circle that may influence how Paulus is viewed, and of course may influence how Varro is viewed, throwing him into that scapegoat role. But we're not going to be hammering that point into you too much, aren't we? But just keep it in mind as we move forward, and don't blame Varro for everything. He's had a hard enough time as it is. Well, over the next 2 days, tensions mounted, but there was no direct engagement until Varro, in command the next day, faced up to Hannibal's provocations. Hannibal attempted to draw the Romans into battle, and, when unsuccessful, he sent his cavalry to harass Roman soldiers, fetching water from the Aufidus, disrupting their supply. On the morning of the battle, Hannibal's wit was on display when a Carthaginian officer named Gisco commented on the vast size of the Roman army. Well, Hannibal had humorously remarked that despite their numbers, none of them were named Gisco, easing the tension among his troops with a bit of laughter. Well, there are also accounts by Appian and Livy of Hannibal sending a small group of mercenaries to feign defection to the Romans, armed with hidden weapons to attack during the battle. This tactic aimed to sow confusion within the Roman ranks at a crucial time. However, the historical accuracy of this maneuver is still a bit debatable. Could have happened, but we don't really know. Now, the specific dates of events regarding the Second Punic War were rarely pinpointed with precision by ancient historians. For example, Livy does not provide exact dates for the Battle of Cannae, but Macrobius refers to the annalist Quintus Claudius Quadrigarius, noting that the Battle of Cannae occurred on the 2nd of August in the pre-Julian Roman calendar, which does not align directly with our modern Julian calendar. I know it's a little complicated. Well, the Roman calendar during that era often suffered from discrepancies due to irregular calculations by the pontifices, who might have made errors or manipulated the calendar for political gains. How did they do this? Well, for instance, there was a lunar eclipse that was recorded by Livy in 168 BC that was noted on the 4th of September. Yet, astronomical calculations place it on the 21st of June, and it's also been suggested that the actual Julian date for the Battle of Cannae might be closer to the 1st of July 216 BC rather, although other scholars propose different dates. Well, onto the troop numbers. How big was the party? Well, from the ancient sources, as usual, things kind of get blown out of proportion. For the Battle of Cannae, estimates for the Carthaginian forces suggest a total ranging from 40 to 50,000 men, and the army was diverse. When we say Carthaginian forces, we don't strictly mean Carthaginians only. It was diverse enough to include about 8,000 Libyans, 16,000 Gauls, about 5,500 Gaetulians, and also 8,000 from various Hispanian tribes like the Iberians, Celtiberians, and Lusitanians. Hannibal's cavalry was equally diverse, consisting of 4,000 Numidians, 2,000 from the Iberian Peninsula, 4,000 Gauls, and around 450 Libyan Phoenicians. Additionally, he had a range of skirmishers including 1,000 to 2,000 Balearic slingers and about 6,000 javelin men from various nationalities, possibly also including the Lusitanians. The cohesiveness of Hannibal's army was significantly maintained through personal loyalty to Hannibal himself, uniting these various groups under his command. He was kind of like dare I say, he was the Julius Caesar of Carthage. Don't get angry in the comments. I doubt you will, but I think in terms of how his men viewed him as that eternal general who they were staunchly loyal to leading the charge himself, I can and will draw that parallel. Fight me on it if you want. Well, the Roman military, at least during the Second Punic War, utilized standard equipment including heavy javelins known as pila and hastae for thrusting. They were also wearing traditional bronze helmets and body armor, carrying large body shields for protection, in contrast to the Carthaginian forces who employed a more varied array of equipment, reflecting the diversity of their origins. Iberian warriors had curved swords, yes, called falcatas, whereas Celtiberians and Lusitanians also used straight swords, similar to the Roman gladius, that's that short sword that's very good for close quarters, along with their own javelins and spears. Now do remember that the Romans would fight in those tightly packed formations. There's a lot of people who think that the longer the sword, the better. But short swords, well, just ask the Romans. They're good when you're in a pinch. They definitely did very, very well for them. But of course, spears will always win out. Now, these groups also carried large oval shields and wore helmets reinforced with animal sinews. There was also the Gallic troops, of course, who relied on large shields for defense, lacking body armor, and used long swords designed for slashing during combat. Numidian cavalry were known for their minimalistic approach, riding without even saddles or bridles, and carrying small shields and javelins, sometimes accompanied by a knife or a longer blade. Iberian and Gallic heavy cavalry were of course better equipped, utilizing round shields, swords, and spears, with Gallic cavalry also using a distinct four-horned saddle, and sometimes wearing mail armor. Light infantry skirmishers included the famed Balearic slingers, utilized various slings for launching projectiles, and might have used small shields or protective leather garments. Hannibal himself? Well, he's speculated to have worn a bronze musculata, similar to Roman officers, and possibly carried his own falcata. Now, the equipment of the Libyan infantry in Hannibal's army, that is a bit of a mystery. It's been proposed that they used short, stabbing spears. Polybius also mentions that after defeating Roman forces, Hannibal's army began using captured Roman equipment, whatever they could pick off the bodies, including both defensive and offensive gear, which admittedly would be rather confusing in a fight to distinguish friend from foe. Perhaps not the smartest idea. Well, it's also been suggested that Libyan infantry might have adopted Iberian swords during their campaigns in Iberia, aligning their armament more closely to the Roman styles. Conversely, there's an argument for a phalanx formation using pikes, though this is contested by some modern historians who point out the impracticality of using both a large shield and a pike simultaneously, and the references in ancient texts suggesting that their spears were shorter of those of the Roman triarii. Now the Roman army, adhering to the typical ancient military formation, positioned their infantry centrally with cavalry on the flanks. Always. That's a pretty good strategy. You would always have your cavalry to wind around the sides, come up the back, and box them all in. Definitely a tried and tested one. Works most of the time. Let's see how it works out for them this time. Well, in the Battle of Cannae, the Romans, led by Varro, intensified their infantry's depth rather than its width, aiming for a potent central thrust through Hannibal's line, a tactic derived from previous clashes like at Trebia. While the Romans arranged their forces so that the Hastati were at the front, closely backed by the Principes, to present a dense and formidable front, an unbreakable wall of Roman shield and blade. Polybius notes that the Roman formations were tightly packed, with the units more deep than wide, hoping to break the enemy line as swiftly as possible. Hannibal, however, knew exactly what the Romans were going to do, and he anticipated this strategy of overpowering through the center. Thus, he meticulously deployed his diverse troops to exploit their unique strengths. For instance, he positioned the Balearic slingers behind his infantry to disrupt the dense formations with missile fire. His front line mixed Iberians, Celtiberians, and Gauls, strategically arranged to maximize their combat effectiveness, with Hannibal and his brother Margo commanding from the center. Contrary to Roman claims that these troops were placed in the center due to their expendability, modern interpretations suggest that these units were chosen for their proven resilience in battle, critical for executing the controlled retreat that would trigger Hannibal's enveloping maneuver. And the African infantry, his most disciplined units, were stationed on the wings to later execute that critical flanking maneuver. Now on the flanks, Hannibal's cavalry, led by Hasdrubal on the left and Hanno on the right, was tasked with quickly routing the Roman cavalry. This allowed them to encircle and attack the Roman infantry from behind. Hannibal's placement of his troops ensured that his less numerous cavalry could prevent being outflanked by leveraging natural barriers like the river Aufidus. The battle's geographic and environmental conditions were also exploited by Hannibal the best he could. He positioned the Romans to face east, against the morning sun and prevailing winds, which would blow dust into their faces, further disorienting them during the battle. And worse, all of the Romans forgot to bring their sunglasses. And so, in this fashion, the battle began. As the battle commenced, Hannibal strategically extended the center of his line into a crescent shape, pushing forward the Celts and Hispanics, while the African troops on the flanks were held back slightly in reserve. Polybius explains that this formation created a thinning line that curved outwards towards the Romans, with the aim to engage the Roman infantry with the Celts and Hispanics first, keeping the African troops as a tactical reserve. The intention was likely to disrupt the Roman advance and absorb their initial momentum, setting the stage for a more decisive engagement with the fresher African forces. Despite Hannibal's careful planning, some historians debate the intent behind this formation. Many agree that it was a calculated tactic, of course, but there are others that suggest that the crescent shape might have actually been an accidental result of the natural movement of troops, or simply a response to the Roman formation's pressure. Well, the battle opened with intense cavalry engagements on both flanks. On one side, the Carthaginian cavalry, comprising mainly of Hispanics and Celts, clashed fiercely with the Romans, eventually dismounting due to the cramped conditions, leading to a brutal melee. As described by Polybius, this part of the battle was particularly savage, with the Carthaginian cavalry showing no mercy to their Roman adversaries. After gaining the upper hand, these forces did not pursue the fleeing Romans, but instead, under Hasdrubal's command, moved to support the other flank. Meanwhile, the Numidian cavalry engaged the Roman allied cavalry, primarily to hold them at bay. When Hasdrubal's forces arrived to the east, the combined attack overwhelmed the Roman cavalry, who then broke and fled the field, being chased down by the Numidians. While the cavalry battles determined the flanks, the main bodies of infantry advanced into the center, where the unique crescent formation of Hannibal's army awaited the Romans. The advancing troops stirred up the dust, exacerbated by the eastern winds, blurring vision and complicating the combat conditions. Despite the reduced visibility, the soldiers were close enough to engage effectively. This dust, while not decisively impairing visibility, just added another layer to the already intense chaos. While amidst all these harsh conditions, there was also the psychological factors. The remote battlefield location meant that both armies had likely marched extensively with little rest, but the Romans in particular suffered from thirst, exacerbated by Hannibal's tactical harassment the previous day, which disrupted the water supply. The immense size of the assembled forces also contributed to a deafening cacophony of noise, compounding the stress and confusion for the infantrymen engaged in the brutal fight. Light infantry from both sides initially engaged in skirmishes that were inconsequential in terms of casualties, but significant in setting the stage for the heavier infantry clashes. These skirmishes quickly fell back, allowing the main bodies of heavy infantry to come into contact. Hannibal's strategy in the central engagement was to use his weaker center, composed mainly of Hispanic and Gallic troops, in a controlled retreat. This maneuver was not a sign of weakness, but a deliberate tactic to draw the Roman legions into a trap. As Hannibal's troops slowly withdrew, the Roman infantry, confident in their superior numbers and combat skill, pressed forward aggressively. However, their advance led to them into a tightening noose. Hannibal had ordered his men to gradually pull back, which manipulated the Roman formation into a dangerously overstretched and increasingly tight semicircle. The Romans focused on the opportunity to finally crush Hannibal's center, advanced too far, losing their cohesive formation in the process. And of course, Roman warfare is all about the formation. Come on. Well, in their eagerness to exploit what they perceived as a weakening enemy line, the Roman forces didn't notice that the unengaged African troops stationed at the flanks of Hannibal's formation were creeping in. They first remained disciplined and held their ground, forming the ends of the now contracting crescent. The oversight was crucial, as it left the Romans vulnerable to counterattack from these fresh, uncommitted forces at this critical moment in the battle. As the Roman infantry pushed deeper into Hannibal's line, they unknowingly marched into the deadly trap. The Carthaginian cavalry, having successfully routed the Roman cavalry on both flanks, regrouped and charged into the rear of the Roman center. Meanwhile, Hannibal commanded the African infantry, previously positioned on the wings, to close in on both sides of the Roman wedge, executing one of the earliest recorded pincer movements in military history. This envelopment stopped the Roman advance abruptly. Surrounded on all sides, the Carthaginian cavalry at their rear and the African troops on each flank, the Roman soldiers found themselves trapped in a tightening vice. The situation quickly turned dire as the Carthaginians began a methodical slaughter. According to the ancient historian Polybius, the Romans were compressed so tightly that those on the outer edges fell, and the rest were squeezed together, eventually being killed where they stood in dense formations. Livy's account paints a grim picture of the Carthage too, describing wounded Romans, revived by the morning chill, attempting to rise from the dead, only to be cut down by their enemies again. Some Romans were even found with their heads buried in holes they had dug in the earth, presumably in a desperate attempt to avoid suffocation or capture, only to suffocate themselves. The scale of the massacre was never before seen. It's estimated that nearly 600 Roman soldiers were killed every minute, with the slaughter only ceasing once the sun went down. Of the vast Roman forces, only about 14,000 managed to escape the encirclement. Among these was Scipio Africanus, who would later rise to prominence, along with approximately 500 men who were able to fight their way to the safety of the nearby town of Canusium. And thus, this battle at Cannae stands as perhaps the most devastating defeat in Roman history, demonstrating Hannibal's strategic genius and the lethal effectiveness of proper pincer movements in ancient warfare. Certainly going to be an idea that is copied far and wide. Now what about the casualties? Well, if we are to believe Polybius, we can put it at about 70,000 infantry killed, 10,000 captured, and perhaps only 3,000 survived. He also notes that of the 6,000 Roman and Allied cavalry, only 370 survived. And Livy's account is similar, noting 45,500 infantry and 2,700 cavalry were killed, with numbers evenly split between citizens and allies. Additionally, he records that 3,000 Roman and allied infantry and 1,500 cavalry were taken prisoner. He also mentions that the Carthaginian cavalry rounded up 2,000 Roman fugitives at Cannae, and another 7,000 were captured in the smaller and larger Roman camps. Now Livy attributes his information likely to Quintus Fabius Pictor, a contemporary historian. Livy also lists notable Roman losses, including 2 quaestors, 29 of 48 military tribunes, and various other officials. And there are other ancient sources that echo these high casualty figures. Appian claims that 50,000 Romans were killed, with many more taken prisoner. Plutarch similarly cites 50,000, with 4,000 captured on the battlefield and 10,000 taken from the camps. Quintilian states 60,000 killed, while Eutropius records the deaths or capture of numerous high-ranking officers, alongside 40,000 infantry and 3,500 cavalry. Some modern historians challenge these ancient accounts as exaggerated. Cantalupi in 1891 suggested Roman losses were actually between 10,000 and 16,000. Samuels in 1990 argued that Livy's figures were way too high, considering the logistical capabilities of the Carthaginian cavalry. Now, in contrast, Livy notes that Hannibal's losses were approximately 8,000 of his bravest men, while Polybius reports a lower figure of 5,700, broken down into 4,000 Gauls, 1,500 Hispanics and Africans, and 200 cavalry. And we actually have a passage from Livy's writings about the events, and it goes like this. Never when the city was in safety was there so great a panic and confusion within the walls of Rome. I shall therefore shrink from the task and not attempt to relate what in describing I must make less than the reality. The consul and his army having been lost at the Trasiminos the year before, it was not one wound upon another which was announced, but a multiplied disaster, the loss of 2 consular armies, together with the 2 consuls, and that now there was neither any Roman camp, nor general, nor soldiery, that Apulia and Samnium, and now almost the whole of Italy were in the possession of Hannibal. No other nation surely would not have been overwhelmed by such an accumulation of misfortune. So, as you can imagine, Rome was in quite a sorry state. Of course, after Cannae, the whole city was plunged into deep mourning, with nearly every citizen touched by the loss of a relative or a friend. In desperation, the Romans resorted to archaic rites, including human sacrifices at the Forum and casting an oversized infant into the sea. Extreme measures in their response to the crisis. It's a bold strategy. Let's see if it pays off. Well, the defeat not only demoralized Rome, but it severely dented its military might, and, well, its reputation, I'm sure. With 1/5 of all Roman males over 17 reportedly lost within just 20 months. The staggering impact of this loss caused many of Rome's allies in southern Italy to defect to Hannibal. Major city-states such as Capua and Tarentum, along with others like Arpi, Salapia, and Herdonia, shifted their allegiance from Rome to Carthage. Livy captures the gravity of the situation, noting the stark change in loyalty among Rome's allies post-Cannae, driven by their loss of faith in Roman power. The defeat also triggered wider geopolitical effects, including revolts among Sicily's Greek cities, and a new alliance between Hannibal and Philip V of Macedonia, marking the beginning of the First Macedonian War. Hannibal's diplomatic efforts extended to securing a pact with Hieronymus of Syracuse, further consolidating his position in the region. Livy provides two compelling anecdotes to illustrate the despair among the Romans after their defeat at Cannae. The first involves Hannibal's brother, Mago, who returned to Carthage with the news of the victory. He reported to the Carthaginian Senate the enormous toll on the Romans: 200,000 killed, 50,000 captured, the death of significant Roman commanders, including 2 consuls, and even the defection of Roman allies. Mago dramatically demonstrated his point by dumping a collection of golden rings taken from the slain Roman horsemen onto the Senate floor, asserting that each ring came from a distinguished Roman killed in battle. The second anecdote centers on the aftermath at Canusium, where Lucius Caecilius Metellus and 3 other military tribunes, along with other Roman survivors, contemplating fleeing overseas to serve as mercenaries. When Publius Cornelius Scipio learned of this, he and a few companions went to confront them. In a dramatic moment, Scipio declared, "I swear with all the passion in my heart that I will never desert our homeland or permit any other citizen of Rome to leave her in the lurch. If I willfully break my oath, may Jupiter, greatest and best, bring me to a shameful death. With my house, my family, and all I possess, swear the same oath, Caecilius. And the rest of you, swear it too. If anyone refuses, against him this sword will be drawn." Additionally, after Cannae, Marhabal, the commander of the Numidian cavalry, pushed Hannibal to quickly march on Rome, believing that the Roman morale was thoroughly broken. Hannibal's hesitation prompted Marhabal's frustrated remark, "Assuredly, no man has been blessed with all God's gifts. You, Hannibal, know how to gain a victory, but you don't know how to use it." Well, following this catastrophic loss at Cannae, Hannibal chose a diplomatic approach and sent a delegation led by Carthalo to propose peace to the Roman Senate on admittedly moderate terms. Despite the severe blows they had endured, the Romans, embodying a defiant spirit, refused to engage in negotiations. In response, they escalated their efforts, mobilizing nearly all eligible males, including landless peasants and slaves, into military service. Such was the resolve in Rome that the very word peace was actually banned. Public mourning was also restricted to 30 days, and women were forbidden from shedding tears in public. Hannibal's decision not to march directly on Rome post-Cannae was informed by several strategic considerations, as noted by historians Hans Delbruck. His army was heavily depleted, not only in numbers due to casualties, but also in its combat readiness, making a direct assault on Rome pretty impractical, at least for now. Any such attempt without securing the necessary supply lines and subduing the surrounding regions would have been futile and could have jeopardized the psychological advantage gained through the victory at Cannae. Despite the defections of numerous allies post-Cannae, Rome still possessed substantial manpower reserves. They maintained considerable forces, not just on the Italian peninsula, but also in distant theaters like Iberia, Sicily, and Sardinia. Hannibal's strategic behavior following his earlier victories at Trasimene and Cannae, and particularly his delay of 5 years before directly approaching Rome, suggests that his objectives were more about coercing Rome into a peace settlement favorable to Carthage, rather than outright destruction of the Roman state. Well, for the remainder of the conflict in Italy, Rome strategically refrained from concentrating large forces under a single command to oppose Hannibal directly. Instead, they deployed multiple independent armies that collectively outnumbered the Carthaginian forces, adhering to a strategy of attrition and containment. This approach led to Hannibal's eventual retreat to Croton, and later recall to Africa, culminating, eventually, in the decisive Battle of Zama, which concluded the Second Punic War. But you're going to have to learn about that in another video, and I will be making a video about the Battle of Zama very, very soon. The Battle of Zama, fought in 202 BC near present-day Tunisia, decisively ended the Second Punic War between Rome and Carthage. Roman general Scipio Africanus faced Hannibal Barca's war elephants by training his troops to create gaps, allowing the elephants to pass through without causing damage, along with leveraging his strategic alliance with the Numidian king Massinissa to gain a superior cavalry force. This allowed the Roman cavalry to flank and encircle Hannibal, leading to a significant victory that forced Carthage to seek peace. And the subsequent peace treaty effectively marked the end of Carthage as a major power and cemented Rome's dominance in the Mediterranean, not to mention establishing Scipio's legacy as one of Rome's greatest military strategists. Hello and welcome to the channel. Is it your first time here? If it is, welcome. And to those who are coming back for more, off we go again. Back to the Second Punic War this time. I hope you're excited. Now, if you want to support the channel, you're already doing it. You know what it's like. Just watching the content, having a good time, that's all I need. But a click on the like and subscribe certainly helps. And how about you tell me in the comments what you want to see next? Perhaps I'll make a video on it. If you want to go further to that, check out the merchandise and the other links in the description. But enough of that. Let's all just get nice and relaxed first, shall we? Because today we'll talk all about the Battle of Zama. We begin in the First Punic War. Must set the background, you know. This major conflict between Rome and Carthage, spanning 23 years from 264 to 241 BC. This prolonged battle for supremacy in the western Mediterranean occurred mainly in Sicily and its nearby waters, and also parts of northern Africa, and it ultimately concluded with a Carthaginian defeat. After the war, Carthage sought to expand its territories into Iberia. That's modern Spain and Portugal, by the way, beginning in 236 BC. And by 226 BC, the Ebro Treaty was signed with Rome, marking the Ebro River as the northern limit of Carthaginian influence. Now, despite this, Rome later allied with Saguntum, which was a city that was well south of the Ebro River, which of course the Carthaginians did not like. Well, Hannibal, then leading Carthage in Iberia, besieged and destroyed Saguntum in 219, prompting Rome to declare what would become the Second Punic War the following year. But, as we all know, they were always looking for an excuse anyway. They wanted to get rid of Carthage, two burgeoning empires, and that Mediterranean Sea. It ain't big enough for the both of us, as they say. Well, Hannibal, he was a formidable character of his own. I've made a video about him and some other battles in which he was involved. Surely you've seen my Battle of Cannae video, which I will briefly mention on it. Now, Hannibal embarked on a daring campaign. He moved his large army from Iberia all the way through Gaul and crossed the Alps into mainland Italy in 218. Over the next 3 years, he dealt severe blows to Roman forces in the battles of Trebia, Lake Trasimene, and of course what I just mentioned, Cannae, where he inflicted catastrophic losses on the Romans. Some say around 65,000 plus were killed and captured in Cannae alone. Well, could have been lower, but we will go by the contemporary sources at least for now. If you want more detail, go and watch my full video on that. But for now, we will just say that these defeats were described as great military calamities by pretty much anybody who would talk about them, contemporary or modern, and some even say this was the closest Rome ever came to collapse before its eventual collapse under the Visigoths, and arguably other events extending a few hundred years later, depending on how one defines the Roman Empire. Well, Hannibal maintained his campaign in Italy for 14 years, maintaining pressure on the no doubt traumatized Roman forces. At the same time, significant military actions continued back in Iberia starting in 218 BC. Publius Cornelius Scipio took command of the Roman forces there in 210, and over the next 4 years succeeded in driving the Carthaginians out of Iberia by 206. Carthage's involvement in Iberia also included alliances, such as with the Numidian prince Massinissa, who commanded light cavalry forces in several key battles during the conflict. A good general, but perhaps not the best friend. We'll get to that later. Well, in 206, after concluding his campaigns in Iberia, Scipio returned to Italy and was elected consul in 205 at the age of 31, despite the minimum age for the position being 42. His early election was due to his military successes and his plans for invading North Africa, which had begun to prepare for while still in Iberia. During this time, he successfully allied with Numidian leader Massinissa, but failed to secure the support of Cefax. Now, back in Rome, the proposal of a North African invasion was contentious, to say the least. With Hannibal still active in Italy, and his brother Mago landing in Liguria with reinforcements, many feared further Carthaginian attacks. People were nervous. The memory of heavy losses from a previous invasion during the First Punic War in 256 which had invigorated Carthaginian resistance, also was a bad memory, weighing heavily upon the Romans. Ultimately, Scipio was granted command of Sicily, which served as a strategic staging ground for an invasion of Carthage. However, Rome's support was lukewarm. Scipio was allowed to recruit volunteers rather than conscript soldiers, as was customary. Now, Scipio was quite clever. He leveraged Sicily's resources, training legions that included survivors from the catastrophic defeat at Cannae in 216. These troops formed the core of his expeditionary force, estimated by modern historians to number between 25 and 30,000, predominantly infantry. Scipio instituted a rigorous training regime across all levels, from individual centuries to full army exercises, preparing them for about a year, while also amassing supplies and organizing transport and escort ships. Meanwhile, in 205, Scipio's second-in-command, Gaius Laelius, conducted raids around Hippo Regius in North Africa, capturing loot and prisoners. This action misled the Carthaginians into believing that the Roman invasion had begun, prompting them to fortify their defenses and divert reinforcements to Mago in Italy. Concurrently, a succession crisis erupted in Numidia between Massinissa and Syphax, affecting Carthaginian and Roman strategic interests. Laelius's interaction with Massinissa during these raids reaffirmed the Numidian leader's support for Rome, although he expressed frustration at the slow pace of Roman preparations. Well, in the structure of the Roman military, most male citizens were obliged to serve, whether as infantry, which was typical, with wealthier individuals providing cavalry. Now, traditionally, Rome raised 2 legions during the war, each consisting of 4,200 to 5,000 men and 300 cavalry. Within these legions, about 1,200 less affluent or younger men served as velites, light skirmishers armed with javelins, a short sword, and a small shield. The rest of the infantry, equipped with heavy armor, large shields, and swords, were organized into 3 lines: hastati, principes, and triarii, positioned from front to back respectively. Roman military strategy involved forming armies under the command of consuls, who were elected annually. Typically, each consul would lead a combined force of a Roman legion and a comparable legion from Latin allies, which generally included a larger contingent of cavalry. By this period in the war, Roman armies were larger, usually comprising about 4 legions, 2 Roman and 2 allied, so amounting about 20,000 men in total. The army that invaded Africa, however, was unusually large, with each of the Roman legions expanded to 6,200 infantry and the customary 300 cavalry, leading a total force estimated between 25,000 and 30,000 men, including 2,500 cavalry. Carthaginian military practices differed notably from those of Rome, particularly in their reliance on foreign mercenaries rather than citizen soldiers, except under direct threat to Carthage itself. When Carthaginian citizens did serve, they fought as heavy infantry with long spears and substantial armor, but they lacked the discipline and training, especially compared to the Romans. Typically, Carthage's armies were composed of hired foreign troops, many from North Africa, commonly referred to as Libyans. These Libyan units included close-order infantry equipped with large shields, helmets, short swords, and spears, light infantry skirmishers who threw javelins, and close-order shock cavalry, known as heavy cavalry that wielded spears. Light cavalry units, mainly Numidians, were adept at skirmishing with javelins from a distance, avoiding close combat. These troops, especially the Numidians, were renowned for their agility and speed in battle. The African infantry and Carthaginian citizen militia typically fought in a phalanx formation, tightly packed and disciplined lines of spearmen. Sometimes these units utilized captured Roman armor, particularly those who had fought under Hannibal. They certainly had a steady supply of that. While Carthage also drew heavily on soldiers from Iberia and Gaul, known for their fierce but, admittedly, undisciplined charge, and prone to disengagement if battles drew out. Slingers, skilled with the use of slings for throwing stones over long distances, were often recruited from the Balearic Islands, acknowledged for their precision and effectiveness in combat. Additionally, and most notably of course, the Carthaginians utilized war elephants, sourced from the indigenous African forest elephants of North Africa. There is, admittedly, some ambiguity in historical sources about whether these elephants were equipped with towers housing fighters. I believe the word for it is a howdah, which was a common practice in some ancient armies to enhance the effectiveness of these formidable beasts. Well, in 204 BC, around June or perhaps early July, the Roman army, having departed from Sicily, made landfall at Cape Farina, located around 20 kilometers north of Utica, a significant Carthaginian port. Upon arrival, Roman forces quickly repelled Carthaginian scouting parties and commenced pillaging the area. During this period, Massinissa, a Numidian prince who had recently faced defeat by his rival Syphax, a supporter of Carthage, joined up with the Romans. Historical accounts vary, stating Massinissa arrived with either 200 or perhaps 2,000 men. Seeking a more stable base and a port that was less susceptible to the adverse weather of the upcoming winter, Scipio initiated a siege of Utica. Despite the Romans being well equipped with siege engines, advanced for the time, the effort to capture the city proved to be a little bit challenging for them, more so than usual. Meanwhile, a Carthaginian army led by the seasoned commander Hasdrubal Gisco, alongside a Numidian force under Syphax, established fortified encampments in proximity to the besieged city. The exact sizes of the opposing armies is a bit of a mystery, but it's generally acknowledged that the Romans were substantially outnumbered, particularly in terms of cavalry availability. Faced with these formidable defensive positions and the numerical disadvantage, the Romans eventually withdrew from their siege of Utica. The strategic situation became a standoff, and neither side was eager to engage in a decisive, pitched battle. During the conflict in North Africa, Scipio attempted diplomatic maneuvers to try to weaken the Carthaginian alliances. He sent emissaries to the Numidian king Syphax, trying to persuade him to switch sides. However, Syphax proposed instead to mediate peace negotiations between Rome and Carthage. Throughout these exchanges, Scipio gathered critical intelligence about the Numidian camp's layout and the army's operations, ultimately preparing for military action. As the weather improved, Scipio feigned preparations for an all-out assault on Utica, misleading the enemy. Under the cover of darkness, he secretly marched his forces out, splitting them into two groups. One group launched a surprise attack on the Numidian camp, using fire to ignite the camp's reed barracks, causing chaos and inflicting severe casualties. At the same time, the other Roman contingent surprised the Carthaginian forces, dealing them significant losses in the confusion of night combat. Both Hasdrubal and Syphax suffered heavy defeats, with Hasdrubal retreating to Carthage, taking with him only 2,500 survivors, and Syphax managed to regroup a short distance away, albeit very demoralized. Now, the devastating defeat prompted panic in Carthage, with some leaders pushing to renew peace talks, and others demanding the recall of Hannibal from Italy immediately. Nevertheless, the decision was made to continue the war using the available resources. Hasdrubal, bolstered by 4,000 newly arrived Iberian warriors and additional local levies, joined forces with Syphax. They established a fortified position on the Great Plains near Bagradas River, amassing a substantial force, estimated at around 30,000. Scipio, sensing an opportunity to end the conflict decisively, marched his outnumbered army to confront this new threat. After initial skirmishing, finally a pitched battle ensued. The Carthaginian troops, still demoralized from their previous defeat, quickly broke upon the Roman assault, especially when faced with the combined might of Roman legions and Massinissa's Numidian cavalry. Only the Iberian contingent fought resolutely, but even they were eventually surrounded and annihilated. Following the battle, Hasdrubal returned to Carthage in disgrace and was subsequently exiled. Syphax returned to his capital, Cirta, where he tried to rally more troops. However, the Roman forces under Laelius, along with Massinissa's troops, pursued him. During the ensuing Battle of Cirta, Syphax's forces initially held their own, but they ultimately broke under sustained Roman pressure. Syphax was captured and displayed in chains before Cirta, leading to the city's surrender. Massinissa then annexed much of Syphax's kingdom, significantly expanding his own territory. As tensions mounted, negotiations between Scipio and Carthage broke down. In response to this failure of diplomacy, Carthage fortified the city in preparation for a siege and bolstered its naval capabilities. At the same time, the Carthaginian Senate decided to recall Hannibal and Mago from Italy. After all, they needed all the help they could get at this point. It wasn't looking good. Well, Mago, who had previously moved to Liguria to recruit additional forces, attempted a campaign in Cisalpine Gaul in 203 to try to divert the attention of the Roman forces from North Africa, but the endeavor ended in defeat at the Battle of Insubria, and Mago succumbed to his wounds during the return journey to Carthage. Despite some losses during the voyage, they did manage to get 12,000 troops successfully back to reinforce Carthage. By 207, Hannibal, who had been waging war in Italy for over 10 years at this point, was confined to Bruttium in southern Italy. Although his forces remained undefeated, they were largely ineffectual in altering the strategic situation. Upon his recall, Hannibal managed to transport 15 to 20,000 of his veteran soldiers to North Africa, landing near Leptus Minor, south of Carthage. He then moved his forces to Hadrumetum, where he consolidated and prepared for further military engagement. Despite initial progress in peace negotiations, the Roman Senate's final draft treaty was ultimately rejected after Hannibal's return bolstered their confidence. This rejection led Rome to intensify the general military operations by capturing and enslaving the populations of Carthaginian towns, which of course pushed any chance, any glimmering hope of a new peace negotiation, well, that went right away with this new strategy of mass enslavement. People generally don't appreciate it when you do that. Well, Scipio, aware of his precarious political position back at home, pressured Carthage by capturing surrounding territories to force them into a premature military response, force their hand to sally out onto the battlefield, where the Romans do their best work. Hannibal, strategically delaying until reinforcements arrived, finally advanced from Hadrumetum after receiving 2,000 elite Numidian cavalry. He then established his camp near Zama, merely 3 kilometers from the Roman forces, setting the stage for the decisive encounter. Shortly before the battle, Massinissa joined the Roman camp with an additional 10,000 Numidian troops, significantly bolstering Scipio's army. The site of the upcoming battle, near the modern town of El Kef, was chosen for its strategic flat terrain, conducive to large-scale maneuvers of classical warfare. And so, of course, with that we arrive at the main event. Thus, at the Battle of Zama, precise numbers regarding Scipio's forces are a little unclear, but the general idea puts it between 25 and 30,000 men under his command, which included troops that had landed in Africa in the previous year. There's no record of reinforcements of Italy either, from Italy rather, and the toll of previous battles and skirmishes on these forces is also unknown. Additionally, the number of troops left to continue the siege of Utica and guard their camp was not detailed in historical records. Notably, Scipio's army was augmented by 6,000 Numidian infantry and 4,000 cavalry under Massinissa. Ancient sources, such as Appian, who wrote centuries later, placed the combined forces at 34,500. But of course, modern historians typically accept lower figures, not too much lower, around 29 to 30,000. But some estimates do go as high as 40,000. Really depends who you ask, I suppose. But the cavalry component, we do know that slightly exceeded 6,000. It's a lot of horses, no matter which way you cut it. And now for the Carthaginian army's size at Zama, said by Appian to be 50,000, once again generally considered to be an exaggeration by modern observers who prefer the estimate of 40,000, which is, by the way, based on Polybius's accounts. The composition included predominantly infantry, as Hannibal's forces had to abandon many of their horses in Italy, mainly due to shipping constraints, and also a reduced supply of Numidian cavalry after Massinissa's victory over Cephas. Consequently, Carthage managed to field only about 4,000 cavalry at Zama. Hannibal also utilized 80 war elephants. That's right, 80, not 18. A significant but not a unique development in the Punic Wars. His elephants had become kind of a hallmark of his since the crossing of the Alps in 218. Very terrifying, of course. While the inability of Carthage to deploy a fully trained elephant force at Zama or after Scipio's invasion remains a little unclear. Now, the Roman forces were meticulously organized by Scipio. The heavy infantry of the two Roman legions was placed centrally, flanked by allied legions. Typically, Roman legions were arrayed in 3 lines, the Hastati, the young and lightly armored soldiers in the front, followed by the Principes, those seasoned warriors, and the Triarii, the veteran troops at the rear. However, at Zama, Scipio deviated from the traditional checkerboard formation, as they called it, by aligning a maniple of Principes directly behind each Hastati maniple. Now, this created broad lanes in the formation, which were occupied by velites, the light infantry armed with javelins. This arrangement allowed for greater flexibility and mobility within the Roman lines. The cavalry was, of course, positioned on the flanks, which was pretty much the normal situation, with Massinissa's 4,000 Numidian cavalry on the right, and Laelius commanding 1,500 Roman and allied cavalry on the left. An additional 600 Numidian cavalry under Dacamus were also present, but their exact deployment is not specified in the ancient sources. Perhaps they may have been on the Roman line to somewhat even out the numbers a little bit. Now, as for the role of the 6,000 Numidian infantry, that is also not detailed in the ancient sources, leading to various modern speculations about their development, which might have included supporting the cavalry, guarding the Roman camp, supplementing the skirmishers, or serving as a close order infantry beside the legions. All possible uses, of course. Hannibal's army reflected the composition of a force pieced together from different sources and not fully integrated into a cohesive unit. His infantry also formed the center of his line, with the first line comprising veterans from Mago's failed Italian campaign, and other heavy infantry groups such as Iberians, Gauls, and Ligurians. In front of this heavy infantry were light infantry skirmishers, including Balearic slingers and Moorish archers and javelinmen. Spread out in front of these troops were 80 war elephants, which were spaced roughly 30 meters apart. Behind this first line, Hannibal positioned a second line of Carthaginian and other African troops. These were likely a mix of poorly morale veterans from early campaigns and newly recruited and minimally trained soldiers, most likely arrayed in a phalanx formation, although the precise nature of the deployment is also a subject of debate. Now, approximately 200 meters behind the second line, Hannibal stationed his most experienced troops. That was those veterans from his Italian campaign. This third line was made up of Bruttians, alongside Africans, Iberians who had left Iberia with Hannibal over 17 years prior, and Gauls, recruited in the early years of the Italian campaign. In terms of cavalry, Well, Hannibal deployed approximately a number of 4,000 troops, splitting them between his left flank, where he placed the Numidians opposite Massinissa's forces, and the right flank comprised other African cavalry. The exact distribution of these cavalry forces is unclear once again, but it is suggested that the Numidians on the left were likely the stronger contingent. Well, on to the actual engagement. Hannibal began his engagement by deploying 80 war elephants in a bold charge against the Roman infantry, with the intention of breaking their lines early. This was actually a departure from his previous successful tactics, where the elephants were used a little more cautiously, often on the flanks and against cavalry. Now, modern historians, of course, criticize this choice, suggesting that the elephants would have been more effective against the superior Roman cavalry rather than the disciplined and prepared infantry. Well, either way, as the elephants charged, they were met by a determined response from the Roman velites, who moved into the gaps between the Roman maniples, hurling javelins at the advancing elephants. The Roman infantry, anticipating the charge, employed tactics to sow confusion among the elephants. They sounded bugles, and possibly clashed their weapons against their shields, making a whole bunch of scary noise designed to startle and disorient the animals. This noise and aggression caused panic among some of the elephants, particularly affecting the younger ones and little less experienced elephants, and as a result, several of them turned away from the front line, stampeding through the Carthaginian and Numidian cavalry stationed on Hannibal's left flank, causing chaos and disrupting their formation. Taking advantage of the disarray among the Numidian cavalry, Massinissa, commanding the Roman allied Numidian cavalry, launched a decisive charge, routing them from the field. Meanwhile, most of the remaining elephants continued to charge into the Roman lines. Despite suffering heavy losses from the concentrated javelin throws, the elephants managed to break into the Roman infantry ranks. However, the Roman soldiers' tactical discipline allowed them to manage and effectively neutralize the elephant threat. The velites continued to attack the disoriented elephants from within the Roman formation, targeting their flanks and forcing many of them into retreat. Now, some of the elephants did manage to veer off and attack the Roman cavalry positioned on the flanks. However, most of these elephants were severely wounded by then, leading them to flee the battlefield, bypassing the Carthaginian infantry but causing further disorder among Hannibal's right flank cavalry. The disorganization was promptly exploited, of course, by the Roman cavalry under Laelius, who, mirroring Massinissa's actions on the opposite flank, charged and effectively cleared the field of the remaining Carthaginian cavalry. The initial phase of the battle thus concluded, with the Carthaginian cavalry defeated on both flanks, and Hannibal's strategic use of elephants having failed miserably. And thus, it was all going to come down to the infantry. Well, as the Carthaginian and Roman front lines engaged in intense close-quarters combat, the initial Carthaginian enthusiasm seemed to provide an advantage. However, the more disciplined Roman hastati eventually managed to push back and disrupt the Carthaginian first rank. When these troops broke, they tried to retreat through their second rank, which refused passage, effectively forcing the broken units to move around the flanks, from where they tried to rejoin the battle by extending the second line. Despite their losses, particularly from the earlier elephant chargers, the Hastati launched an assault on the Carthaginian second rank, composed predominantly of African spearmen. These troops fought back, and fiercely at that, pushing the Roman first rank into disorder, and nearly, but not quite, breaking it. Recognizing the critical situation, Roman commanders swiftly committed their second line, the Principes, into the fight. Although initially struggling to stabilize the line, the Principes eventually managed to overpower the Carthaginian second rank, forcing them to flee. The retreat of the Carthaginian second rank presented a tactical opportunity for Hannibal's third rank, those battle-hardened veterans from Italy, to launch a counterattack against the disorganized Roman forces. However, several factors prevented this maneuver. The gap between the Roman and Carthaginian lines was filled with the dead and wounded, creating treacherous terrain that would have complicated any organized advance. Additionally, the routing soldiers from the first two Carthaginian lines blocked a straightforward charge by the third rank, further inhibiting their ability to exploit the Romans' temporary vulnerability. Too bad. So sad. Well, according to historical interpretations, Hannibal considered, but ultimately decided against ordering his third rank to attack. This hesitation was likely due to the disarray among his own troops and the challenging conditions on the battlefield. Strewn with corpses and slippery with blood, as vividly described by Polybius. The chaos of this scene not only prevented a clean charge, but also likely influenced Hannibal's decision to hold back, fearing that the disorder among his troops could lead to a catastrophic failure if they were counterattacked during their advance. This critical moment was also marked by the disciplined response of the Roman troops, who under Scipio's command managed to regroup and refrain from over-pursuing the retreating Carthaginian second rank, avoiding a potential trap set by Hannibal. Following the intense clashes, the Roman forces, having chased the Carthaginian second line, regrouped through the sound of bugles to form a continuous line to counter the Carthaginian third line. This Carthaginian third line, comprised mostly of Hannibal's veterans, outflanked the Romans on both sides due to its longer formation. To address this, the Romans extended their lines laterally by repositioning the Principes and Triarii, resulting in a thinner formation that covered the entire length of the Carthaginian line. This adjustment prevented the Romans from utilizing their usual tactic of rotating fresher troops into the battle, which could impact their endurance in the prolonged fight. Thus the Carthaginian line was bolstered by the rallied remnants of the first and second lines, enhancing its length and capacity to engage the Romans effectively. Despite this, the actual fighting force on both sides was fairly matched in numbers, with the Carthaginians having the advantage of freshness, not having engaged in the earlier parts of the battle. As the two lines finally clashed, described by Polybius as with the greatest fire and fury, the battle turned into a prolonged and intense engagement, with neither side initially gaining the upper hand. However, the battle dynamics dramatically changed with the return of the Roman cavalry, led by Massinissa and Laelius, who had completed their rout of the Carthaginian cavalry. Arriving back at the battlefield, the Roman cavalry was able to execute a decisive rear charge on the engaged Carthaginian infantry, leading to their eventual collapse and a significant slaughter of the Carthaginian forces. Polybius reports the aftermath with 20,000 Carthaginian soldiers killed and an equal number captured, essentially accounting for the entire army. Now, Roman losses were significant too. Not as significant as the Carthaginian losses, but hey, we have to do both sides, don't we? Reportedly, 1,500 casualties. It's still a lot of people. Well, additionally, many Romans were wounded, with continuous efforts to manage the wounded during the brief respite before the final clash. In the aftermath, Hannibal managed to escape to Hadrumetum with a small contingent of 6,000 infantry and 500 cavalry. Realizing the futility of continuing the war with such depleted forces, he recommended that the Carthaginian Senate seek peace on the best obtainable terms, and this marked that pivotal moment, signaling the imminent end of a long and exhausting conflict, with the Romans poised to consolidate their victory. Following this catastrophic defeat at Zama, Carthage found itself in dire straits. The Romans, having decisively looted the Carthaginian camp, marched their victorious legions back to Tunis. Faced with the overwhelming defeat and devastation of their forces, the Carthaginians were compelled once again to sue for peace. Scipio, aware of the logistical and strategic challenges of directly assaulting or besieging the fortified city of Carthage, and also wary of the political dynamic in Rome that might see him replaced, opted to engage in diplomatic negotiations. During these negotiations, a potential twist arose, with the march of a Numidian army under Vermina, the son of Syphax, aiming to aid Carthage. However, the force was promptly intercepted and, well, the Roman cavalry mopped the floor with them, for lack of better words, pretty much crippling any hope of relief for the Carthaginians. Livy records that over 16,000 Numidians were either killed or captured in this engagement. Now, the peace treaty, at least the terms of it imposed by Rome, were quite severe, and they were written up in a certain way to ensure Carthage could never again rise as a military threat. Carthage was stripped of its overseas possessions and significant portions of its African territories. The treaty also imposed a heavy indemnity of 10,000 silver talents to be paid over 50 years. Furthermore, stringent military restrictions were placed on Carthage. It was forbidden from keeping war elephants. Its navy was limited to a measly 10 ships. What are you going to do with 10 ships? Come on. And it could not wage war outside Africa, nor in Africa, without first asking the Romans for permission. Talk about a humiliating treaty. You feel bad for them. Well, despite opposition from many Carthaginian leaders, Hannibal, understanding the futility of further resistance and the dire state of the Carthaginian fortunes, advocated strongly for the acceptance of these harsh terms. His influence was pivotal in the eventual acceptance of the treaty in the spring of 201, and thus relegating Carthage to a position of political subordination to Rome. For his successes and his role in ending the Second Punic War, Scipio was awarded a triumph, a high honor celebrating a Roman general's victory, and was given the agnomen Africanus, signifying his conquests in Africa. This marked the beginning of a new era of Roman dominance in the Mediterranean. And it marks the end of the video. Thank you very much for listening. What a dreadful state Carthage was left in. Like I said, you almost feel bad for them. Well, maybe you do feel bad for them. It's so long ago now. There are still some nice ruins, though. Modern-day Tunisia. You can go there and have a look, and you can find the old city of Carthage, or what is left of it. The year is 9 AD. A group of Germanic tribesmen, led by Arminius, a former Roman auxiliary and chieftain, ambushes 3 Roman legions under the command of Varus, effectively ending Rome's expansion into Germanic territories. The Germanic fighters' unrelenting guerrilla tactics took advantage of the Romans' incapacity to establish traditional battle lines in the treacherous terrain they made their way through, tight, marshy forest paths in the midst of torrential pouring rains. The Romans were utterly destroyed over the course of several days, and Varus took his own life to evade being captured. The end of Roman expansion east of the Rhine and the sharp demarcation of cultural and political borders between Roman-controlled Western Europe and the Germanic tribes in the east were both profoundly impacted by this catastrophic failure. An embarrassment that the Romans held in bitter memory for quite some time. Welcome to the channel. For the newcomers, good to meet you. Those returning, here we go again. Supporting the channel is just as easy as enjoying it, and I hope you're already doing that. Like and subscribe helps other people know that you want them to enjoy it too, and further to that, if you feel inclined, take a look at the description. There's a few links that you may find relevant to you. But first, let's get nice and relaxed, because we're going all the way back to a very dark day for the Romans. The Roman Republic, especially under the leadership of Julius Caesar, expanded greatly in the 1st century BC. Between 58 and 50 BC, Caesar achieved victory in the Gallic Wars, fought up in Gaul, kind of modern-day France, which allowed him to conquer a sizable chunk of Western Europe, and he even got to the British Isles. Well, combat with various Germanic tribes was of course part of the Gallic Wars, but they mainly involved the Gauls. There were 2 occasions when Caesar crossed the Rhine to fight Germanic tribes, but both times the results were tactically uncertain. When Caesar's civil war began in 49 to 45 BC, all of his military campaigns had to be put on hold. Well, following the Gallic Wars, continental Europe was largely neglected for the subsequent 20 years due to ongoing power conflicts within the Republic. Too many troubles at home to be thinking about abroad. But in 31 BC, the troops that were previously stationed in Gallic lands were withdrawn in preparation for the decisive confrontation between Octavian and Mark Antony at the Battle of Actium. The Gauls required no additional encouragement and immediately revolted. They were pretty good at doing that. the re-establishment of Roman control did not reoccur until 28 BC. Well, in 27 BC, Gaul and Rome experienced significant transformations. The Roman Republic underwent a reorganization and transformed into what was known as the Roman Empire. Yes, they are two different things. A republic is different to an empire. I won't go into it now. But we need to draw that line. A lot of people think that the Roman Empire was just always what it was. Well, the Roman Empire now was with the new guy, Octavian, officially being proclaimed as the inaugural emperor. Now Octavian, who was now known as Augustus, sought to centralize his authority over Gaul and partitioned the area into 3 smaller administrative divisions, a little bit more easy to manage. The reorganization highlighted the strategic significance of the Rhine Valley. Augustus maintained a military presence near the Rhine, yet his approach to Germanic territories remains a little ambiguous. There are 2 primary theories that do exist. One suggests that Augustus aimed to solidify the Rhine as the empire's northern boundary. And it's not a bad boundary. You always want a river. It's very hard for people back then to cross it, especially if they're not familiar with bridge building technology or boat building technology. And, well, the typical Roman looking down upon the quote-unquote barbarians would assume that crossing a river would be just too much of a difficult task for them. Several times they were proved wrong, but, well, you always learn the hard way, don't you? Well, the second perspective suggests that the border was a little bit more flexible, and the troops were primarily concerned with upholding order within the empire, rather than actively preventing the Germanic incursions. Well, whichever way it was, the Germans operated without any apparent consequences, as demonstrated by the overwhelming defeat in the Clades Lolliana in 16 BC. The Roman forces' defeat in the Lollian disaster led to the reorganization of the legions in Gaul, which was completed by 12 BC. Augustus now endeavored to subdue the Germanic tribes and initiated preparations for a military campaign in Germanic territory to prevent further embarrassments. He appointed his stepson, Drusus I, as the governor of Gaul. Drusus engaged in military operations against the Germans from 11 to 9 BC, and he was bloody good at it. He achieved a consistent string of triumphs, despite significant challenges. In fact, they should talk about him a little bit more. Maybe I'll do a video on Drusus. Everyone always talks about Caesar in Gaul. Well, perhaps it's because Caesar lived a little bit longer to tell about it. You see, the premature demise of Drusus, caused by a riding mishap in 9 BC, oh, that's not the best and most heroic way to go. And it once again halted the progress of territorial expansion into the Germanic tribes. Tiberius, the older sibling and subsequent ruler, was appointed as commander of Germany in 8 BC. And he carried on his brother's military operation against the Sugambri, effectively expanding Roman control, even if not officially recognized. However, he lost favor and opted for voluntary exile in 6 BC. Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus, who had previously served as consul in 16 BC, took over as his successor. Ahenobarbus quelled several regional rebellions and successfully traversed the Elbe River, making him the sole Roman general to achieve this feat. As the end of the 19th century neared, the Romans became complacent and believed that the Germanic lands were safe due to the prosperous trade and a period of relative tranquility. Now that's a foreshadowing if you've ever heard one, isn't it? Well, we jump forward a little bit to 6 AD. Legatus Gaius Sentius Saturninus and consul Legatus Marcus Aemilius Lepidus commanded a formidable army consisting of 13 legions, and of course their support staff, adding up to approximately 100,000 individuals. This force included 65,000 heavily armed infantry soldiers, 10 to 20,000 cavalrymen, archers, and 10 to 20,000 non-military personnel. Their objective? Confront Maroboduus, the ruler of the Marcomanni tribe, which was part of the Suebi people. Subsequently, Tiberius was compelled to divert his focus towards the Bellum Battonianum, alternatively referred to as the Great Illyrian Revolt, that erupted in the Balkan region of Illyricum. The campaign, under the leadership of Bato the Daesitiat, Bato the Brusian, Pines of Pannonia, and with participation of some Marcomanni forces, spanned almost 4 years, and they weren't good ones. Tiberius was compelled to halt his military operation against Maroboduus and acknowledge him as the king, and this was done in order to deploy his 8 legions to suppress the uprising in the Balkans. Sacrifices have to be made. It's always a long game with the Romans. Well, following his arrival back in Rome, Arminius assumed the role of a reliable consultant to Varus. However, covertly, he established a coalition of Germanic tribes that, historically, had been adversaries. These tribes likely consisted of the Cherusci, Marsi, Chatti, and Bructeri. These were a few of the, perhaps 50 or so Germanic tribes during that period. Arminius successfully united the disorganized groups who had been reluctantly accepting Roman rule by capitalizing on their anger towards Varus's oppressive behavior and brutal treatment of the conquered. He maintained this alliance until the most favorable moment to launch an attack. The most formidable enemy of Rome, right under Varus's nose, sitting right next to him in all those briefings, all those little dinner parties. He was right there all along. Well, after the relocation of 8 of the 11 legions stationed in Germania to the Balkans, only 3 legions remained to confront the Germanic tribesmen. Arminius saw this as the ideal chance to vanquish Varus. During Varus's journey from his summer camp located west of the river Weser to the winter headquarters near the Rhine, he received false information about a local uprising, and this information was deliberately spread by Arminius. Now Varus was deceived into believing that he needed to urgently attend this event, without being aware that it was actually a planned uprising by the nation. Varus continued to view Arminius throughout all of this as his obedient subordinate, the good little barbarian who's wearing the Roman clothes, the protege, almost. Meanwhile, he's just waiting for his time to strike. Well, I suppose you kind of barrack for the underdog, don't you, sometimes? Let's see how it turns out. The Varian disaster, bit of a spoiler alert, is named after Publius Quinctilius Varus, that Roman commander who was appointed as quaestor by Emperor Augustus in 22 BC. Let's talk about him a little bit. Get to know him. Well, Varus later became governor of Africa and Syria, which were of course very difficult occupations due to the political struggles in the Eastern Empire and its border nations. But he proved himself as a very capable governor, acting to solve the succession crisis after Herod the Great's death in 4 BC. His ultimate performance as governor is disputed by contemporary sources, though, with Josephus giving a positive view of Varus, while Varius Paterculus accuses him of corruption in office. Perhaps the truth is somewhere in the middle. Well, Varus's name and deeds were well known beyond the empire because of his ruthlessness and crucifixion of insurgents, which was, of course, the style at the time for the Romans. It was not uncommon to just be crucifying everybody. Of course, back then it had nothing to do with Christianity until Christianity actually came about and it became a symbol of it. Well, anyway, while he was feared by the people, he was highly respected by the Senate. He initially commanded 5 legions, plus auxiliaries in Germania, where he had previously been led by General Gaius Sentius Saturninus. The other 2 legions in the winter quarters of the army at Castrum Moguntiacum were led by his nephew, Lucius Nonius Asprenus, and perhaps Lucius Aruntius. Well, Varus initially commanded 5 legions plus those in Germania, which represented about 20% of the frontline Roman army. However, it's unclear about how many men were truly under his command at the Battle of Teutoburg Forest. Estimates generally range from 20 to the high end of 30,000. Of his 5 starting legions, only 3 were under his command at the battle, supported by 9 small auxiliary units, so we're talking 15,000 and 4,500 men respectively. Winter attrition due to casualties, illness, and other causes would have of course sapped the legion's strength. Well, the main Roman army was highly professional, of course, outfitted by the state. They were given standardized weapons and armor consisting of a gladius, which is like a short sword, a large shield, and a pilum. You know those javelins that they have? The big ones with the big wooden head on them. That's called a pilum or pilum, I think. Now, they also had their standard Roman helmet, a mail shirt, and also some segmented armor. So pretty serious stuff, especially compared to the barbarians who would have very minimal armor, if any, and come running at you with any weapon they could have. There was no real standardization. Oh, and one other thing, too. There seems to be a misconception that, the longer the sword, the better it's going to be, the more damage you can cause. But actually, Short sword is more practical in these close combat situations. You think about it, with this long sword you can't get the swing on it, and you can't draw your arm back far enough to actually effectively stab somebody. The gladius was the perfect length. It was in that Goldilocks zone of fighting in close quarters. Think about it, especially when you're in such a tight space. The barbarians coming at you with spears, so long they're not practical. Well, we could go on about the gladius all day, but maybe that's for another video. Well, the auxiliary units were not outfitted by the Romans, by the way. They had to bring their own stuff, and often they would represent the equipment and fighting style of their homelands, which pretty much put them on par with Germanic troops. So there was no real advantage there. Now let's talk about Arminius of the Cherusci tribe. Well, he was in a strong position to understand Roman tactics and strategy. In fact, he was taken hostage by the Romans after Drusus defeated the tribe in combat in 8 BC, when Arminius would have been around 10 years old. He received an aristocratic education in Rome, and he was also the son of a nobleman, even though he was a hostage. When he eventually came of age, he joined the Roman cavalry, Ordo Equestor, which would later lead to his appointment as a commander of the Roman auxiliaries. And by 4 AD, he was serving in Pannonia, in the northwestern Balkan states, and soon after he returned to his homeland in Germania, still nominally loyal to Rome. The size of Arminius's forces is a guessing game at best. We don't really have any written records of the Germanic peoples, at least not written records from the Germanic peoples. But estimates widely range based on the starting assumptions. Now, modern historian Adrian Murdoch suggests a force of about 25,000. Now, they also suggest that that army may have been pulled from a very large area, and each tribe probably had about 6,000 to 8,000 fighting men, for a total of 20,000 to 30,000. Not a bad force, but I suppose it depends on the gear. Of course, it wasn't all just about who was there. It was about the conditions. The seasons and the weather played a significant role in ancient conflicts too. There was a reason why people didn't fight in the winter. Armies would normally return to winter camps in October, after a campaigning season that started in March. Varus prepared a basic campaign for the following year during the winter of 8 to 9 AD. Dispersed units of the army would assemble at Vetera, traverse the Rhine, resupply garrisons en route, and establish a summer camp in the Cherusci lands, which were nominally pacified at the time, at least they thought so, to prepare to launch for their summer operations. But unfortunately for Varus, he was already the victim of a betrayal. Arminius, who remained Varus's reliable confidant, plotted to establish a summer camp on Cherusci property. Since the Romans would have a long journey back to their winter headquarters from Arminius's homeland, the Cherusci could keep a close eye on them during the summer. Then, on their long way back, the Romans could be surprised in terrain that was friendly to the Germanic side. It's unclear when Arminius made the decision to rebel against Rome. It might have happened when he was a hostage, or even during his service in Germania under Varus. but no one can really know for sure. By the time he started tricking Varus and enlisting Germanic chieftains in early 9 AD, we know that he had already decided what he was going to do. Arminius had to gather a coalition of tribes to fight what might have been a long war, because he probably didn't even think that he could win outright against the Romans. Following Varus's orders, the Roman army emerged from their winter quarters in March. The army was plagued by logistical challenges, and the security was pretty weak. And it was winter, it was cold. Give him a break. Well, the precise site of the summer camp is a mystery, although it was likely close to or even at Minden in Germany in those days. Now, according to historical accounts, Varus did not engage in any significant military operations that summer, opting instead to hold court and handle political and legal matters pertaining to the Germanic tribes, do all the paperwork. You know what I mean. Well, the veracity of the narratives on several grounds are questionable, including the fact that Paterculus was the sole contemporary chronicler to write about the summer, and that he had good reason to write some pretty disparaging things about Varus. Since other accounts were based on Paterculus's account, they too carried his bias. Well, whatever the case may be, the summer was likely like any other for the troops, who would have been busy drilling or working on civil engineering projects like fortifying local roads. For Arminius and his auxiliaries, who were attached to the main Roman army, the summer was a pivotal time for them. Throughout those early days of the season, he patiently waited for the right moment to set up an ambush. But of course, time was of the essence. As a result, he gave the order to begin Roman raids in July. Then he advised Varus to send a small group of soldiers to quell the rebellion. Varus capitulated, dividing his army in two. Arminius went another step further by coordinating for his Cherusci auxiliary to join Roman work parties, act normally around them, and then betray them while they were working. Well, Varus really should have seen a higher need for security at this time, or noticed that there was a bigger scheme at play. But he just didn't. One can only imagine the Germanics whistling and twiddling their thumbs and slowly pulling knives out of their coats. Too bad for the Romans. Arminius's father-in-law, Segestes, told Varus about Arminius's betrayal, you know, and all of Arminius's meticulous preparations almost fell apart. Perhaps because Segestes had a grudge against Arminius for disapproving of his daughter's marriage. But either way, Varus did not believe him. Well, he probably should have. The growing sense of unease took center stage as the summer drew to a close. Unfortunately for Varus's other counselors warned him that the season was running out of time to quell the unrest and return to winter camp. Because the Romans would have to turn around before the Germanic forces could be assembled, and because they would have to retreat along the same heavily fortified route they had entered, Arminius's plans would have been thwarted. But as a last-ditch gamble, Arminius proposed that they would go on a campaign against the Angrivari instead of turning the army around. That way, they could accomplish both objectives. You see, the Romans, if they did this plan, could put down the uprising and take a shorter route back by passing through the Angrivari territory. Perhaps inspired by Arminius's plan, Varus decided to take action during the otherwise dull summer. The Roman army assembled for departure on the morning of September 7th, 9 AD. A large quantity of coins were distributed to the army as a result of the muster being combined with the third payday of the year. Sure, everybody was very happy. Even after 2 millennia have passed, the abundance of coins would still be a telltale sign of the battlefield for archaeologists. Coins do not rot away. While the news that the Angrivari campaign could engage in looting was a morale boost for the troops too, as they would be operating beyond their supply lines. Later that day, Arminius informed Varus that he was temporarily withdrawing to complete the muster of the Cherusci auxiliaries. But don't worry, he'd be back with the main army in a couple of days. Spoiler alert, he was not back. Went out to the store for a liter of milk and never returned. Our Arminius. Oh, Varus believed him, of course. He was loyal up to now. Either way, this was their final meeting. Although Arminius officially designated a small group of Cherusci as guides, their actual mission was to serve as spies. When Arminius was gone, the Roman army was reduced in size by 25%, and its capacity for reconnaissance was severely diminished. Riding northward, Arminius personally gathered the Angrivari and Bructeri forces. On the morning of the 8th of September, the Roman army packed up and proceeded to navigate through the dense forest in the area. This hindered their progress and caused the army to spread out over a great distance. The task of Arminius was now to ensure that the Romans advanced towards Chalcis, where the Angrivari were waiting in ambush. In pursuit of this objective, his Bructeri allies launched a coordinated assault on the Roman army throughout its entire formation in the late morning. The procession was now dangerously extended, spanning a distance of approximately 15 to 20 kilometers. It's about 9 to 13 miles. Well, at that time, the state was assaulted by Germanic warriors who were equipped with swords, lances, and narrow-bladed short spears. The assailants encircled the entirety of the Roman army and unleashed a barrage of javelins upon the trespassers. The skirmish was short and intended to exhaust the Roman troops while inflicting significant damage to their supplies. The Bructeri retreated rapidly, presumably bringing along the Cherusci infiltrators who were embedded within the Roman army. Well, it just got worse for the Romans. Their fortunes deteriorated further as a torrential downpour commenced. Due to the inability to progress, Varus issued the command for the army to establish a camp. A robust encampment was constructed, and Varus convened a military council. Initial casualty reports indicated minimal losses. However, it was evident that the baggage trains and scout cavalry were especially susceptible. The Romans embarked on a night march in an attempt to flee, but they inadvertently fell into another snare that Arminius had strategically laid at the base of Chalcis Hill. The Romans were limited in their ability to march by the narrow strip of sandy open land which was squeezed by the hills. It resulted in a gap of approximately 100 meters between the woods and the swampland at the edge of the great bog. A trench obstructed the road, while an earthen wall had been constructed along the roadside towards the forest, providing the Germanic alliance with a concealed position to launch attacks. The Romans made a futile endeavor to breach the wall, but they were unsuccessful. And the second in command to Varus, Legatus Pneumonius Valor, deserted the soldiers by taking his cavalry and fleeing. Despite his attempts to withdraw, he was ultimately caught up by the Germanic cavalry, and they made sure that he did not get away. While the Germanic warriors subsequently charged in an aggressive assault on the battlefield, resulting in the annihilation of the already crumbling Roman forces. Varus, he took his own life, knowing that the writing was on the wall. Also, Praefectus Caeonius, a commander, also surrendered, but took his own life later, perhaps in captivity. Well, the number of Roman casualties has been approximated to be between 15 and 20,000. Additionally, it's been reported that the numerous officers chose to end their lives by impaling themselves with their swords. Tacitus reported that the Germanic forces engaged in indigenous rituals that involved numerous sacrifice. These officers were cooked in pots, and their bones were utilized for ceremonial purposes. Some individuals were redeemed, while it seems that certain ordinary soldiers were subjected to enslavement. But pump the brakes for a moment. Tacitus may have had a bias with this. You see, when the barbarians defeat you, well, you want to make them look as bad as possible. The same thing that they were doing with the Druids up in the British Isles. When you're trying to conquer a people, you want public opinion to be on your side. You want to be on the right side of history, so you paint them in this certain way. That's not to say that they were not cooking up the Romans in pots and basically inventing Italian food, quite literally, if we could say so. But yeah, once again, a little bit of a grain of salt with those ancient sources who sometimes have their own biases, just like modern historians do. Well, the Roman accounts emphasize the thoroughness of the Roman defeat, and also the discovery of 6,000 pieces of Roman equipment at Calchris, with only one item clearly identified as Germanic. Now that indicates minimal Germanic casualties. Nevertheless, it is probable that the winners may have taken away the corpses of their deceased comrades, and their tradition of interring their warriors along with their weaponry would have played a role in the scarcity of Germanic artifacts. Moreover, a considerable number of Germanic soldiers, potentially reaching several thousand, who had abandoned their militia duties, donned Roman armor. Consequently, these soldiers would give the impression of being quote-unquote Roman during archaeological excavations. Additionally, it's recognized that the Germanic tribes utilized perishable organic substances such as leather and possessed a lesser quantity of metal compared to the Roman legionaries. Well, what happened afterwards? Sure, some people got fired over this one, right? Well, subsequent to the triumph, there was a complete and thorough conquest of all Roman fortifications, military outposts, and urban settlements, at least 2 in number, located to the east of the Rhine River. The 2 Roman legions that remained in Germania under the leadership of Lucius Nonius Asprenas, who was Varus's nephew, by the way, made an effort to maintain control over the Rhine River. The fort, named Adliso, which is believed to be situated in present-day Haltern am See, successfully resisted the Germanic alliance for a considerable period, possibly lasting several weeks or even a few months. Following the situation becoming, well, unsustainable, the garrison led by Lucius Caedicius, along with survivors from the Teutoburg forest, as few as they were, successfully breached the siege and reached the Rhine. They had successfully resisted for a considerable period of time, allowing Nonius Asprenas to efficiently coordinate the Roman defense on the Rhine using 2 legions, and enabling Tiberius to arrive with a fresh army. This combined effort effectively prevented Arminius from crossing the Rhine and launching an invasion into Gaul. Upon learning of the defeat, Emperor Augustus is reported by the Roman historian Suetonius in the 12 Caesars as being greatly disturbed. Apparently, he had stood and forcefully struck his head against the walls of the palace, repeatedly shouting, "Quintilius Varus, give me back my legions." Very frustrated, Arminius delivered the decapitated head of Varus to Marabodus, the king of the Marcomanni, who was the second most influential Germanic leader. He then proposed an alliance against the Romans to Marodobus, but Marodobus refused, dispatching the head to Rome for interment, and maintained a neutral stance throughout the subsequent conflict. A brief and inconclusive war broke out between the 2 Germanic leaders only after that, and you would have thought that they would have teamed up. Strike while the iron's hot. Oh well. Despite the immense shock that was caused by the massacre, the Romans promptly initiated a deliberate and methodical procedure to prepare for the recapture of the territory. As usual, they weren't going to take it lying down. In the year 14 AD, immediately following the death of Augustus and the rise to power of his successor and stepson Tiberius, a large-scale attack was carried out by Germanicus, the nephew of the newly appointed emperor. And what a name for a man who was going out to get revenge on the Germanic people. He launched a surprise attack on the Marsi. The Bructeri, Tubanti, and Usipeti were provoked by the assault, and launched a surprise attack on Germanicus while he was en route to his winter encampment. However, they suffered a significant defeat and incurred substantial casualties. In the following year, there were 2 significant military operations and a few minor skirmishes involving a substantial army of approximately 55 to 70,000 soldiers supported by naval forces. In the spring of 15 AD, Legatus Caecina Severus launched a second invasion against the Marsi, leading an army of approximately 25 to 30,000 soldiers and causing significant destruction. Subsequently, the soldiers under Germanicus's command constructed a stronghold on Mount Teonus, from which he led an expedition with an approximate force of 30 to 35,000 soldiers to confront the Chatti. A significant number of them escaped by crossing a river and scattered throughout the forests. Germanicus subsequently advanced towards Martium, the principal city of the tribe, and he burned the whole thing to the ground. Nothing personal, kid. Following early victorious encounters in the summer of 15 AD, which involved the apprehension of Arminius's spouse, Thusnelda, the military force proceeded to the location of the initial conflict. Tacitus reports the discovery of piles of whitened bones and detached skulls that were affixed to trees like a weird decoration. And it wasn't even Christmas yet. The people buried these remains, considering them to be relatives and part of their own lineage. And then Arminius was back. He launched an assault on the Romans at a place Tacitus refers to as the Pontus Longi, which are long causeways located in marshy lowlands near the Ems. And Arminius successfully ensnared Germanicus's cavalry in a strategic maneuver, but it caused limited harm. However, the Roman infantry promptly intervened, halting the retreat and containing the enemy forces. The conflict endured for a duration of 48 hours, with neither faction really making any headway. After this, Germanicus's troops retreated and went back to the Rhine. When 16 AD, Germanicus led the Romans to march into Germania again, accompanied by an additional army and Germanic auxiliaries who were their allies. Which you think they would have learned, right? I mean, after what happened, I would not be too keen to have German quote-unquote allies again. You never really know. Or maybe they didn't have German advisors again. Well, he compelled a passage across the Weser River close to present-day Minden, enduring casualties from a Germanic skirmishing contingent, and compelled Arminius's army to engage in a direct confrontation during the Battle of the Weser River. The legions led by Germanicus caused significant losses to the Germanic armies. The Angrovarian Wall, located west of modern Hanover, was the site of a decisive battle that followed the familiar pattern of significant Germanic casualties. As a result, the Germanic forces were compelled to retreat across the Elbe River. After successfully defeating the forces located between the Rhine and Elbe, Germanicus commanded Caius Silius to lead a combined force of 3,000 cavalry and 30,000 infantry to attack the Chatti and destroy their territory. Meanwhile, Germanicus himself, with a larger army, launched his third invasion of the Marsi and caused extensive damage to their land without facing any opposition. Having accomplished his primary goal, and with winter right around the corner, Germanicus commanded his troops to return to their winter encampments. However, the fleet had suffered some damage due to a storm in the North Sea. The North Sea is pretty notorious for that kind of thing. Subsequently, several additional military expeditions conducted across the Rhine led to the retrieval of 2 out of 3 of the legion's eagles that were lost in 9 AD. Specifically, 1 legion eagle was recovered from the Marsi in 14 AD, while the legion 19 eagle was recovered from the Bructeri in 15 AD by troops commanded by Lucius Stertinius. Tiberius commanded the Roman troops to cease their movement and retreat back across the Rhine, and Germanicus was summoned back to Rome and notified by Tiberius that he would be granted a triumph and reassigned to a different military assignment. Well, Tacitus recounted the final chapter In approximately 50 AD, groups of Chatti forcefully entered Roman land in Germania Superior, potentially in an area located in Hesse to the east of the Rhine River, which the Romans seem to have maintained control over. The Chatti engage in acts of looting and pillaging. Secundus, a Roman commander, enlisted auxiliaries from the Vangiones and Nemetes, with the support of a legionary force and Roman cavalry. The Chatti were assaulted from two directions and subsequently vanquished. The conquerors, filled with elation, successfully located and emancipated Roman captives, among them individuals from Varus's legions who had endured captivity for a span of 4 decades. Arminius, well, he never gave up. He continued his resistance against the Romans, but the confrontation remained at a standstill. The whole thing was pretty lukewarm at this point, and people had lost morale. In 21 AD, he was poisoned by his own compatriots. It may have even been his own family. They were reportedly concerned about his growing autocratic tendencies. And you know what happens when someone grows too big for their boots. At the onset of the Roman Empire, spanning from 27 BC to 476 AD, religious practices were predominantly polytheistic and localized. Each city revered its own pantheon of gods and goddesses, initially borrowed from Greek mythology, but adapted to suit Roman culture and sensibilities. These city-centric religious frameworks, known as polis religions, were deeply intertwined with the political and civic identity of the populace. Religious expression wasn't just confined to personal belief, but rather constituted communal ritualistic practices, overseen primarily by public officials, notably the Senate. The fusion of religion with politics would become a defining characteristic of Roman life during this era. However, as the 1st century BC unfolded, support for traditional Roman polytheism began to dwindle little by little, viewed as increasingly hollow and ineffective by contemporary writers and historians. A myriad of factors, both internal and external, contributed to this decline, including the ravages of war, the influx of foreign cultures, and the politicization of religious institutions. This gradual erosion of traditional religious fervor left a void in the spiritual lives of many Romans, paving the way for the emergence of alternative forms of spirituality. In response to this vacuum, various alternative religious movements gained traction, including the imperial cult, mystery cults, imported Eastern religions, and of course, Christianity. While the Roman Empire exhibited a degree of cultural permeability, allowing foreigners to integrate, its approach was a little bit nuanced when it came to religious tolerance. While some foreign gods were assimilated into the Roman pantheon, adherence to ancestral customs played a crucial role in determining acceptance within the Roman society. This apparent Openness to foreign beliefs was, however, tempered by instances of intolerance, particularly towards practices perceived as deviating from the established norms. Suspicion and suppression were often directed towards certain religious groups, such as the followers of Dionysus and the practitioners of Bacchanalia, associated with secretive and nocturnal rituals. The state's response to perceived religious threats followed a pattern of suppression, evidenced by periodic expulsions and crackdowns on various religious groups, including Jews, devotees of the Egyptian gods, and of course Christians. The discussion surrounding the reasons behind Roman persecution of Christians gained momentum in 1890, sparking 2 decades of controversy and the emergence of 3 main theories. The first theory, predominantly held by French and Belgian scholars, posited that the existence of a general imperial decree, either attributed to Nero or Domitian, expressly prohibited the practice of Christian religion. This theory, evolving into a common law perspective, drew heavily from Tertullian's accounts, suggesting that Nero's older resolution against new religions was applied to Christians based on the principle that introducing a new superstition without state authorization was indeed a capital offense. While this theory offered an explanation for persecution in Rome, its applicability to the provinces remained elusive, prompting the need for a secondary theory. The second theory, originating with German scholars and widely recognized among English readers, proposed coercion as the primary motive behind Roman persecution. According to this perspective, Roman governors punished Christians to maintain social order, viewing the Christian faith as an alien cult that threatened traditional Roman religion and societal norms. This view portrayed persecution as a direct police action, devoid of formal trial procedures, aimed at suppressing notable dissenters and maintaining the established order. The third school of thought suggested that Christians were targeted for specific criminal offenses, including murder, incest, magic, illegal assembly, infanticide, and even treason. This theory, often combined with the coercion theory, attributed all Christian persecution to a single criminal charge, particularly treason, or perhaps illegal assembly, stemming from their refusal to worship the divinity of the Roman emperor. Well, despite the existence of malicious rumors, this theory lacked substantial verification compared to the other two, according to later scholarship. In this ideological struggle, ordinary Christians lived under constant threat of denunciation and potential capital charges. One modern scholar, Joseph Bryant, highlights the difficulty Christians faced in hiding their faith or conforming to Roman norms, as renunciation of the world was integral to their entire belief system. It was either one or the other. their exacting moral standards, which included avoiding associations with those deemed under the influence of the evil one, made daily life as a Christian quite a test of courage. Participation in civic festivals, games, and performances, which often honored pagan deities, posed significant risks for Christians. Certain occupations and activities, such as military service, idol manufacturing, and cultural pursuits that affirmed polytheistic beliefs, were simply deemed incompatible with Christian principles. Even personal adornment and grooming practices were scrutinized by Christian moralists and ecclesiastical officials. In Rome, loyalty to the state was demonstrated through participation in the rites of state religion, always had been, which Christians did not and could not adhere to, marking them as members of an illicit and subversive religion. It's no wonder a few eyebrows were raised. The privatization of religion further fueled suspicion and persecution, as Christians moved their religious activities away from public spaces, meeting clandestinely in homes and shops. Nighttime gatherings and rumors of outrageous crimes, including cannibalism, by the way, further fueled distrust among the pagan population accustomed to religion as a pretty public affair. People even began spreading rumors that there were Christian PDF files. Right. Early Christian communities stood out for their remarkable inclusivity across social strata, surpassing even the Roman voluntary associations in this regard. The groups formed by Paul the Apostle exhibited significant heterogeneity, with women playing a notable greater role compared to contemporary Jewish or pagan communities. Emphasizing love for others, including enemies, Christians of all backgrounds referred to each other as brother and sister. This openness stemmed from the early Christian belief in spreading their message to both Jews and Gentiles, aiming to convert them to a new way of life in line with their gospel teachings. However, opponents of Christianity viewed this inclusivity as a disruptive threat to traditional social order. After all, the whole love for enemies thing, well, how's that gonna go when you're in a war? After all, we're Romans, and everybody else is not Roman. How can we love that? Now, we can't make a video about Rome without talking about Edward Gibbon, right? The great, in retrospect, historian. Read his work, Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. I know it's about 10,000 pages long, but it's the most concise work that we have. Edward Gibbon observed that Christian converts' tendency to renounce their familial and national ties, coupled with their predictions of impending disasters, aroused apprehension among their pagan neighbors. By embracing Christianity, converts were seen as breaking the sacred customs, disregarding their country's religious traditions, and rejecting their ancestral beliefs. All of these accusations were, of course, considered to be unforgivable offenses. cardinal sin, if you'll excuse the wording. Moreover, many pagans believed that neglecting to honor the established pagan gods would lead to calamities, natural disasters, defeats in wars, that sort of thing. Tertullian, a Christian apologist, lamented the widespread perception that Christians were responsible for every disaster inflicted by the gods. Natural disasters, such as floods or droughts, were often attributed to the presence of Christians, leading to calls for their persecution, including them being thrown to lions and other wild animals in spectacles for everybody to watch. This perception underscored the deep-seated animosity towards Christianity among a growing segment of Roman society, fueled by not only fears of the Senate, but divine retribution for abandoning traditional pagan practices. Think about it. You've got the god of war, the god of the agriculture, the god of everything, don't you? Well, if a segment of the population started ignoring them and even outright denying them, well, that would of course make the god angry, wouldn't it? And what are you going to do with this group of people in your society that are angering your gods? Well, you can't just let them do it, can't you? That would leave you open to all sorts of trouble. Now, Roman religion played a pivotal role in defining what it meant to be a Roman. Refusal by Christians to participate in the rituals honoring the Roman gods was perceived as a direct challenge to the cultural and political essence of Rome itself. Eusebius, as cited in later modern historical works, highlights the conviction among pagans that their actions were righteous, contrasting them with the perceived impiety of Christians. The polytheistic worldview of the Romans made it difficult for them to comprehend the refusal to worship state gods, even if it were only in a symbolic manner. Christians were constantly compelled to defend their beliefs. Despite their efforts to rationalize their stance and appeal to philosophy, they found themselves rather unable to reconcile participation in Roman religious practices with their allegiance to their own faith. This tension led to widespread prejudice against Christians, to the extent that simply confessing to being Christian was sufficient grounds for execution. Now, scholarly opinions, of course, are going to vary regarding the legal foundation for the persecution of Christians in the early centuries AD. Some historians tend to emphasize the ambiguity surrounding the legal justifications for these actions. Some even identify Trajan's era as the earliest instance of formal legal measures against Christians, suggesting a rather significant shift in their treatment. You must remember that in the very, very early days of Christianity, it was more of a localized cult, like any religion sort of starts off to be. Very few people believed in it. But then, of course, when the apostles went over to different parts of the world and began to proselytize, they began to gain more followers. Well, on the question of precedence, some scholars attribute the killing of Christians to Nero, despite the absence of explicit Roman laws against them. Others argue that while no specific law targeted Christians before Nero, there was a precedent for suppressing foreign superstitions in general, rooted in the belief that ancestral gods were the cornerstone of Roman law. So it's not just that they were targeting Christians, especially, but they were really just targeting anybody who was a threat to the status quo. Like any other religion or civilization of the time, they would be generally not too accepting towards people coming in with new ideas that threatens the established norms. Of course, it's also been suggested that the mass executions under Emperor Nero kind of established a precedent, leading to Christians being subject to capital punishment simply for their affiliation. Basically, they became the punching bag, the people to blame for all of the problems. And it was fun to hate on them for a lot of Romans, if we're going to use the most simplistic terms. Furthermore, Christians were typically prosecuted under a special law introduced during Nero's reign, supported by Tertullian and Nero's resolution against any new religions. Of course, the bigger the empire gets, you must remember it borders other regions. And other regions have their own customs, their own cultures, and of course, their own religions. Well, the Romans didn't want any of that. They were simply there for the tax revenue and whatever other resources they could get from these new regions. But those trade routes always have fostered great conversations between peoples. Now, Trajan's correspondence with Pliny indicates that Christians were being executed for their faith long before AD 110, although at this time there was no empire-wide Roman law that criminalized Christianity, especially. So it's also been underscored that the discretionary powers of governors in prosecuting Christians, well, they were simply that, discretionary. Anybody could look at a certain group of people causing trouble within their region and take whatever action they thought was appropriate. In the Roman legal system, bringing a case against a Christian typically required only a prosecutor, a charge of Christianity, and a governor who was willing to proceed with the case. Due to the system's focus on property rights, criminal and public law had quite a few gaps, leading to the use of special investigations known as cognition extra ordinem. Provincial governors had the authority to conduct trials in this manner, allowing for a broad range of outcomes, mainly based on their personal opinions and instinct. Now, during cognition extra ordinem, an accuser called a delator presented the case before the governor, who acted as both the judge and the jury. The outcome of the trial often depended on the governor's discretion, with very little legal guidance available. Now, before Decius's anti-Christian policies, there wasn't any wide-ranging edict to tell people what to do with this group, and Trajan's response to Pliny basically served as a precedent, indicating that the mere identification as a Christian, that was enough grounds for punishment. The trials of the Christians varied widely, with some following Pliny's formula of offering a chance to recant and prove loyalty to the Roman gods and the emperor. Some governors, particularly in Africa, helped accused Christians secure acquittals or refused to bring them to trial. Overall, governors were more interested in making apostates rather than martyrs. Of course, at least you get the chance to recant your ways. We can see this a lot in our modern religious framework, of course. If somebody is having a crisis of faith and is going to leave the Christian church, well, usually an intervention is held where people try and convince them to do otherwise. Of course, these days in the Christian faith, they don't get executed. That's one good thing, I suppose. During the Great Persecution, governors received direct edicts from the emperor to destroy Christian churches and texts. They forbid Christian worship and arrested the Christian clergy. Despite these orders, the enforcements, of course, varied, with some governors claiming to shed no Christian blood, and others simply turning a blind eye to evasions of the edict. When governors were appointed to provinces, their foremost task was to maintain order and stability. To achieve this, they prioritized keeping the populace content. Keep everybody happy, no rebellions, no problems. Throw in a few gladiatorial matches and everybody's quite satiated. Therefore, when unrest against Christians emerged, governors sought to appease it to prevent riots or violence. In the Roman Empire, political leaders also served as public cult leaders, and Roman religion emphasized public ceremonies and sacrifices rather than individual, personal beliefs. Honoring tradition, known as pietas, was crucial for social and political well-being. Consequently, the Romans protected the cults practiced by communities under their rule, viewing it as essential to uphold ancestral traditions. Now, in the early days, it was pretty hard to tell the Christians apart from the Jews. Many of the Romans simply couldn't tell the difference, because they saw Jesus as a Jewish prophet. So they thought, well, this is just a different kind of Jew, right? Well, wrong. The distinction between Christianity and Judaism became more pronounced over time. Christians were exempt from paying the Jewish tax after Nerva's modification in 96, and this, at least in a legal sense, solidified their separate identity from the Jews. Of course, the Christians themselves knew they were completely separate, but everybody else had to catch on to that idea over time. Now, Roman disdain for Christianity stemmed partly from the perception that was growing at this time that it was, in general, a detriment to society, for the aforementioned reasons. Once Christianity was no longer viewed as a subset of Judaism, it was simply deemed a superstition, which had massive implications for Roman society. Superstitio was seen as completely corrosive, causing individuals to lose their humanity. While the persecution of superstitious sects was not uncommon in Roman history, the level of persecution against Christians varied depending on the perceived threat that they posed. Christian beliefs and practices were viewed with suspicion by many Roman officials, given their worship of a convicted criminal. That's right. Refusal to swear by the emperor's genius, and criticism of Rome in their religious texts. You must remember that Jesus was found guilty by the Romans and executed by the Romans. So the Christians taking this person on as their main role model, that was definitely a slap in the face to the established order. And this is really where the false accusations, such as the incest libel, really began to kick off. And at every turn, these accusations were used to discredit the Christians. Not just that, but they were also used as an excuse to justify the persecution. You can't just take people out into the streets and beat them for no reason. Of course, the Christians, while they were being persecuted, had very little recourse to speak out. They couldn't really defend themselves too much. Well, the early Christian persecution began rather sporadically and locally, with the first organized persecution with government approval, beginning by Nero in AD 64, following the Great Fire of Rome, which the Christians also got blamed for. This persecution was, however, confined to the city of Rome. But over time, the persecution continued intermittently, with mob violence becoming increasingly common, possibly even fueled by rival sects within Christianity as they were fighting amongst each other as well. In the mid-2nd century, incidents such as the persecution at Lyon in AD 177 included a massive mob assaulting and gathering up the Christians to be stoned. Additionally, there were instances of elaborate hoaxes perpetuated against Christians, as described by the satirist Lucian. Emperor Decius issued a decree in AD 250, requiring a public sacrifice as a gesture of allegiance to the emperor and the established order. While the decree was not specifically aimed at Christians, they were often targeted due to their refusal to participate. Christians then faced arrest, imprisonment, torture, and then, unfortunately, execution for refusing to comply. Some Christians fled to rural areas, while others obtained certificates called libelli by purchasing them or offering sacrifices to Roman gods, basically a get-out-of-jail-free card. The acceptance of these lapsed Christians was of course a topic of debate within the Christian community. Not a good way to make friends in the church. The persecutions reached their peak under Diocletian and Galerius at the end of the 3rd and beginning of the 4th century. However, the Edict of Serdica, issued by Emperor Galerius in AD 311, officially ended the persecution of Christianity in the Eastern Roman Empire. Western Roman Empire had to catch up a little bit. Constantine the Great subsequently legalized Christianity in AD 313 with the Edict of Milan. It wasn't until the latter part of the 4th century, under Emperor Theodosius I, that Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Empire. So do remember that. Many people have the misconception that Constantine the Great was the one who did all of the heavy lifting. And yes, he did. But it was Theodosius that really made it the official religion. The debate surrounding the extent and severity of early Christian persecutions traces its origins to historians such as Gibbon and Bowersock. Gibbon's work, the 10,000-page tome Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, along with his other essays, although praised as a masterpiece, has been criticized for certain biases that may have influenced his historical method. Specifically, Gibbon's skepticism towards Christian martyr accounts led him to believe that the numbers and the brutality of persecutions were somewhat exaggerated. Subsequent scholars have expanded on Gibbon's argument, suggesting that the exaggeration was necessary to foster the cult of the martyrs and solidify a distinct Christian identity separate from Roman and Jewish identities. However, Dean and theology professor Graydon F. Snyder challenged this notion, arguing that the cult of martyrs did not influence early records, as it did not emerge until after Constantine. Despite Gibbon's skepticism, most modern scholars are less doubtful of the severity of persecutions. One historian of the Diocletian era emphasized that the horrors of persecution were plausible and not to be dismissed lightly. The authenticity of pre-Constantinian accounts of martyrdom remains a subject of debate, of course. These accounts, categorized into 3 groups, range from official records and direct testimonies to later hagiographic fantasies. Now, what about Eusebius? Well, while some question the reliability of Eusebius due to his biases and errors, many of his claims are considered dependable due to his meticulous use of original sources. For example, Eusebius's citation of Melito's Apology and Justin's Apologies corroborates imperial letters that attest to the criminalization of Christianity during Marcus Aurelius's reign. The classification of early Christian martyrs has sparked significant debate, particularly regarding the voluntariness of martyrdom and the accuracy of estimating the total number of martyrs during the Great Persecution. Now, G.E.M. Croy categorizes early Christian martyrs into 3 groups based on their actions leading to persecution: volunteers for martyrdom, those whose behavior attracted persecution, and those pursued by authorities without any overt act on their part. However, his broad definition of voluntary martyrdom has been criticized by other scholars, who argue that the voluntariness was not as prevalent as St. Grass suggests. Now, Bowersock proposes that voluntary martyrdom became widespread by the end of the 2nd century, prompting church authorities to distinguish between solicited martyrdom and persecution-induced martyrdom. Candida Moss challenges the notion of voluntary martyrdom as a distinct category in early Christianity, suggesting that such distinctions only emerged in later centuries. Another modern observer, Paul Middleton, supports the validity of voluntary martyrdom as a subset of early Christian martyrdom, citing examples from early Christian texts. He suggests that while voluntary martyrdom was criticized in later Christianity, volunteers were also valorized as martyrs in the earliest Christian traditions. Now, the estimation of the total number of martyrs during the Great Persecution has also been a point of contention. St. Croix's estimate relies on Eusebius's account of martyrs in Palestine, but scholars from our modern era, like Timothy Barnes, dispute the comprehensiveness of Eusebius's intent. Others suggest that additional martyr narratives not mentioned by Eusebius may also exist, complicating efforts at arriving at a precise figure. Now, Gibbon's approach to estimating the number of martyrs has also been criticized for its dependence on assumptions about population distribution and accuracy. Subsequent estimates have varied widely, with Anglican historian W.C. Frond estimating 3,000 to 3,500 martyrs, while others suggest that over 24,000 martyrs suffered under Diocletian. Well, despite attempts to quantify martyrdom, scholars caution against relying solely on numbers to understand the sufferings of early Christians, emphasizing the limitations of statistical data in capturing the full impact of persecution on the Christian community. Christians occupied a peculiar position in Roman society. They were neither fully Roman in their customs, nor entirely foreign. The refusal to participate in public festivals, the imperial cult, or to hold public office, coupled with their critique of ancient traditions, positioned them at odds with the fabric of Roman life, which was deeply intertwined with its religious practices. This divergence led to familial rifts, as illustrated by stories of pagan spouses denouncing their Christian partners, and children being disowned for their new faith. Despite the widespread distaste and occasional violence directed towards Christians, the Roman emperors of the first 2 centuries did not enact comprehensive laws targeting the religion. Local officials were typically the ones executing persecutions, which were sporadic and, at this point, very much localized, hence posing limited threat to Christianity's survival. However, Christians lived with a constant fear of state reprisal, which significantly shaped their collective identity. The 3rd century, however, marked a shift. Emperors began to take a more active role in persecuting Christians, moving beyond merely reacting to public sentiment. Christianity itself was evolving, with adherents now coming from wealthier and more influential segments of society. The official stance hardened, with emperors like Septimius Severus forbidding conversions and others like Decius requiring public acts of allegiance to pagan gods. This all, of course, culminated in a widespread persecution and even martyrdom among many Christians in the empire. Decius's efforts to undermine Christianity through forced apostasy had a significant impact, leading to mass renunciation of faith in some areas. However, his death in battle left his campaign unfinished, allowing the Christian Church to somewhat recover. This pattern of persecution was briefly revised under Emperor Valerian, who escalated the penalties to exile, forced labor in the mines, or even death. Yet, this too was halted when Valerian was captured in battle, and his son Gallienus called an end to the persecutions, granting the Church a period of relative peace and stability, at least from the government. The accession of Diocletian to the imperial throne on November 20th, 284, marks a significant turn towards the revival of traditional Roman religious practices. Unlike his predecessor, Aurelian, who sought to introduce a new deity into the Roman pantheon, Diocletian cast his gaze backward, favoring the veneration of the original ancient Olympian gods. His reign was characterized by a deliberate effort to breathe new life into the age-old traditions of Roman worship. The panegyrist of Maximian, Diocletian's co-emperor, lauded their efforts, noting how they adorned the empire with altars, statues, temples, and offerings dedicated to these deities, thereby reinforcing the sanctity and power of the gods through their own devout example. Diocletian's religious policies were inclusive, yet selective, striving for a unity in worship across the empire without demanding exclusive allegiance to any single deity, such as Jupiter or Hercules. His construction of temples to various gods, including Serapis and Sol, illustrated his broad approach to revival. Nonetheless, his favor leaned towards deities believed to safeguard the empire as a whole, rather than provincial gods, signaling a shift towards a more centralized form of religious observance. Embracing the title of Restorer, Diocletian positioned himself and his tetrarchic government as harbingers of a new golden age, echoing the stability and values of Rome's illustrious past. His administration embarked on wide-ranging reforms, affecting coinage, taxation, architecture, and society, all underpinned by a staunchly traditionalist, albeit authoritarian, ideology. This era of reform also sought to weave the empire's moral and religious fabric even more tightly, aiming for a uniformity that left little room for religious minorities. Despite these sweeping changes, the empire's long-standing religious communities, such as the Jews, maintained a degree of toleration, thanks in part to the ancient origins of their faith. Christians, however, found themselves in a more precarious position, their faith being relatively new and rather distinct from Judaism, lacked the same foundation for tolerance. The evolving Christian identity, increasingly detached from its Jewish roots, underscored this distinction, and it placed Christians at odds with Diocletian's vision of religious and moral conformity. The Tetrarchy's zeal for moral reform extended beyond religious persecution. An edict issued in 295 sought to regulate personal conduct, emphasizing the supremacy of Roman law and the imperative of leading a pious, peaceful, and chaste life under imperial rule. This legal and moral crusade underscored the emperor's belief in the divine favor resting upon those who upheld the sanctity of Roman law and tradition. In this context, the enforcement of religious conformity was seen not just as a legal duty, but as a divine mandate, reflecting the intertwined nature of religion, law, and imperial authority in Diocletian's Rome. In the decades that followed, the peace established by Emperor Gallienus in 260, the Christian communities within the Roman Empire experienced a remarkable period of growth and expansion, particularly in the eastern regions. The transformation of Christianity from a faith practiced by a relatively small group to one boasting a membership of around 6 million by the year 300, a tenth of the empire's population, signifies a profound shift in the religious landscape of ancient Rome. Now, this growth was not just confined to urban centers. Christianity began to spread into rural areas where it had previously been sparse. The construction of larger and more conspicuous churches, such as the one in Nicomedia, prominently located near the imperial palace, by the way, attests to both the numerical growth and the increasing prosperity of Christian communities. This expansion and the visible affluence of Christian communities likely contributed to a decline in the popularity of traditional deities, particularly in regions like North Africa and Egypt. Of course, the post-Gallienus era saw Christians attaining high ranks within the Roman government, a testament to the faith's growing integration into the fabric of Roman society. Even Diocletian, known for his later persecution of Christians, appointed followers to the faith of significant positions, and there are suggestions that his family may have been sympathetic to Christianity. This period of relative peace and increasing acceptance contrasted sharply with the earlier centuries of suspicion and persecution, indicating a significant shift in societal attitudes. However, not all were pleased with Christianity's burgeoning influence. Intellectuals and members of the establishment, like Porphyry of Tyre and Socianus Heracles, expressed strong opposition to the faith, critiquing its principles and comparing its figurehead, namely Jesus Christ, unfavorably with figures like Apollonius of Tyana. Porphyry, in particular, evolved from offering restrained criticism to penning extensive work directly attacking Christian doctrines and practices. These criticisms reflect a broader cultural and intellectual resistance to Christianity, which was grounded in a defense of traditional Roman values and cultural practices. The pagan priesthood also viewed the rise of Christianity as a threat to the traditional cults, believing that the Christian presence impeded their religious ceremonies and even diminished the efficacy of oracles and sacrifices. This sentiment was mirrored in the financial concerns expressed by individuals involved in providing pagan religious services, who lamented the decline in traditional practice and the dwindling financial support for pagan rituals. The tension between growing Christian communities and the proponents of traditional Roman religion underscores a period of significant cultural transformation. This era of expansion for Christianity, juxtaposed with the resistance from traditionalist elements, set the stage for the complex dynamics of faith, power, and identity that would continue to evolve in the years leading up to and following the reign of Diocletian. In the aftermath of their victories in the Persian Wars, co-emperors Diocletian and Galerius made their way to Syrian Antioch in 299, embarking on a series of religious rituals aimed at divining the future. Their efforts, however, were stymied by an unexpected interference. The haruspices, or diviners, tasked with interpreting omens from animal sacrifices, encountered an unexplained inability to read the signs, despite multiple attempts. The chief haruspex eventually concluded that the presence of certain Christians within the imperial retinue, who made the sign of the cross during the rituals, disrupted the divinatory process. Well, this led to a swift and stern reaction from Diocletian, who demanded that all members of the court partake in a sacrifice to rectify this situation. Furthermore, a directive was sent throughout the military, presenting soldiers with a stark choice: perform the sacrifice or face the consequences. Which consequences? Well, they included discharge from service, loss of rank, and the forfeiture of pensions and savings. Interestingly, these measures, while severe in their impact on careers and livelihoods, did not result in bloodshed among the Christian members of the imperial household, suggesting a level of restraint or perhaps an adherence to a policy of intolerance rather than outright violence. I suppose one would have to remember that those eastern regions had quite a lot of Christians in them, and when you have a large group of people, well, you don't really want to annoy them. Rebellions can break out pretty easily in the borders of the empire. The historical accounts of these events by Christian writers like Lactantius or Eusebius offer varying perspectives. Lactantius portrays the incident as a pivotal moment of confrontation with the imperial court, while Eusebius presents it as a part of a broader military purge, with implications for the careers and lives of Christian soldiers. Now, central to the narratives is the figure of Galerius, who emerges as a fervent advocate for the persecution of Christians, driven by both personal conviction and political ambition. His desire to elevate his status within the imperial hierarchy, combined with the influence on his devoutly pagan mother, Romula, painted him as a key proponent of anti-Christian measures. This portrayal is also supported by Christian sources, which highlight his role in initiating and benefiting from the purge. In contrast to Diocletian's more complex stance, characterized by a blend of religious conservatism and a tendency towards tolerance. The dynamic between Diocletian and Galerius, influenced by their individual beliefs, personal histories, and political aspirations, underscores a nuanced take in this, setting the stage for a period of increased persecution, which would shape the imperial attitudes towards the Christians. Following the initial wave of persecutions, the political and religious climate within the Roman Empire seemed to somewhat stabilize for a time. Diocletian, having settled in Antioch for 3 years, undertook measures to maintain the empire's stability, including instituting a grain dole in Alexandria during a brief visit to Egypt. It was during this relatively calm period that a new target of imperial ire emerged, the followers of the prophet Mani. The Manichaeans, accused of introducing foreign and destructive doctrines into the Roman realm, caught Diocletian's attention. His response, articulated in the Edict de Maleficus et Manichaeus on March 31, 302, was severe and unequivocal. This edict condemned the Manichaeans for their recent and alien sect, portraying them as a threat not only to traditional religious orders, but also to the societal and political stability of the empire. Diocletian's directive was merciless, ordering the execution of the sect's leaders and the burning of their texts, with harsh penalties extended to any followers who resisted. The tension between Diocletian's conservative religious policies and the growing Christian community escalated in Antioch in the autumn of 302. An incident involving a Christian deacon named Romanus, who publicly challenged the legitimacy of pagan sacrifices, prompted a harsh response. Although initially sentenced to be burned alive, Romanus was ultimately executed by having his tongue removed, a punishment that Diocletian believed to fit the crime of disrupting sacred rites. This event further highlights the emperor's resolve to counter any challenges to traditional religious practices. As Diocletian and Galerius debated the empire's stance towards Christians, their discussions revealed a deepening rift over how to best address the perceived threat posed by this religious minority. While Diocletian advocated for barring Christians from public service as a sufficient measure, Galerius posed for a more extreme solution: their complete eradication. The consultation of the oracle of Apollo at Didyma, intended to resolve this dispute, well, it only deepened the crisis. The oracle's inability to speak, attributed to the presence of the just interpreted of Christians, ultimately persuaded Diocletian to embark on a path of universal persecution. This period marked a significant escalation in the empire's efforts to maintain religious uniformity and imperial authority. The move towards universal persecution, prompted by divinatory practices and influenced by the anti-Christian sentiment of Diocletian's closest advisors, was about to begin. In a pivotal moment that marked the escalation of Christian persecution under Diocletian, the Christian church at Nicomedia faced destruction on February 23rd, 303, a day symbolically chosen to coincide with the Feast of Terminalia, dedicated to Terminus, the god of boundaries. This act was not merely symbolic, but a declaration of intent to terminate Christianity within the empire. The following day saw the promulgation of Diocletian's edict against the Christians, a legislative move aimed squarely at the senior echelons of the Christian clergy and the material foundations of the Christian faith. The edict commanded the cessation of Christian gatherings, the obliteration of Christian scriptures and liturgical texts, and the demolition of Christian places of worship throughout the entire empire. While despite the severe restrictions, efforts to retain Christian scriptures persisted, with believers trying to save what they could of the sacred texts. The distinction between canonical and apocryphal texts began to blur as Christians faced the agonizing decision of whether to surrender the scriptures or surrender their lives. The edict also stripped Christians of all legal rights, effectively excluding them from civil redress and exposing them to judicial torture. It demoted Christian members of the senatorial and equestrian classes, decurions, veterans, and soldiers, while Christian imperial freedmen faced re-enslavement. Diocletian's intent for the edict to be executed without bloodshed stood in contrast to Galerius's more draconian vision of enforcing compliance through the threat of burning alive. Despite Diocletian's wishes, the nature of the persecution varied locally, with some judges resorting to capital punishment. The method of burning alive, as recommended by Galerius, became disturbingly common in the East. The first martyr under this edict was Eutychus, who protested the persecution by tearing down and destroying the edict's proclamation in Nicomedia, an act of defiance for which he was tortured and brutally executed for. The edict spread swiftly across the empire, taking effect in Palestine by the spring and reaching North Africa by early summer. While Constantius Chlorus chose not to enforce this edict in Gaul and Britain, the eastern provinces experienced a systematic and harsh implementation. Despite the initial intensity, the enforcement of persecutions began to diminish with the changes in imperial leadership, culminating in cessation of official hostilities towards Christians with the rise of Maxentius in 306. This period of persecution deeply impacted the Christian community, testing the resilience and faith of its members in the face of Rome's power. The summer of 303 marked that pivotal moment with the publication of a second edict, necessitated by the emperor's dissatisfaction of the first edict's enforcement, or perhaps unaware of its implementation. This new decree mandated the arrest and incarceration of all Christian clergy, leading to an overflow in the already limited capacity of the Roman prison system. The edict was so effective that it displaced common criminals who were released to make room for the burgeoning number of detained religious figures. As the 20th century of Diocletian's reign, the 20th anniversary, rather, of Diocletian's reign approached in November of 303, a third edict was introduced, offering imprisoned clergymen amnesty on the condition that they perform sacrifices to the pagan gods. This edict aimed not only to alleviate the strain on the prison system, but also to sow discord within the Christian community by highlighting instances of apostasy among its leaders. While some clergy yielded to the demand under duress, others complied willingly. Yet the integrity of many remained intact despite the coercion, leading to manipulative claims of compliance by prison wardens eager to empty their cells. I'm sure a few would have put their hand up to make some sacrifices. I guess that a Roman prison is not the most enjoyable place to be. In 304, a final edict, the fourth and final one, demanded universal participation in pagan sacrifice, extending the obligation to every segment of society, including women and children. And if you weren't going to comply, well, you would face execution. The edict's implementation, however, varied significantly across the empire, with regions under the rule of Constantius largely spared from its mandates, and its enforcement waning following Maximian's abdication in 305. However, in the east, the edict's decrees persisted until the landmark Edict of Milan in 313, which heralded a new era of religious tolerance under the joint rule of Constantine and Licinius. Yes, I will make a video about Constantine very soon, don't worry. This sequence of edicts under Diocletian's rule represents one of the most symptomatic attempts to curb the spread of Christianity within the Roman Empire. The escalation from targeted restrictions against Christian practices to a sweeping demand for public sacrifice illustrates the intensity of the Roman administration's effort to reaffirm traditional pagan worship as the cornerstone of Roman identity and authority. Yet the varied enforcement and eventual cessations of these persecutions, while they reflect the more complex interplay of politics that would ultimately lead to Christianity's ascendance as a dominant force within the empire. The resignation of Diocletian and Maximian on May 1st, 305, marked a new pivotal moment in Roman history, ushering in a new era of leadership under Constantius and Galerius as the senior emperors, with Severus and Maximius stepping into the roles of junior emperors. This shift, orchestrated under the influence of Galerius, according to Lactantius, signified not only a change in personnel, but also a continuation and intensification of policies against Christians in the eastern parts of the empire. The legacy of Diocletian's rule, particularly his efforts to eradicate Christianity, seemed, at the moment of his resignation, to have been effective. The churches laid in ruins. The ecclesiastical hierarchy was shattered, and the Christian presence within the army and civil bureaucracy was all but purged. However, the Diocletianic dream of a Christianity-free empire began to unravel almost as quickly as the new tetrarchy took power. In the east, Galerius and Maximus doubled down on the persecution, issuing edicts that demanded universal sacrifice from the population. Yet it was in the west where the most significant challenges to their authority and policies emerged. The exclusion of Constantine and Maxentius from the succession plan sowed seeds of discontent and rivalry, setting the stage for a dramatic reversal in the empire's approach to Christianity. Constantine, ascending to power in the west following his father's death, took immediate steps to cease the persecution of Christians and restore their rights and properties, positioning himself as a protector and benefactor of the Christian faith. Meanwhile, Maxentius, seizing control of Rome, extended toleration towards Christians within his territories, further eroding the foundations of the persecutions established by Diocletian and Galerius. These developments signaled not just a shift in the empire's religious policy, but they also highlighted deep fractures within the tetrarchy as a system of governance. The actions of Constantine and Maxentius, driven by both political pragmatism and personal conviction, laid the groundwork for the eventual acceptance of Christianity within the empire, moving it from the fringes of society into the heart of imperial power. In the twilight of his reign and life, Galerius issued the Edict of Serdica in 311, a decree that would etch his name into the annals of history with a gesture of tolerance that contrasted sharply with the preceding years of intense persecution. From his deathbed, Galerius sought to mend the fabric of an empire torn by religious strife, granting Christians the freedom to practice their faith openly and to re-establish their places of worship, provided that their gatherings remained orderly. This edict, preserved by Lactantius and translated by Eusebius, reflected a begrudging acknowledgement of Christianity's resilience and a strategic retreat from the empire-wide efforts to extinguish the Christian faith. Galerius's proclamation, however, did not represent a wholehearted embrace of Christianity. Rather, it was an interesting exercise in pragmatism, rooted in the desire for stability and the recognition of the futility of further persecutions. By allowing Christians to pray for the health of the emperor and the security of the state, Galerius aimed to integrate them into the societal and political fabric of the empire and somehow leverage their faith for the common good. The significance of this edict lies not just in its immediate effect, halting the persecution of Christians in the East, but also in its broader implications for the relationship between the Roman state and Christianity, While some early and late historians have debated the importance of the edict, with views ranging from skepticism to recognition of its pivotal role, the consensus is that it marked a turning point, acknowledging the persistence of Christianity and paving the way for its eventual dominance within the empire. However, the peace that Galerius sought to secure was short-lived, at least in some quarters of the empire, notably under Maximinus, who resumed persecution within months of the edict's issuance. This resurgence of hostilities underscored the uneven path towards religious tolerance, a path that would not find a more definitive expression until the Edict of Milan in 313. Convened by Licinius and Constantine, this agreement extended the freedoms granted by Galerius to a universal peace, allowing open and free observance of all religions across the empire, thereby cementing the principle of religious tolerance that Galerius had tentatively introduced. The Edict of Milan, therefore, did not emerge in a vacuum, but was a culmination of a series of legislative and philosophical shifts that began with Galerius's Edict of Serdica. By formally recognizing the rights of Christians and all religions to worship freely, these edicts collectively contributed to the transformation of the Roman Empire from a polity defined by a religious uniformity to one characterized by a certain degree of religious pluralism, setting the stage for the ascendance of Christianity as a central element of Roman and later European identity. After several hundred years beneath the boot of an oppressive regime, the Christians of the Roman Empire find themselves in an advantageous position. Not only is their religion now legal, but their rulers are openly advocating for it, breaking with centuries-old traditions. However, some habits aren't so easily broken, and the tradition of religious intolerance was about to come back. But this time, the hunter had become the hunted. This is the story of how pagans in Rome came to be persecuted in their own ancient lands. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you. And if you are coming back, it's great to see you again. I hope you're doing well. If you'd like to support the channel, all the videos are available ad-free on the Patreon. Otherwise, if you want YouTube to push my videos out to others, then you can like, comment, and subscribe, but only if you feel like it. Without further ado, let's get on to today's topic: pagan persecution in Christian Rome. 9 years after Diocletian's brutal persecution of Christians, Constantine triumphantly entered Rome. Unlike his predecessor, Constantine refrained from partaking in traditional pagan sacrifices, and instead ended the exclusion and mistreatment of Christians. He returned confiscated properties to churches and adopted a policy of tolerance towards non-Christians as evidenced by the Edict of Milan in 313. If you want to know about how Christians were treated before Constantine, I have another video on that too. After 324, Constantine openly embraced Christianity. He demolished some pagan temples, converted others into churches, and neglected the rest. Additionally, He seized temple funds for his own projects and to stabilize the currency. Despite his actions against paganism, Constantine did not entirely halt state support for traditional religious institutions, nor did he significantly alter society's pagan character. Constantine's reign did not witness mass purges or the execution of opponents' supporters. Although laws threatened death for certain actions, no one was executed for violating anti-pagan laws during his rule. Constantine allowed pagans to continue their practices, as long as they did not coerce Christians into joining them. Throughout his 31-year rule, Constantine never outlawed paganism. He actually issued edicts emphasizing peace and tolerance, promoting coexistence among different religious groups. Historians argue that Constantine aimed to integrate the Church into broader civic unity, despite his personal favoritism towards Christianity. Well, how did all this come about? Well, Constantine attributed his military successes at the Battle of Milvian Bridge to divine favor. And after that, his reign was relatively peaceful. There's little doubt that Constantine genuinely converted to Christianity. In his personal beliefs, Constantine condemned paganism as idolatry and superstition, while advocating for tolerance. He and his contemporaries did not consider paganism as a legitimate religion. Instead, they viewed it as an outdated illusion. His words, not mine. Constantine expressed disdain for the old religion, describing pagan rites as misguided and their temples as places of falsehood compared to the truth found in Christianity. In a letter to the king of Persia, he rejected pagan sacrifices and professed to worship the high god on bended knee. Historians writing after his death claim that Constantine converted to Christianity and was baptized on his deathbed, making him the first Christian emperor. However, modern observers note that the story of Constantine's baptism by Pope Sylvester later emerged as a part of a romanticized portrayal of that pope's life. This narrative aimed to conceal the embarrassment of Constantine being baptized by an Arian bishop, Eusebius of Nicomedia, while he was on campaign in Persia. Although Constantine intended to be baptized in the Jordan River during a visit to the Holy Land, he fell critically ill in that town of Nicomedia. He received a swift baptism by Eusebius before he passed away shortly afterward, on May 22, 337, at a suburban villa named Acheron. Some have described Constantine's policies towards pagans as ambiguous and elusive, particularly concerning the claim that he banned blood sacrifices. There are, however, contradictory sources on this matter who assert that Constantine did ban blood sacrifices, and Labanius, a contemporary historian, who suggests that it was Constantius II who enacted such a ban, whereas Constantine sort of turned a blind eye to them, or rather just a willful ignorance. Well, in regards to Eusebius, he explicitly states in his work De Vita Constantini that Constantine enacted a law appointing mainly Christian governors and forbidding any remaining pagan officials from participating in sacrifices in their official capacity. However, other evidence fails to support Eusebius's claim. Constantine's own letter to the eastern provincials makes no mention of any law against sacrifices at all. Modern archaeologists suggest that blood sacrifices were already declining in popularity during Constantine's time, and this was completely unrelated to anti-pagan sentiments. Now, while Constantine personally disliked sacrifices and removed the obligation for imperial officials to participate in them, there's really scant evidence of a sweeping ban, and there is a little evidence of their continued practice, but very little. All records of anti-pagan legislation by Constantine come from the work of Eusebius, The Life of Constantine, which was written shortly after his death. And many scholars view this more of a panegyric than a historical account. Eusebius' example often interprets laws in a strongly Christian manner, and this leads us to believe that maybe it wasn't as accurate as it could have been. A little biased. But what's a history book without its bias? While it's likely that Constantine did enact a few laws that led to sacrifices in general being banned, or at least their decline, not just blood sacrifices, by the way, but all sacrifices, it led to their decline by the 350s, paganism itself, of course, persisted beyond this point. It's very hard to just wipe that out with a few laws. Polytheists found ways to worship their gods, and the ban on sacrifices certainly had its limitations. Paganism remained widespread into the early 5th century, and continued in parts of the empire well into the 7th century and beyond. This practice contrasted sharply with private activities, such as divination, astrologies, and Chaldean practices. Rituals were aimed at repelling demons and safeguarding the practitioner, which became associated with magic during the early imperial period, that was AD 1 to 30. Even under pagan emperors, these practices existed in their own sort of classification, and they carried severe penalties of banishment and execution. Now, these private rituals weren't just linked with magic, but also with treason and plots against the emperor. Christian emperors inherited this fear of private divination. It was never really seen as a good thing, and completely separate from any traditional pagan practice that the Romans observed. The early church had consistently spoken out against anything associated with what they deemed to be magic. By the mid-4th century, prophecy at prominent oracles like Delphi or Didyma had been completely suppressed. However, according to Polymnia Athanasiadi, the Church's primary concern in antiquity wasn't simply prophecy, but theurgy, using dreams to influence human affairs. While the Church didn't prohibit dream interpretation itself, it condemned attempts to use dreams for manipulating events, viewing it as deeply problematic. Constantine's decree against private divination didn't categorize divination as inherently magical, however. Thus, despite prohibiting secret rituals like other emperors, Constantine permitted haruspices, the practitioners of divination using animal entrails, to continue their rituals openly. In 324 November, Constantine declared Byzantium as his new capital, naming it Constantinopolis, or the city of Constantine. Surrounded by local pagan priests, astrologers, and augurs, he consecrated the city, although he later returned to Rome to celebrate his 20-year jubilee. 2 years later, on a Monday, November 4th, 328, new rituals were conducted to dedicate Constantinople as the emperor's new capital. Notable figures like Neoplatonist philosopher Sopater and Pontifex Maximus Praetextus attended this event. In the May of 330, during the festival of Saint Mosius, the city's dedication was celebrated, marked by special coins featuring Sol Invictus. In commemoration, Constantine held a statue of the goddess Tyche and a column with a golden statue of Apollo, bearing his likeness erected. Historian Libanius, a contemporary of Constantine, wrote that Constantine looted temples across the empire to gather treasures for building Constantinople. This pillaging filled the city with pagan statuary collected from various cities across the empire. Although Constantine didn't completely destroy what he took, he repurposed it for the new city, deliberately evoking Rome's religious and political past. Despite this, Constantinople continued to accommodate pagan traditions, with shrines dedicated to deities like Dioscuri and Tyche. While Constantine acquired sites in the Holy Land for constructing churches, destroying pagan temples in the process, archaeological evidence suggests that temple destruction wasn't as widespread as literature claims. Many temples were simply repurposed or remained untouched, but only a fraction of them were actually destroyed. Either way, the decline of traditional polytheism in the Roman Empire was exacerbated further by economic struggles, leading to a decrease in temple construction and the recycling of building materials. Church restrictions aimed to prevent the pillaging of pagan temples, advocating instead for their deconsecration and subsequent reuse. Now, Constantius II. He was known for his stringent measures against paganism, and implemented a series of policies aimed at curtailing its influence within the empire. His approach reflected a personal maxim: let superstition cease, let the folly of sacrifices be abolished. This mantra guided his decisions, leading to significant actions that reshaped the religious landscape of his time. One of Constantius's notable endeavors was the removal of the altar of victory from the Senate meeting house, a symbolic act that had far-reaching implications. Despite this removal, he allowed the Statue of Victory to remain, indicating a nuanced approach that sought to accommodate his own religious beliefs while navigating the sensitivities of the pagan senators that remained. This diplomatic move showcased Constantius's attempt to strike a balance between his personal convictions and prevailing religious practices of his era. Certainly a tightrope that one has to walk. Furthermore, Constantius implemented bans on sacrifices and divination, instituting harsh penalties for those who defied these edicts. Temples were closed. Tax relief for pagans had ceased, and severe consequences awaited individuals found consulting soothsayers. However, while these laws signaled a concerted effort to suppress paganism, their enforcement varied across different regions of the empire. Resistance, both passive and active, often hindered the full implementation of these measures, highlighting the enduring popularity of pagan traditions among certain segments of society. In contrast to his successors, Constantius's approach to paganism exhibited relative moderation. He refrained from disbanding Roman priestly colleges or pagan schools, opting instead to focus on regulating and restricting pagan practices. Moreover, Constantius took steps to protect temples located outside city walls, recognizing their cultural and historical significance. This acknowledgement of paganism's enduring presence within the empire underscored Constantius's pragmatic approach to religious governance. But this was just the beginning. Legislation against magic and divination further exemplified Constantius's efforts to combat practices that were deemed incompatible with his new vision for the empire. By linking these activities and imposing penalties for their consultation, he sought to suppress what he perceived as detrimental influences on the society at whole. Additionally, laws enacted for the preservation of temples and the punishment of those who vandalized pagan sites demonstrated Constantius's commitment to preserving cultural heritage, even amidst shifting religious dynamics. However, tensions between religious factions occasionally erupted into violence, as witnessed in instances of mob unrest in various cities across the empire. These instances, driven by a myriad of factors, including the aforementioned economic hardships and political strife, underscored the changing of times and unrest during Constantius's reign. People generally don't like it when you try and take their beliefs away from them. Constantius's policies towards paganism reflected a nuanced approach that balanced his personal convictions with careful politics. While his measures aimed to curb the influence of pagan practices, their implementation faced challenges amidst a relatively multifaceted society. Not everybody was on board with the idea, at least not yet. Constantius's legacy, therefore, remains one characterized by efforts to navigate politics rather than make the empire into a completely Christian entity. In comes Julian, who ascended to the sole rulership for a brief 18-month period from 361 to 63, and wielded his power to enact significant changes in the religious landscape of the Roman Empire. Born into a family with ties to Christianity, Julian's upbringing was marked by exposure to both Christian teachings and the philosophical traditions of Hellenism. However, personal grievances against Christianity, stemming from the alleged involvement of his relatives' deaths at the hands of palace guards, fueled Julian's antipathy toward the faith. Upon assuming power, Julian swiftly moved to reverse the policies of his Christian predecessors. He lifted the ban on sacrifices, reopened temples, and sought to diminish the privileged position of Christians within society. Despite advocating for religious freedom in principle, Julian's actions often displayed a bias against Christianity, as evidenced by his prohibition of Christians from teaching and his favoritism towards practitioners of pagan rituals. Julian's attempts at promoting pagan revival encountered intense resistance from various quarters of society, including Christian communities and provincial authorities. Despite his efforts to replace provincial priests with sympathetic associates, Julian found it challenging to garner widespread support for his religious reforms. Moreover, his preference for blood sacrifice faced strong opposition, particularly in cities where Christian sentiments were practiced. While some historians assert that Julian resorted to persecution against Christians during his reign, others argue that his actions were aimed at rather undermining the influence of the Christian establishment, rather than actively persecuting believers. Regardless, Julian's reign marked a significant departure from the partnership between Rome and Christian bishops that had characterized previous regimes. Tragically, Julian's ambitions for religious reform were cut short by his untimely death during a military campaign against Persia. The circumstances surrounding his demise remain a little mysterious, with conflicting accounts attributing his deaths to various causes, including religiously motivated assassination attempts. I think whatever the case, upon hearing the news, there must have been a few Christians breathing quite a sigh of relief. Julian's reign represented a pivotal moment in the history of religious conflict within the empire. His efforts to promote a pagan revival, while met with resistance, underscored the enduring tensions between Christianity and traditional pagan practices during the late antiquity period. In comes Jovian. Now his reign, though brief, marked a significant shift in the religious policies of the Roman Empire. Ascending to power in June 363 and ruling until February 364, Jovian prioritized peace negotiations with the Sassanid Empire and took steps to re-establish Christianity as the favored religion of the state. During this period, the approach towards religious diversity evolved under subsequent emperors like Valentinian and Valens. Valentinian, a Nicene Christian, and his Arian Christian counterpart, Valens, adopted a stance of religious tolerance, allowing various cults to coexist peacefully within Roman society. Contemporary accounts by pagan writers, such as Ammianus Marcellinus, highlight Valentinian's reign as a period categorized by religious neutrality and non-interference in matters of worship. This tolerant stance is further evidenced by the absence of anti-pagan legislation in the Theodosian law codes of the era. Valentinian's policies extended to permitting divination, albeit under certain conditions, reflecting a pragmatic approach that aimed to maintain social harmony while avoiding unnecessary religious conflicts. Similarly, Valens, who governed the eastern provinces, continued to uphold the rights and privileges of pagan practitioners. He retained some of Julian's trusted associates in their positions and affirmed the exclusive role of pagans as caretakers of their temples. In summary, the reigns of Jovian, Valentinian, and Valens represented a departure from the religious policies of their predecessors, embracing a stance of tolerance and inclusivity, at least as we can understand it in an ancient world context. These emperors sought to maintain social cohesion as the priority, by respecting the religious diversity that was inherent in the breadth of the Roman Empire. Gratian's reign, however, marked a significant turning point in Roman religious policy, particularly with his formal diversion of public financial subsidies away from supporting Rome's traditional cults. Instituting legal measures in 382, Gratian appropriated the income of pagan priests and Vestal virgins, stripped them of their right to inherit land, and confiscated the possessions of the priestly colleges. He also refused the title of Pontifex Maximus and ordered the removal of the altar of victory, symbolizing a decisive break with Rome's pagan past. As a result, the colleges of pagan priests lost their privileges and immunities, signaling a shift away from state support from traditional religious institutions. During this period, Gratian sought spiritual guidance from Ambrose, the influential Bishop of Milan, exchanging multiple letters and books with him. While it has been suggested that Ambrose dominated Gratian's religious policies, modern scholars argue that Gratian's actions were more likely influenced by changed political circumstances, particularly following the Battle of Adrianople, rather than a mere capitulation to Ambrose's authority. Despite Ambrose's efforts, subsequent emperors like Gratian's brother, Valentinian II, and Valentinian's mother resisted cooperating with him and often opposed his initiatives. However, even though they held a dislike towards Ambrose, they continued Gratian's policies by refusing to restore the altar of victory or the income of the temple priests and Vestal virgins. Emperors like Arcadius, Honorius, and Theodosius furthered Gratian's legacy by continuing to appropriate tax revenue collected by temple custodians for the crown, gradually diminishing support for urban ritual procession and ceremony. Over time, many traditional festivals were secularized and incorporated into the Christian calendar, reflecting the ongoing transformation of the empire and Christianity's ascendance. Theodosius's approach to traditional non-Christian cults appears to have been a more cautious and pragmatic one. While he reinforced bans on certain practices like animal sacrifice, divination, and apostasy, he allowed other pagan rituals to be performed publicly and permitted temples to remain open. Although Theodosius converted pagan holidays into work days, the associated festivals continued to be observed. Scholars argue that there is scant evidence to suggest that Theodosius actively pursued a sustained campaign against traditional cults. Instead, he seemed concerned with preventing resentment among the empire's pagan population. For instance, after the death of his Praetorian prefect, Synegius, who had desecrated pagan shrines, Theodosius appointed a moderate pagan to replace him, who worked to protect the temples. Additionally, during his tour of Italy, Theodosius won the favor of the influential pagan faction in the Roman Senate by appointing its members to key administrative roles and nominating the last pair of pagan consuls in Roman history. A notable dispute during his reign centered around that aforementioned altar of victory, with Symmachus advocating for its restoration and the revival of state support for the Vestal Virgins. However, Ambrose vehemently opposed any financial backing for anything to do with paganism, and Theodosius ultimately sided with him, refusing Symmachus's appeal. Despite the emperor's refusal, pagans continued to voice their demands for recognition, concessions, and state support. Now, contrary to popular belief, Theodosius did not ban the Olympic Games. Evidence suggests that the games persisted after his reign and came to an end with his successor, Theodosius II, possibly linked to a fire that destroyed the temple of the Olympian Zeus during his rule. The anti-pagan legislation enacted during the 4th century Roman Empire reflects what some describe as the most potent social and religious drama of the era. From the time of Constantine onwards, Christian intellectuals portrayed Christianity as triumphant over paganism, even though Christians remained a minority in the empire. This triumph was perceived as heavenly and evidenced by figures like Constantine. The laws introduced during this period were not aimed at conversion, but rather at terrorizing the pagan population with vehement and often horrifying language. The primary objective of these laws was to reorder society along religious lines and put an end to age-old practices such as animal sacrifice, which to the Christians was deeply abhorrent, even though their grandfather was probably doing it. While private pagan rituals could not be entirely stopped, Christians sought to control what was considered normative and socially acceptable in public spaces. Altars used for sacrifice were frequently destroyed by Christians, who found the sight of slaughtered victims repugnant and reminiscent of their own past suffering associated with such practices. Despite the severity of the imperial edicts, their impact was limited due to widespread following of paganism among the population and the passive resistance of many of the local authorities. Christian bishops often obstructed the implementation of these laws, further limiting their effectiveness. However, while the influence of imperial law was not absolute, it still played a role in shaping societal norms and attitudes. The emergence of a language of intolerance in both legal texts and Christian writings reflected a rhetoric of conquest, with Christian authors portraying paganism as already defeated and deserving of universal contempt. This rhetoric had a significant impact on modern perceptions of the period, contributing to the belief in continuous, violent conflict between Christians and pagans. However, archaeological evidence suggests that such conflicts were relatively isolated, and non-Christian groups like pagans and Jews generally enjoyed a level of tolerance based on contempt during late antiquity. Theodosius was a devout Christian who was eager to close down pagan temples in the East. His commissioner, the prefect Maternus Synegius, carried out widespread temple destruction, even utilizing the military and black-robed monks, sounds very sinister, for this very purpose. Despite the actions of these monks being deemed unlawful by the pagan historian Libanius, Theodosius didn't enforce any laws against them, passively legitimizing their violence. Instances of temple destruction were seen as indicative of a broader trend of violent Christian iconoclasm throughout the 390s and 400s. However, archaeological evidence for such destruction in the 4th and early 5th centuries is somewhat limited, with most recorded incidents known only from church accounts. These accounts often dramatize pious bishops battling temple demons, contributing to the perception of widespread destruction. The discrepancies between literary sources and archaeological evidence may arise from the ambiguous nature of the details in the former. For example, conflicting accounts in historical sources like Malalas regarding temple destruction by emperors such as Constantine and Theodosius further complicate the picture. Some archaeological research suggests that only a small percentage of known temples in regions like Gaul, Africa, Asia Minor, Greece, and Egypt show evidence of violent destruction during this period. Earthquakes, civil conflict, pragmatic use of material, and conversion to churches explain much of the temple damage, rather than deliberate anti-paganism. Contrary to the belief that many temples were converted to churches, modern evidence suggests that only a fraction were repurposed, with the direct conversion of temples into churches not becoming widespread until the mid-5th century. The Pantheon in Rome, for example, was not converted into a church until 609, and many of the churches attributed to figures like Martin of Tours cannot be definitively traced back to the 4th century. Anti-pagan laws persisted beyond Theodosius, extending through the reigns of subsequent emperors such as Arcadius, Honorius, Theodosius II, Marcian, and Leo I. These laws reiterated bans on pagan practices, like sacrifices and divination, and often the penalties would continue to increase. The need for such laws indicates that paganism still had significant followers, including sympathizers and crypto-pagans in positions of power within the administrative system. While public sacrifice ended in major cities like Constantinople and Antioch during Theodosius's reign, enforcement of these measures varied outside the imperial court. Away from the center of power, such efforts were less effective and endured until the 5th and 6th centuries. By the early 5th century, under rulers like Honorius and Theodosius II, laws against magic and divination became more stringent. For instance, a law in 409 targeted astrologers, ordering them to convert and burning their books of mathematics used for computations. Despite Christianization efforts, some regions retained substantial pagan populations well into late antiquity. For example, the prefecture of Illyricum and the city of Aphrodisias housed significant pagan communities, including philosophical schools. In Rome, the elite remained largely pagan, and institutional cults continued to exist in reduced forms, funded privately. Discoveries at Aphrodisias and Athens challenged the notion of pagans worshipping in secrecy and fear. Overt pagan statuary and altars found in these cities suggest that paganism persisted openly, despite legal and literary portrayals suggesting otherwise. In 476, Romulus Augustulus, the last Western emperor of Roman descent, was deposed by Odoacer, marking the end of the Roman Empire in the West. Odoacer became the first barbarian king of Italy. By the time of Emperor Anastasius I ascended the throne in 491, the Goths, who had established themselves in Italy, had been Christian for over a century. Some argue against the notion that late antiquity witnessed a wholesale process of Christianization of the empire. While certain cultural and social changes did occur, they did not necessarily reflect an overall Christianization. Instead, a public culture emerged that could be shared by polytheists, Jews, and Christians alike, albeit with Christian influence, mainly in the elimination of blood sacrifice. In fact, many have suggested that a truly Christian empire did not emerge until the time of Justinian, also known as Justinian the Great, 527 to 565, who played a significant role in integrating Christian ideals and legal regulations into Roman law. He made revisions to the Theodosian codes, incorporating Christian elements, and enacted legislation against practices like sacrifice well into the 6th century. Justinian's government became increasingly autocratic, and he persecuted pagans, religious minorities, and dissenters within the bureaucracy. This zeal for religious and cultural uniformity led to conflicts, including with Rome and the eastern provinces. Under Justinian's reign, there was considerable destruction associated with the supremacy of Christian belief. He ordered the persecution of surviving pagans, including the burning of pagan books, pictures, and statues. This persecution, accompanied by the destruction of pagan literature, occurred at Caenregon. Many ancient texts, mostly on perishable materials like papyrus, were lost due to active persecution during Justinian's rule, making it somewhat challenging to assess the extent of the losses attributed to Christians. Julius Caesar, born in 100 BC, perhaps the most famous of the Romans. As a politician and general, he expanded Rome's territories to the north and west through his conquests, notably in Gaul, which he detailed in his work, Commentaries on the Gallic War. His military skill and political acumen gained him immense power and popularity, which culminated in his appointment as dictator for life. However, his ascent sparked fear among some Roman elites who worried about his increasing power and potential to establish a monarchy. This tension resulted in his assassination on the Ides of March in 44 BC by a group of Roman senators led by Brutus and Cassius. Caesar's death precipitated the end of the Roman Republic and the beginning of a series of civil wars that ultimately led to the establishment of the Roman Empire under his adopted heir Octavian, later known as Augustus. The legacy of Caesar is profound, influencing political ideologies, military strategies, and governance structures of countless subsequent empires. And today, you get to learn all about him. Don't worry, we're going to go really slow. But allow me first to welcome you to the channel. If it is your first time here, it is a pleasure to meet you. And if you're coming back, you know what's in store. It's great to see you again, my friend. If you'd like to support the channel, surprise, surprise, you're already supporting it by watching the video. Just enjoy the content at your own pace. But a like and subscribe certainly tells YouTube to let other people know that you enjoy the content. Those who want to go above and beyond this, refer to the video description. And now, without further ado, please get yourself nice and relaxed, and we can begin our very detailed look into the life of Julius Caesar. Gaius Julius Caesar, born on July 12, 100 BC, into the patrician gens Julia, traced his lineage to the mythical origins of Rome. You see, the Julii claimed descent from Jullus, son of the Trojan prince Aeneas, purportedly sired by the goddess Venus herself, which bestowed a touch of divinity upon the family. At least, that's what they would tell you. Though these genealogical claims were well established by Caesar's time, shaping public and personal identities, they did not always translate directly to political power. During the Middle Republic, the Julii Caesares did not stand out in Rome's fierce political arena, and as you can imagine, the competition was as fierce as it gets. The cognomen Caesar first appeared with an ancestor who served as praetor in 208 BC during the critical phases of the Second Punic War. That was when Rome was fighting Carthage. Spoiler alert, Carthage lost. Well, not until 157 BC did a family member achieve the rank of consul, reflecting a gradual rise in their political fortunes, which saw a resurgence in the early 1st century BC with 2 consuls from the family in successive years, 91 and 90 BC. Caesar's father, also named Gaius Julius Caesar, carved a respectable path through Roman politics. His marriage to Aurelia from the influential Aurelii Cottae family helped bolster his career. He benefited from his family connections, notably through his sister's marriage to Gaius Marius, one of Rome's most prominent military leaders and statesmen. Caesar's father served on the Saturninian Land Commission and was elected praetor between 92 and 85 BC, later governing Asia as proconsul. which is a pretty prestigious position. Now, during Lucius Cornelius Cinna's domination in Rome, Caesar's father opted for retirement rather than pursuing a consulship, suggesting that a strategic withdrawal from the political foreground under the prevailing regime. Caesar's own trajectory took a marked turn during this period when he was appointed Flamen Dialis, a prestigious religious role dedicated to Jupiter. This position, entailing stringent taboos, effectively barred him from political office, indicating that his family may have seen his future as more ceremonial than political. His marriage to Cinna's daughter Cornelia further entwined his fortunes with Cinna's political legacy. In 84 BC, the sudden death of his father coincided with a drastic shift in Rome's political landscape following Sulla's victory in the civil war 2 years later. Sulla's actions to annul acts from Cinna's time included ordering Caesar, now linked to Cinna through marriage, to divorce Cornelia. Caesar's refusal was in bold defiance of Sulla's authority, and he was possibly listed for proscription, which forced him into hiding. The intercession by his influential relatives and the Vestal virgins helped broker a compromise, allowing him to renounce his priesthood, but keep his wife and property. Anecdotes from this period, including Sulla's alleged forewarning about Caesar's potential, underscores the perception of a threat that he posed to the established order. While following this turbulent period in Rome, Caesar shifted to a military path under the patronage of Marcus Minucius Thermus in Asia. It was here that Caesar was embroiled in controversy over a purported intimate relationship with Nicomedes IV of Bithynia, a claim that was likely exaggerated by his political opponents to undermine his reputation. His military service included notable acts, such as the civic crown he earned at the siege of Mytilene, which fueled his ambition for public recognition and honors. All of those medals, one must simply collect them all. Well, upon Sulla's death in 78 BC, Caesar returned to Rome, drawn by the potential upheaval following the dictator's passing. Though there were claims of his involvement in the Lepidus revolt, these are generally viewed as embellishments by sources like Plutarch to highlight his early tyrannical aspirations. His legal actions against members of the Sullan regime were largely unsuccessful, and his failure to convict Gnaeus Cornelius Dolabella was another setback. However, he did manage a victory against Gaius Antonius Hybrida. His journey to Rhodes for rhetorical training under Apollonius Molon was interrupted dramatically by his capture by pirates, an testament, of course, to the perils of travel in the era. The Mediterranean was not safe. His response, however, upon release, was to immediately pursue and capture his captors, aligns with Rome's ethos of vengeance and justice. Although the details of this event, including the ransom amount, are likely embellished, there was that little story about when Caesar was captured. They said, "We are going to ransom you for this amount," and he effectively told the pirates, "You may as well double that because I'm going to take it back anyway when I follow you and capture you." and of course they're going to pay it to get me back. I'm Caesar. They need me. Very awkward when they eventually caught up with the pirates. One can only imagine what happened to them, if it's not a complete embellishment. It might be, but it's a bit of fun. Well, as Caesar's experiences in Asia Minor and subsequent actions against piracy demonstrate, his early career was quite a complex one. Cultural expectations, personal ambitions, and the harsh realities of political and military life certainly forming his character from an early time. Now in 73 BC, Caesar's growing influence in Rome was recognized when he was co-opted into the prestigious pontifices, replacing his deceased uncle Gaius Aurelius Cotta. This appointment was a significant indication of his acceptance into the upper echelons of Roman society, setting the stage for his future political career. Returning to Rome, he was elected as a military tribune for 71 BC, although there is no record of his active participation in the ongoing war against Spartacus. Caesar's advocacy for the reinstatement of rights for the plebeian tribunate, and for pardoning those involved in Lepidus's revolt, aligns with his tendency to support popular causes, enhancing his political profile, without engaging in controversial or radical reform. In 69 BC, as quaestor, Caesar served in Hispania Ulteria, under Gaius Antistius Vetus, gaining invaluable administrative experience and securing a lifelong seat in the Senate. His personal life, marked by the deaths of his aunt Julia and wife Cornelia, saw him delivering public eulogies that subtly challenged Sulla's prescriptions by honoring his Marian connections, demonstrating his adeptness at balancing political prudence with personal and familial loyalty. His subsequent marriage to Pompeia, who was actually Sulla's granddaughter, symbolized a temporary political alliance with the Sullan faction. Throughout the late 70s BC, he aligned himself with Pompey, supporting laws that enhanced Pompey's military commands and political standing, reflecting his ability to forge beneficial alliances with key political figures when the need arose to do so. In 65 BC, as curule aedile, Caesar's extravagant public games and the restoration of Marius's trophies both solidified his popular appeal and reaffirmed his familial heritage, countering the Sullan narrative. His actions as aedile, though controversial, were largely within the bounds of traditional aristocratic behavior, aimed at restoring his family's honor and public memorials. The election of Caesar as Pontifex Maximus in 63 BC against prominent senators once more showcased his significant support base and the effectiveness of his campaign strategies, possibly aided by Pompey's influence and resources. Despite accusations of bribery, his election to his high religious office was a major victory in his career, enhancing his status and influence in Roman society. Now, during his praetorship in 63 BC, Caesar emerged as a notable figure in Roman politics more than before, especially evident in his handling of the conspiracy involving Gauls. Now, historically, sources differ slightly on his proposed actions. While earlier accounts suggest he favored immediate life imprisonment without trial, later narratives describe his recommendation as detention pending trial. Both do agree, however, that he advocated for the confiscation of the conspirators' properties. Initially, his stance seemed to align with the Lex Sempronia de Capite Civis, a law that protected Roman citizens from capital punishment without a trial. Despite gaining initial support in the Senate, a decisive intervention by Cato swayed the final decision towards execution. During the same year, Caesar's ambitions led him to challenge his political rival Catulus, accusing him of misappropriating funds allocated for the reconstruction of the temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus. Now, he suggested reallocating this prestigious project to Pompey, which was met with significant opposition, forcing him to quickly withdraw the proposal. Additionally, he supported the plebeian tribune Metellus Nepos' effort to reassign military commands from Gaius Antonius Hybrida to Pompey. This attempt resulted in a chaotic confrontation at the Forum, further complicated by intertribunal violence involving Cato and others, leading the Senate to pass a decree against Metellus and Caesar, although legally they could not be deposed from their magistracies. Caesar's year as praetor also saw his indirect involvement in the Bona Dei scandal, where Publius Clodius Pulcher trespassed into his home during a sacred religious ceremony exclusive to women. To distance himself from the sacrilege and maintain his political dignity, Caesar divorced his wife Pompeia, citing the need for his household to be above suspicion, though he did not publicly support Claudius thereafter. Following his praetorship, Caesar took on the role of proconsul in Hispania Ulteria. Facing substantial debts from his political campaigns, he required military victories to secure financial stability. His campaigns against the Clerici and Lusitani were successful, allowing him to claim extensive plunder and eventually return to Rome, hailed as Imperator. However, his triumphal return was complicated by a decision between celebrating his military victories with a triumph and running for consulship. When Cato blocked a procedural exception that would allow him to pursue both, Caesar chose to forsake the triumph in favor of his consular ambitions. After winning the elections, he successfully united Pompey and Crassus, who had been political rivals, into a powerful alliance, commonly yet inaccurately referred to as the First Triumvirate. This alliance, finalized around the beginning of Caesar's consulship in 59 BC, aimed to achieve several political and economic objectives. Pompey sought the official endorsement of his actions in Asia, while Crassus desired financial relief for his tax farming associates. They both supported land grants, with Pompey particularly focused on securing land for his veterans. Caesar began his term by making Senate proceedings public, enhancing transparency and accountability. He introduced a bill for land reform, proposing to buy land from willing sellers to provide for Pompey's veterans and the urban poor. The bill, which avoided radical propositions and potential objections, was managed by a committee of 20, excluding Caesar himself, and funded by Pompey's military spoils. Despite minimal resistance in the Senate, Caesar faced filibustering from Cato. When he presented the bill to the people, Bibulus, his co-consul and opponent, declared he would block the legislation for an entire year, an action that led to a riot and the symbolic destruction of Bibulus's fasces. Now, despite Bibulus's efforts to annul the law, claiming it was passed through violence, the Senate upheld it. Well, Caesar also successfully passed laws reducing the debt of tax farmers by a third for Crassus, and ratified Pompey's territorial arrangements in the east with minimal debate. He then expanded his agrarian law to include Campania, which may have prompted Bibulus to seclude himself in his home. Pompey solidified his alliance with Caesar by marrying Caesar's daughter Julia. Caesar further secured his military future by having the plebeian tribune Publius Vatinius pass the Lex Vatinia, granting him the governorship of Illyricum and Cisalpine Gaul for 5 years. Claims that the Senate had trivialized this assignment as mere woods and tracks underscore the political underestimation of Caesar's ambitions and his abilities. Now, throughout the year, Bibulus attempted to undermine Caesar by issuing edicts that cancelled all potential legislative days for religious reasons, a move unprecedented in Roman politics. Cato also made symbolic attempts to discredit Caesar, helping to cultivate a public sentiment against him. Despite these challenges, Caesar passed significant legislation, including the Lex Julia de Repetundis, aimed at reducing corruption in the provinces. His legislative efforts faced challenges, however, from new praetors after his consulship ended, but the discussions stalled and were ultimately abandoned. Later on, during the Gallic Wars, Caesar meticulously documented his military campaigns through his commentaries, which are recognized as a masterpiece of Latin literature. And believe me, they are. I've read them twice, and I advise you to do so as well. You don't have to do it twice, just once. Well, these writings, composed across 10 volumes, cover the period from 58 to 52 BC, and were likely intended for a literate Roman audience, the upper classes. Each volume was presumably written shortly after the events it described, serving not only as a historical record but also a tool to bolster support for Caesar in Rome, and his accounts, while informative, are understandably biased, often downplaying his defeats and accentuating his victories. Now, let's get on to them a little bit. This will be the interesting part, I suppose. In 58 BC, Caesar faced a volatile situation in Gaul, which was not a unified region, but rather a collection of tribes with frequent internal conflicts that sometimes spilled over into Roman territories. The Helvetii, seeking to migrate through Roman lands, were blocked by Caesar near Geneva. He constructed a wall to halt their progress, and, after mobilizing additional legions, he defeated them at the Battle of Bibracte, forcing their return to their ancestral homelands. Caesar's involvement in Gaul deepened when he intervened on behalf of the Aedui, a tribe requesting aid against Ariovistus, the Germanic king of the Suebi. Despite Ariovistus's previous recognition as a friend of Rome, Caesar defeated him at the Battle of Vosges. This victory led to a wintering near the Belgae, which triggered a rebellion against the Roman presence. Caesar managed a narrow victory at the Battle of the Sabis, which was followed by a year of campaigning across Gaul to suppress further resistance, particularly from the Belgae tribes in modern-day Brittany. Demonstrating Roman military engineering, Caesar constructed a bridge over the Rhine, symbolizing Rome's reach and power, and conducted raids into Britain in 55 and 54 BC. These expeditions were partly aimed at deterring British support for Gallic tribes and enhancing Caesar's image back in Rome. However, he withdrew from Britain due to uprisings in Gaul during the winter of 54 BC, which led to significant Roman losses. The most formidable resistance came in the form of an unified uprising led by Vercingetorix of the Arverni in 52 BC. Caesar faced initial setbacks, including a defeat at Gergovia, but he ultimately captured Vercingetorix in the siege of Alesia, a decisive encounter that involved Caesar skillfully overcoming a simultaneous siege against his own forces. He almost lost. It was pretty close, actually. I imagine everybody was feeling quite nervous. While following this victory, Caesar dedicated the subsequent years to pacifying any lingering insurgencies in Gaul, ensuring complete Roman domination over the region. In the early years following his consulship in 59 BC, Caesar, along with Pompey and Crassus, attempted to manage the ambitious Publius Claudius Pulcher, who was the plebeian tribune in 58 BC. Claudius, initially aligning with the Triumvirate, pushed Cicero into exile, but later adopted an anti-Pompeian stance that disrupted Pompey's arrangements in the east and challenged Caesar's legislative actions from his consulship. This shift forced Pompey into a temporary withdrawal from public life. To counter Claudius's influence, Caesar and Pompey orchestrated political maneuvers to recall Caesar from exile, under the agreement that Cicero would not obstruct their political aims. Upon his return, Cicero, now aligning with Caesar and Pompey, helped to reinforce Caesar's military achievements in Gaul by promoting a Senate vote for an unprecedented 15-day Thanksgiving in Caesar's honor. However, the political alliance among Caesar, Pompey, and Crassus began to fracture in 57 BC due to electoral failures and challenges to Caesar's land reform initiatives. The threat of Caesar losing his command in Gaul by 56 catalyzed the need to renew and strengthen their political alliance. In preparation for the elections of 55 BC, the Triumvirs secured political and military appointments for themselves through aggressive and controversial means, including bribery and intimidation. Despite these political victories, the ambush and destruction of Roman forces in Gaul during the winter of 55 to 54 BC raised serious concerns in Rome regarding Caesar's military leadership, as reflected in the defensive tone of his commentaries. Additionally, the death of Julia, Caesar's daughter and Pompey's wife, in 54 BC did not sever the political alliance between Caesar and Pompey. By 53 BC, with Crassus's catastrophic defeat and the death in the Battle of Carrhae, and Pompey's assumption of sole consulship in 52 BC to restore order in Rome, the political landscape had shifted significantly. Caesar, still engaged in military campaigns in Gaul, secured Pompey's support for his victories, which led to a Senate decree of 20 days of Thanksgiving in his honor. He also arranged to stand for the consulship in absentia. Now, between 52 and 49 BC, the relationship between Caesar and Pompey deteriorated significantly. In 51 BC, attempts were made by the consul Marcellus to recall Caesar from Gaul, arguing that Caesar's mission was complete after his victory over Vercingetorix. However, Caesar was still actively engaged in military campaigns, such as against the Bellovaci, and this motion was vetoed. Despite his military engagements, there was a growing desire among the Senate's conservative faction led by Cato and Bibulus to have Pompey constrain Caesar from seeking further honors or a second consulship. Basically, they thought it was about time that they clip his wings. By 50 BC, the political tension escalated, with both Caesar and his Senate opponents bolstering their forces in Gaul and Italy respectively, amidst fears of a new civil war. Efforts by Cicero and others to disarm both leaders were proposed in the Senate, but failed to pass due to political maneuvering. The situation reached a crisis point in 49 BC. Caesar proposed that both he and Pompey lay down their arms, but this was rejected by the Senate, influenced by the hardline faction. Following the forcible removal of pro-Caesar tribunes from Rome, the Senate issued the ultimate decree, branding Caesar as an enemy of the state. Scholars debate why Caesar chose to march upon Rome after this. A prevailing theory suggests that, faced with the end of his proconsular immunity and potential persecution, Caesar felt compelled to defend his status through civil war. His primary goals were securing a second consulship, initially considered in 52 BC to be alongside Pompey, and, of course, a triumph. Fearing that his political enemies who controlled the consulships of 50 BC would block his candidacy or nullify his potential election, Caesar argued that his actions were to protect the electoral and civic freedoms of the Roman people against the coercive tactics of Pompey and his conservative allies. Around January 10th or 11th in 49 BC, Caesar crossed the Rubicon River, which marked the northern boundary of Italy, and with this event, that signaled the start of the civil war. With the single legion, Legion 13 Gemina, he reportedly quoted the Athenian playwright Menander, saying, "Let the die be cast," as documented by ancient historians Plutarch and Suetonius. This move was a direct response to the Senate's final decree against him. Pompey and many senators, underestimating Caesar's speed, retreated south. Upon seizing communication routes to Rome, Caesar attempted negotiations, but they collapsed simply because nobody trusted anybody's word anymore. He then advanced southward, aiming to capture Pompey and force a resolution. Pompey managed to withdraw to Brundisium, and eventually escaped to Greece, leaving Italy to Caesar's growing forces. About after 2 weeks near Rome, where he controversially took control of the treasury, priorities of course, Caesar left Lepidus in charge of Italy, while he marched on Pompey's territories in Spain. And there he overcame Pompey's legates in the Battle of Ilerda, and forced their surrender, while his legates extended their control to Sicily and attempted Africa, but that ultimately failed. Returning to Rome in the autumn, Caesar was appointed dictator to oversee elections, where he and Publius Servilius Esoricus were elected as consuls for 48 BC. He resigned the dictatorship after 11 days and set out for Greece to confront Pompey's preparations directly. In early 48 BC, he faced Pompey at Dyrrhachium, where, despite being initially outmaneuvered, he pursued Pompey into Greece. Ultimately, he decisively defeated Pompey at the Battle of Pharsalus on August 9th, 48 BC. After his defeat, Pompey fled to Egypt, while others, like Cato, escaped to Africa, and some, including Cicero and Marcus Junius Brutus, sought Caesar's pardon. Upon his arrival in Alexandria, Egypt's capital, Pompey was assassinated, marking a grim end to his flight from Caesar. Just 3 days later, October the 2nd, 48 BC, Caesar arrived in the city and found himself unable to leave due to poor weather, i.e. the Etesian winds, hard to sail against. Now, amidst these circumstances, he became embroiled in the local conflict, the Egyptian civil war, between the young pharaoh Ptolemy VIII and his sister, wife, and co-regent Cleopatra. In late October, while still engaged in these complex politics, Caesar was appointed to a year-long dictatorship in absentia, a decision made by Rome in recognition of his victory at Pharsalus. During his stay in Alexandria, Caesar initiated a romantic liaison with Cleopatra, which significantly influenced his subsequent decisions and actions. She had a way of convincing him. While the city was besieged by forces loyal to Ptolemy and another sister, Arsinoe, until March 47 BC, when reinforcements led by Mithridates of Pergamum, an ally from the east, enabled Caesar to finally break the siege. He decisively defeated Ptolemy, at the Battle of the Nile, securing Cleopatra's position as the uncontested ruler of Egypt. Following their victory, Caesar and Cleopatra indulged in a triumphal procession along the Nile, celebrating their consolidation of power and alliance. Caesar remained in Egypt until mid-47 BC, a period marked by personal involvement with Cleopatra that led to the birth of their son, Caesarion, in late June, though this episode is conspicuously absent from Caesar's own commentaries. While leaving Egypt, Caesar traveled to Antioch, where he learned of new troubles in the region. During his Egyptian sojourn, Pharnaces II of Pontus had capitalized on Caesar's absence to reclaim his ancestral domain in northern Anatolia, challenging Roman authority. Caesar's legates and the client kings of the area had been unable to resist Pharnaces' advances effectively. Rapidly mobilizing, Caesar met Pharnaces' forces at the Battle of Zela, achieving a swift and decisive victory that he famously summarized with the phrase "Veni vidi vici," I came, I saw, I conquered, underscoring the ease of his success in contrast to Pompey's earlier, more arduous campaigns in Pontus. With this victory in hand, Caesar quickly returned to Italy to address ongoing political and military challenges. While Caesar was absent from Italy, he appointed the deputy Mark Antony, served as Magister Equitum. However, Antony's governance proved unpopular, exacerbating the unrest in Rome. This discontent peaked when Publius Cornelius Dolabella, serving as plebeian tribune in 47 BC, agitated for debt relief, which escalated into severe public order. The Senate responded to the crisis, urging Antony to restore order immediately. Despite a delay caused by a mutiny in southern Italy, Antony returned and forcefully suppressed the riots, resulting in significant loss of life and further damaging his popularity among the Roman populace, at least the ones who were still breathing. Meanwhile, remnants of the Republican opposition were regrouping in Africa under Metellus Scipio with the support of King Juba of Numidia. In addition, remnants of Pompey's fleet continued their hostility, targeting central Mediterranean islands. Concurrently, dissatisfaction with Caesar's governor in Spain led to a revolt in that province, aligning it with the Republican cause. Upon his return to Rome, Caesar demoted Antony and addressed the mutineers amicably, restoring peace without the need for violence. He then oversaw the overdue elections for the magistrates of 47 BC and the subsequent year, positioning himself alongside Lepidus as consul for 46 BC. In preparation for his campaign against the Republicans in Africa, Caesar secured funds through loans and the sale of confiscated properties of his enemies, setting sail on 25th of December, 47 BC. Caesar's military campaign in Africa commenced with logistical challenges and an initial defeat at Ruspina on the 4th of January, 46 BC, by Titus Labienus. Adopting a more cautious strategy, Caesar eventually faced encirclement at Thapsus. Despite being surrounded, his forces launched a premature attack on the 6th of April, 46 BC, resulting in a decisive victory and the ruthless annihilation of the Republican forces. Upon marching to Utica, Caesar discovered that Cato had took his own life, preferring death over accepting clemency. Following these events, other key opposition figures, including Metellus Scipio and King Juba, also took the same path, though Labienus and the sons of Pompey fled to the revolting Spanish provinces. Following these victories, Caesar initiated the annexation of parts of Numidia and returned to Italy via Sardinia in June of 46 BC. His return was marked by grand celebrations, including 4 triumphs over conquered territories and enemies, which controversially included displays of defeated Roman adversaries. Generous rewards were distributed to his soldiers, of course, and lavish games were held for the public. However, the ongoing conflict in Spain necessitated his quick return to the battlefield. The culmination of Caesar's military campaigns occurred at the Battle of Munda on the 17th of March, 45 BC, where he achieved a narrow victory over the remaining forces of the Republic. The aftermath was brutal, of course, with the execution of Labienus and the suppression of further resistance. Although Sextus Pompey did manage to escape, the war was effectively concluded. Thus, Caesar spent several months in the province before returning to Rome in October of 45 BC, where he celebrated another triumph, albeit controversially over fellow Romans. So, by the end of 45 BC, Caesar had begun preparations for an extensive campaign against the Parthian Empire. That's over near near where Persia is. Now, this was intended to avenge Crassus's defeat at Carrhae, that disastrous battle, and to expand Roman territories further into the east. This campaign, which was to include ventures into Dacia, was planned to commence on the 18th of March, 44 BC. That's right, 3 days after that thing. We'll get there. Well, before he was named Dictator Perpetuo, or Dictator for Life, in February 44 BC, Caesar had already held the role of dictator 4 times since his first dictatorship in 49 BC, which he took largely to manage elections and resigned from after only 11 days. His subsequent terms as dictator were longer, lasting up to a year, and by April of 46 BC, he was appointed dictator annually. This role, akin to that revived by Sulla as Dictator Republicae, or Dictator for the Reconstitution of the Republic, was technically not a source of legal power per se. Instead, it reflected Caesar's supremely powerful status within the state, which was based not on extraordinary magistracy or legal authority, but rather on his personal standing as the victor over the other Romans. While following his victory at Pharsalus, Caesar received numerous honors from the state. These included the title of Praefectus Moribus, traditionally associated with censorial powers to revise Senate rolls, and powers over war and peace, which had previously belonged to the Comitia Centuriata. Now these powers were personally attached to Caesar, marking a significant usurpation of traditional republican authority. Caesar was also granted numerous symbolic honors that emphasized his nearly monarchic status. His likeness appeared on Roman coins, for example, a first for a living Roman, and he was afforded the right to wear royal attire, sit on a golden chair in the Senate, and erect his statues in temples. Additionally, the month of Quintilis, his birth month, was renamed to Julius in his honor, and to this day it is still known as July. There we go. And also happy 4th of July to all the Americans out there. Well, these honors, while symbolizing a form of divine monarchy, became points of contention and led to resentment among the Roman political class. Caesar's dominance over state functions, spanning justice, legislation, administration, and public works, was centralized in his person without any defense to Rome's traditional republican institutions. This total control and his tendency to exclude all others from power contributed significantly to his alienation of the political elite, and eventually, of course, to the conspiracy that led to his assassination. Now, Caesar's approach to governance and reform during his rule demonstrated a complex blend of continuity and change within the Roman system, improvements on established traditions, we may say. Despite being showered with extraordinary honors that positioned him almost as a monarch within the Republic, Caesar's reforms did not fundamentally alter the structure of Roman society, or its constitutional framework for that matter. It can also be emphasized that while Caesar implemented significant reforms, these did not extend to the core of the republican system. Instead, his measures, though impactful, were more about enhancing administration and consolidating his control rather than reworking the societal foundations. One of Caesar's most notable reforms was the overhaul of the Roman calendar. He replaced the traditional lunar solar calendar with a more accurate calendar that was based mainly on solar movements. It's known today as the Julian calendar. Now, this adjustment allowed for more consistent and predictable scheduling of festivals, political events, and agricultural activities, aligning Rome more closely with the solar year. He also expanded the Senate from 600 to 900 members, which was aimed at improving governance capabilities across the growing empire, and also to reward his supporters with significant positions of power. Once again, jobs for your friends. Moreover, he founded colonies in previously conquered territories, such as Carthage and Corinth, relocating populations to reduce social tensions and unrest within Italy. In his attempt to restore and build upon Rome's traditional structures, he revived the royal prerogative of appointing patricians, benefiting the families of his followers. The composition of jury pools in permanent courts was also modified, consolidating them to include only equestrians and senators, which removed the lower class tribuni aerarii. Administratively, Caesar introduced measures to stabilize Rome and his regime. He tightened the qualifications for the grain dole, reducing the number of recipients to manage state resources more efficiently. He also encouraged population growth by offering bonuses to families with many children. His initiatives extended to civic matters, with plans for a new census, extension of citizenship to more provinces, and innovative economic policies such as a novel debt repayment program initiated during the civil wars. His tenure also saw extensive building programs, including the construction of the Forum of Caesar and the Temple of Venus Genetrix. There were also plans for enhancing infrastructure, such as expanding the port of Ostia and building a canal through the Corinthian Isthmus. But despite these achievements, his methods often alienated the Roman elite. His disregard for the Senate and traditional republican magistracies, along with his autocratic handling of civil and political matters, eroded his support among this crucial ruling class. His policy of clemency towards enemies was designed to contrast with Sulla's prescriptions, promoting an image of a benevolent ruler. But his failure to address corruption among his partisans and manipulation of political processes for personal and allied benefit drew criticism. Thus, in January 44 BC, tensions around Caesar's leadership peaked, when attempts were made to bestow upon him the title of Rex, which means king in Latin, a term deeply associated with tyranny in Roman political culture. This move sparked controversy, leading to the deposition and ejection of 2 tribunes who opposed the motion, actions that starkly contradicted Caesar's earlier stance as the protector of tribunician powers. This act not only undermined his justifications for the civil war, but also alienated the Roman public, which still held the tribunes in high regard as guardians for their freedoms. And, well, 1 + 1 = 2. I mean, if there's no tribunes, there are no freedoms. At least that's what they were thinking. Now, on the 15th of February, 44 BC, Caesar's acceptance of a lifetime dictatorship confirmed the fears of many that he had no intention of relinquishing power or restoring the Republic. Days later, during the Lupercalia festival, Caesar publicly refused a diadem offered by Mark Antony, an act open, of course, to multiple interpretations, but the rejection might have been a calculated move to distance himself from monarchical aspirations in response to an unenthusiastic crowd, or a genuine disavowal of kingship. Nonetheless, suspicions persisted about his intentions to transform the Roman Republic into a monarchy, especially as he had already adopted many of the traditional royal trappings. The conspiracy to assassinate Caesar which had been brewing since the summer of 45 BC, included not only former supporters of Pompey, but also several who had benefited from the rise of Caesar. Among the leaders were Gaius Trebonius and Decimus Brutus, both of whom had previously aligned with Caesar during the Civil War, and also Cassius and Brutus, who had initially supported Pompey. The conspirators, disturbed by Caesar's disregard for republican norms, such as the sham elections that predetermined consular positions from 43 to 41 without genuine public input, saw his assassination as the only recourse to restore the Republic. Their disillusionment was compounded by Caesar's reduction of the regular magistracies to mere extensions of his will, exemplified by his appointment of the Magistri Equitum, the Masters of Horse, who overshadowed the traditional roles of elected officials. Brutus, who saw himself as a defender of the Republic in the tradition of his illustrious ancestors who had expelled tyrants and dictators, became a central figure in the conspiracy against Caesar. By late 45 BC, the public sentiment in Rome was increasingly hostile towards Caesar, as evidenced by graffiti and outspoken criticisms, labeling him a tyrant. The shift in public opinion was likely driven by Caesar's policies, which were perceived at the time as favoring creditors, suppressing popular protests violently, reducing the grain dole, and eliminating open elections, thereby undermining traditional democratic rights. The prevailing negative view of Caesar was further manifested when, during prearranged consular elections, voters wrote in the names of the 2 tribunes whom Caesar had deposed, instead of supporting Caesar's chosen candidates. This act of defiance highlighted the growing desire among the populace for a return to more traditional republican values and practices. Despite Cicero's private acknowledgement of the duty to oppose tyrants, there was no clear public consensus supporting preemptive tyrannicide as a legitimate political action. Nonetheless, the philosophical ideals of the old academy, emphasizing the moral duty to overthrow tyrants no matter the cost, influenced Brutus's resolve to act against Caesar. As the conspiracy unfolded, despite some prior leaks, Caesar dismissively refused any personal security or precautionary measures. The conspirators chose the Ides of March, that being March 15, for their action, strategically timing it to coincide with a Senate meeting just before Caesar's planned departure for the Parthian campaign. Remember, the 18th of March was the date for that. Now, the Senate setting was chosen to frame the assassination as a political act, and the fact that only the conspirators would be armed provided a tactical advantage. On the day of the assassination, despite various signs and warnings, including omens and direct cautions, Caesar attended the Senate meeting. And there, beneath the statue of his former ally turned rival, Pompey, the conspirators jumped out and struck, surrounding him and stabbing him to death. The accounts of his final moments do vary, with some suggesting he died in silent dignity, while others, notably Suetonius, offer a dramatic detail of Caesar addressing Brutus with the words, "You too, child," in disbelief and betrayal. Well, after Caesar's assassination, his killers briefly held the Capitoline Hill and attempted to sway public opinion by convening a meeting in the Forum. However, the reception was lukewarm at best. Lepidus, one of Caesar's loyalists, quickly mobilized troops within the city, diminishing the assassins' control. Meanwhile, Mark Antony, who had avoided the assassination plot, advocated a seemingly paradoxical compromise in the Senate. Caesar would not be posthumously branded a tyrant, thus legitimizing his rule and legacy, and the conspirators would face no immediate retribution. The funeral arrangements for Caesar approved by the Senate provided Antony with the platform to sway public sentiment. During the funeral, Antony's eulogy, which highlighted Caesar's contributions and intentions for Rome, dramatically shifted the mood of the populace, inciting a violent backlash against the assassins. This unrest forced the conspirators to flee Rome, with Antony only later restoring order by force. The remarkable appearance of a comet for 7 days in 44 BC was interpreted by the Romans as an omen of Caesar's divinity, and it was subsequently named Caesar's Comet. On the site of Caesar's cremation, the Temple of Caesar was initiated in 42 BC in the Roman Forum, symbolizing his enduring presence in the heart of the city. And Caesar's will further cemented his legacy, bequeathing substantial sums to the Roman people and naming his great-nephew Gaius Octavius, later known as Augustus, as his principal heir and adopted son. The notion of reinstating the Republic was quickly overshadowed by the power struggles that ensued. Antony's alignment with Caesar's policies and Octavian's strategic moves to ascend politically led to the formation of the Second Triumvirate with Lepidus. The coalition initiated a brutal campaign against their political opponents, culminating in the formal deification of Caesar. The ensuing civil wars pitted the triumvirs against Caesar's assassins and other Republican forces, and eventually it led to their defeat. Thus, by 31 BC, Octavian emerged as the sole ruler after dismantling the triumvirate and defeating his rivals, including Antony. His reign, though veiled as a restoration of the Republic, effectively established a new autocracy, accepted by a populace exhausted by decades of civil strife. Now, this transition marked the end of the Roman Republic and the rise of the Roman Empire under what became known as the Principate of Augustus. And with that, we come to the end of our life of Julius Caesar. And you may have been thinking, why didn't he talk more about the Gallic War? Why didn't he talk more about Cleopatra? Well, hold your horses, my friend. I've already made very extensive videos about both of those topics. If I was going to talk about them in detail, this would probably be a few more hours long. And, well, only a few people have patience enough for that. Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, commonly known as Pompey, one of the most distinguished military commanders and political figures in the late Roman Republic. His early career was marked by victories in Africa, Sicily, and the eastern Mediterranean, not only expanding Rome's territories, but also giving himself quite a reputation. His ascent to power was strategically bolstered through the formation of the First Triumvirate, alongside Julius Caesar and Crassus, an alliance with names that you're no doubt familiar with. But tensions within this alliance eventually led to its dissolution, and Pompey's ensuing rivalry with Julius Caesar set the stage for a conflict that would alter the course of Roman history. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, good to meet you, and if you come back, good to see you again. Now, if you want to support the channel, you're already doing it. Just come here, have a good time, and learn something. But the like and subscribe are only 2 clicks away, and if you feel inclined to go further than that, take a look in the description of the video. Now, without any further ado, let's all get nice and comfortable, nice and relaxed, and we can begin a rather deep dive into the life of Pompey. Pompey was born on the 29th of September, 106 BC, in Picenum, as the eldest son of one Gnaeus Pompeius Strabo, a provincial noble. Now Strabo was from a prominent family in Picenum, and he was the first to attain senatorial rank. He followed the traditional cursus honorum, achieving the consulship in 89 BC, and was unfortunately noted for his greed, cunning, and ruthless approach to military command, and that's quite a reputation. Well, Pompey, his early career saw him serving alongside his father during the Social War between 91 and 87 BC. Strabo's life came to an abrupt end in 87 amidst the brief civil conflict known as the Bellum Octavianum. The exact circumstance of his death is a little bit of a mystery, but some accounts suggest natural causes. Of course, there are many who allege murder by his own troops, which could have happened as well, and wouldn't be much of a surprise considering his reputation. There are also accusations of embezzlement that marred Strabo's final days, and as his heir, Pompey also faced charges for these alleged crimes, but ultimately he was acquitted, reportedly after securing a political alliance through marriage to Antistia, who was actually the daughter of the presiding judge. No doubt raises a few eyebrows, I'm sure. Now, the year 87 BC was also a significant one for the debate over the appointment of Lucius Cornelius Sulla as commander of the Roman forces in the First Mithridatic War, a position that of course promised substantial wealth. In Sulla's absence, his political adversaries, including Lucius Cornelius Cinna and Gnaeus Papirius Carbo, seized control of the Senate, along with a little help from Gaius Marius. Sulla's return in 83 ignited a new phase of civil war. Now, in the year leading up to Sulla's return to Italy, Pompey raised and equipped a full legion from his father's former clients and veterans in Picenum. In the spring of 83 BC, as Sulla landed at Brundusium and began his march northwest towards Campania, Pompey led his legion south to meet him. The Roman government, aiming to prevent their union, dispatched 3 separate armies against them. Pompey engaged and defeated one of these forces, causing the enemy commanders, who were conflicted and unable to coordinate their strategies, to retreat, and upon his arrival at Sulla's camp, he was formally greeted with the title of Imperator, quite a promotion. Sometime in 83 BC, roughly before the winter had set in, Sulla tasked Pompey with returning to Picenum to raise additional troops. The following year, as conflicts resumed, Sulla pushed towards Rome. At the same time, Pompey, supporting Sulla's lieutenant Metellus, confronted the consul Gaius Papirius Carbo in Cisalpine Gaul serving as the cavalry commander under Metellus during this period. In a significant engagement, Metellus and Pompey overcame Carbo's lieutenant, the praetor Gaius Carrinas, in a prolonged 6-hour battle near the river Aesis. However, they soon found themselves blockaded by none other than Carbo himself. The situation shifted again when news of Sulla's triumph at the Battle of Sacriportus reached them, prompting Carbo to retreat to his stronghold in Arminium. During his retreat, Carbo's forces were continually harassed by Pompey's cavalry. Later, Metellus achieved another victory against Gaius Marcius Censorinus, another of Carbo's lieutenants. Pompey's cavalry played a critical role in these events, intercepting Censorinus's fleeing troops near Senna Gallica, where they secured a decisive victory, and subsequently plundered the entire town. While Metellus continued his campaigns in the northwest, Pompey joined forces with Sulla in the south, marking a significant phase in the civil war that would definitely shake things up back in Rome. Now, Pompey, moving southwest along the Via Flaminia towards Spoletium, joined forces with Crassus. Together, they engaged and defeated Carrinas once again. After laying siege to Carrinas in Spoletium, Pompey continued his march, while Carrinas managed a very narrow escape. His journey resumed towards Sulla's command, and soon after, Pompey successfully ambushed a significant force led by Censorinus, which was attempting to reach Praeneste. This town was the site of a blockade against Marius the Younger, Carbo's consular colleague, and the symbolic leader of the opposition to Sulla. The failure of these forces to break the Sullan blockades in Umbria and Etruria, combined with Metellus's success in securing the north, weakened the government's resistance. As the campaigning season of 82 drew to a close, the government rallied for one last effort to relieve the beleaguered Praeneste, assembling 10,000 legionaries who marched to join the forces with the Samnites and the Lucanians, Sulla's old adversaries from the social war. Pursued by Pompey, these forces merged and advanced towards Praeneste, but, unable to penetrate Sulla's strong blockade, redirected towards a now undefended Rome. However, they were intercepted and defeated by Sulla at the Battle of the Colline Gate. Pompey, in pursuit of these government forces, arrived just after Sulla's victory. And thus we reach the end of 82 BC, where Sulla had successfully expelled his opponents from Italy, and therefore secured his appointment as dictator by the Senate. Now, amidst either respect for Pompey's capabilities, or perhaps concern over his rising influence, Sulla aimed to solidify their alliance. He persuaded Pompey to divorce his wife, Antistia, and marry his stepdaughter, Aemilia, although Plutarch does note that this marriage was a short-lived one, as Aemilia, already pregnant by her previous husband, died in childbirth shortly after the wedding. Now, following the defeat of the Marian faction, the remnants fled to Sicily, where they regrouped under one Marcus Perperna, the propraetor and ally. They also had the support of a fleet commanded by Carbo. Meanwhile, Gnaeus Domitius Ahenobarbus held control over the Roman province of Africa. Upon Pompey's arrival in Sicily with a formidable force, Perperna vacated the island, while Carbo was captured and subsequently executed, a decision that Pompey defended as completely necessary due to Carbo's crimes against the Roman citizens, or shall we say, alleged. Perhaps Pompey had a little bit of a bias, who knows? However, this ruthless action, partnered with the general sentiment towards him, earned him the pejorative nickname Adolescentulus Carnifex, or, in English we can say, the young butcher. While leaving Sicily under the governance of his brother-in-law, Gaius Memmius, Pompey then set his sights on Africa. It was there he confronted and defeated Ahenobarbus at the Battle of Utica. Following his victory, he swiftly subdued Numidia, executing its king, Hiarbas, who was another ally of the Marian faction, and reinstated the deposed Hiempsal to the Numidian throne. During this campaign, his troops began to call him Magnus, or the Great, likening him to Alexander the Great, a figure who was, of course, deeply admired by the Romans. Pompey eventually adopted this epithet formally into his name, and thus became known as Pompey the Great. Now, upon his return to Rome, Pompey sought a triumph to celebrate his conquests, which was a bold request given his youth. Sulla, while conceding to this request, did attempt to diminish Pompey's spotlight by granting simultaneous triumphs to Lucius Licinius Murena and Gaius Valerius Flaccus. 3 for 1. Well, you take what you can get, don't you? Well, during this period, Pompey also married Mucia Tertia from the influential Metellus family, and the couple had 3 children. Pompey the Younger, who was usually known as Gnaeus. They also had a daughter, Pompeia Magna, and a younger son, finally, named Sixtus. The marriage lasted until their divorce in 61 BC. Now, Pompey initially supported Marcus Aemilius Lepidus for the consulship in 78 BC, a decision that he made against Sulla's advice according to Plutarch, though most contemporary historians do question this assertion. Upon Sulla's death of that same year, Lepidus opposed the deceased dictator's state funeral and sought to immediately repeal some of Sulla's reforms. Shortly after, in January 77 BC, Lepidus assumed the proconsulship of Cisalpine and Transalpine Gaul. Defying a Senate order to return to Rome, he also demanded an additional term as consul, which the Senate promptly denied. But he wasn't happy with this rebuff, of course. Lepidus assembled an army and marched towards Rome, prompting the Senate to implement several countermeasures. And guess who they chose? Of course, one of which was to assign Pompey the Great a military command to oppose him. Let's see how great he really is. Well, as Lepidus advanced southward, Pompey mobilized troops from among his veteran soldiers in Picenum and moved north to lay siege to Mutina, the capital city of Cisalpine Gaul. Well, if we want to use the word city. Well, either way, it was under control of Lepidus's ally, Marcus Junius Brutus. After enduring a protracted siege, Brutus surrendered the town, but was assassinated the following day. an act that is purportedly ordered by Pompey. Meanwhile, outside Rome, Catullus defeated Lepidus, while Pompey attacked from the rear, trapping him near Cosa. With his forces diminished, Lepidus retreated to Sardinia, where he eventually died. This series of events not only quashed Lepidus's rebellion, but also reinforced Pompey's reputation as a decisive and effective military leader. You got a problem in Rome? You better call Pompey. Now, the Sertorian War erupted quite quickly in 80 BC, when Quintus Sertorius, a formidable leader harboring ties to the Marian faction, launched a rebellion in Hispania. He was soon joined by other Marian survivors, including Perpenna, and backed by local tribes. Sertorius quickly took control of Hispania Citerior. He then successfully forced Quintus Caecilius Metellus Pius out of the neighboring Hispania Ulteria, securing his hold over significant portions of the region. Of course, recognizing this escalating threat, the Senate called their boy in charge, the man of the hour, Pompey, appointing him as the military commander in Spain, with complete authority, despite the technical illegality of his appointment, since Pompey had not yet held a public office. But of course, desperate times, desperate measures. And who could say no, right? Well, to confront the formidable Sertorius, Pompey assembled a substantial force of 30,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry, which was of course a testament to the threat posed by Sertorius. Before reaching Hispania, Pompey quelled a rebellion in Gallia Narbonensis. His troops then settled into winter quarters near Narbo Martius. By early 76 BC, Pompey had crossed the Col de Porte into the Iberian Peninsula, where he would campaign for the next 5 years. Upon his arrival, Pompey's presence bolstered the spirits of Metellus' troops, and he even swayed some of the local rebels to defect. Perhaps, seeing 30,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry, that may have had a bit of an effect to bring them over to a side that seemed to be numerically superior, of course. However, it wasn't all good news. Campaigns faced setbacks, most notably at the Battle of Lauron, where Sertorius handed him a significant defeat. Of course, no one remembers the 1,000 victories. They'll only remember the one that you lost. And this loss tarnished Pompey's military prestige, prompting him to spend the remainder of the year reorganizing his forces and reflecting on strategic missteps, preparing for a prolonged struggle ahead in the rugged terrain of Hispania. By 75 BC, the Sertorian War saw Quintus Sertorius intensifying his campaign against Quintus Caecilius Metellus Pius, even as Pompey engaged and defeated Sertorius' subordinates Perpenna and Gaius Herennius outside modern Valencia. As Sertorius personally took command against Pompey, Metellus capitalized on this shift to defeat Sertorius' deputy, Lucius Herculeus, at the Battle of Italica. The war's momentum shifted frequently following the indecisive Battle of Sucro. Sertorius retreated inland, later clashing with Pompey at Saguntum. This battle proved costly for both sides. Pompey lost up to 6,000 men, and he also lost his brother-in-law, Memmius. Sertorius didn't do too well either. He sustained about 3,000 casualties, and lost the very capable Teutoburg. Well, despite Metellus achieving a victory over Perpenna in a separate encounter, Sertorius skillfully withdrew to Clunia, and it was there that he reinforced the town's defenses, hoping to draw the Roman generals into a protracted siege, make it difficult for them, starve them out. Well, meanwhile, he organized the garrisons of other towns into a new field army. Once ready, Sertorius broke the siege at Clunia, using his forces to disrupt Roman supply lines, both on land and sea. The logistical strain of all this forced Metellus to winter his troops in Gaul, while Pompey settled among the Vacaei. In 73 BC, bolstered by 2 additional legions, Metellus reunited with Pompey, and they advanced towards the Ebro River. At the same time, Sertorius and Perpenna pushed forward from Lusitania. However, internal divisions began to weaken Sertorius's position, and the conflict stagnated for the next 2 years. By 71, the discord within his ranks culminated in Perpenna assassinating Sertorius. Perpenna's subsequent defeat and execution by Pompey marked the end of major hostilities. So, after consolidating his victory, Pompey spent a bit more time reorganizing the local Roman administration in Hispania. His conciliatory approach toward former opponents not only quelled remaining resistance, but also extended his influence and patronage across Hispania and into southern Gaul, establishing a foundation for future political and military leverage in the region. While Pompey was concluding his military campaigns in Hispania, Crassus took on the responsibility of quelling the Third Servile War. Did you watch my video on it? Well, if you did, you'd know that it was led by the slave Spartacus. That's right, it was that war. Well, Pompey returned to Italy in 71, just as Crassus was delivering the decisive blow against the main rebel army. It was a very long and hard-fought rebellion, I'm sure you know. Pompey's arrival allowed him to engage and massacre 6,000 fugitives from the battle, a move that he claimed as effectively ending the war. Of course, you can't rebel if you're not breathing. They're powerless without their heads, it seems. Well, from memory they were all crucified, as a warning, placed along the roads as they marched new slaves through. Certainly getting the point across, I think so. Well, this assertion became a lingering source of irritation for Crassus, who thought that his efforts were overshadowed by Pompey coming in at the last moment and taking all of the credit. Well, upon his return, Pompey was granted a second triumph for his victories in Hispania, and was nominated for the consulship. Given his youth and the technical breach of eligibility requirements, his nomination required a special decree from the Senate. Now, Plutarch notes in his writings that Pompey supported Crassus as his co-consul, perhaps strategically placing Crassus in his debt, owing him a favor. You know what I mean. The two were elected as consuls eventually for the year 70 BC, yet their term was marked by constant disagreement, leading to a tenure described as, I quote, from Plutarch, politically barren and without achievement. Sounds like a lot of modern politicians, to be honest. Well, despite the conflicts between them, their consulship witnessed significant political changes, notably the restoration of powers to the plebeian tribune that had been stripped by Sulla. Among these powers was the critical ability to veto senatorial bills, a pivotal moment in politics of the late Roman Republic. Now, while this restoration was popular among the populace, it faced opposition from the senatorial class, particularly the optimates. A successful reinstatement of these powers required cooperation between the consuls, a noteworthy achievement given the general contentious nature of their partnership. Now, although most historical accounts focus very little on Crassus's role in these reforms, his support, alongside Pompey's, can't be written off. In fact, it was indispensable for their enactment, so give him some credit. Anyway, pirates. You know them, you love them, and they're not a new thing. In fact, in Roman times, the Mediterranean was quite full of them, and they'd been a significant threat in the time of Pompey, forging temporary alliances with Rome's adversaries, such as Mithridates and Sertorius over the last 50 years. Their influence grew due to the decline of traditional naval powers like Rhodes, and despite previous efforts, Rome had failed to subdue them. There were just too many, they were too spread out, and they just kept coming. Now, it is important to note that Romans often labeled their enemies as pirates or brigands, which leads some historians to argue that these were kind of conventional enemies, rather than mere disorganized outlaws. Think about the way that Romans would refer to anyone who's not Roman as a barbarian, but the word barbarian conjures a certain image in our minds, don't you think? So, when they say that they're pirates, or brand them all with that broad brush, it might not really be the case. Either way, the pirates were mainly based in Cilicia, and they escalated their activities to the extent of raiding Ostia, which was a Roman port, in 68 BC, and they even had the gall to kidnap 2 senators, which of course caused widespread panic and outrage. In response, Aulus Gabinius, a tribune of the plebs in 67 BC, and prompted by Pompey, proposed what was called the Lex Gabinia. This law, this Lex Gabinia, granted Pompey proconsular authority for 3 years over any province within 50 miles of the Mediterranean, and this empowered him to appoint legates and allocate significant financial resources for a campaign against the pirates. Despite Senate opposition due to concerns over one man holding such extensive power, what could possibly go wrong? The Lex Gabinia was ultimately passed by the tribunate. Pompey's campaign faced internal obstacles, primarily from Roman officials who resented his expansive authority, either out of jealousy or practicality. For instance, in Gaul, Piso interfered with his recruitment efforts, and in Crete, Quintus Metellus disregarded his commands, shrugging his shoulders and pretending not to hear him. Well, to effectively combat the pirate threat, Pompey dispersed his forces across the Mediterranean, ensuring that the pirates could not evade the Roman fleet by simply relocating. He appointed 15 legates to patrol specific areas, securing crucial grain routes to Rome. This strategy swiftly brought the western Mediterranean under his control within a mere 40 days. Very efficient. His fleets then advanced east, driving the pirates back to their strongholds in Cilicia. He then personally led the decisive assault on their main base at Coricacium, achieving victory at the Battle of Coricacium and concluding the war in merely 3 months. His reputation for clemency encouraged most of the pirates to surrender without resistance. Following their surrender, Pompey resettled them in cities that had been devastated during the Mithridatic War, such as Soli, which was then renamed Pompeiopolis, the city of Pompey, and Dyma in Greece, as well as towns in Libya and Calabria. And these communities developed a lasting affinity for both Rome and Pompey, integrating into the Roman state while retaining a connection to their benefactor. It was a win-win for everybody. Now in 73 BC, one Lucius Licinius Lucullus, a seasoned lieutenant of Sulla, was appointed proconsul of Cilicia and given command in the Third Mithridatic War. The conflict had reignited in 74 BC, following the death of Bithynia's last ruler, who bequeathed his kingdom to Rome. This event triggered an invasion by Mithridates VI of Pontus and Tigranes the Great of Armenia. Lucullus proved to be a capable military leader, securing several victories. However, there were allegations that he was deliberately prolonging the war for personal gain, and that led to a Senate investigation. By 69 BC, discontent and mutiny were rife among his troops. In 68 BC, Quintus Marcius Rex succeeded Lucullus in Cilicia, while Manius Acilius Glabrio took over in Bithynia and the ongoing war efforts. But unfortunately, Glabrio failed to act decisively when Mithridates recaptured much of Pontus in 67 BC, and then invaded Cappadocia, a Roman ally. In 66 BC, seizing the opportunity to assert control, Pompey leveraged his influence through the tribunate to enact the Lex Manilia. This law granted him sweeping powers across Asia Minor to conclusively defeat Mithridates once and for all, augmenting the authority he already held under the Lex Gabinia. Although the Optimates, or conservative faction as they're also known, were privately alarmed at one individual accumulating so much power, they simply conceded, wary of Pompey's considerable popular support. Lucullus, deeply resentful of being replaced, can't blame him, disparagingly labeled Pompey a vulture who capitalized on the efforts of others. Well, this was a pointed reference to Pompey's new command and his purported role in concluding the war against Spartacus. Meanwhile, Pompey forged an alliance with Phraates III, the king of Parthia, persuading him to invade Armenia. As Mithridates proposed a truce, Lucullus contended that the war had all but ended, at least practically. However, Pompey, seeking more substantial concessions, rejected the offer. Consequently, Mithridates retreated into Armenia, with Pompey hot on his tail. Now by the end of 66 BC, Pompey had tracked him down and defeated him at Lycus, decisively tilting the balance of the conflict. And then, after the battle, Mithridates, along with a small band of loyal troops, managed to evade capture and together they fled to Colchis on the Black Sea. It was there he managed to overthrow the Roman-supported ruler of the Cimmerian Bosporus, his own son, Machares, who subsequently took his own life. While during all this chaos, Pompey continued his own military campaign, entering Armenia with the support of Tigranes the Younger. Tigranes the Elder, seeking to avert further conflict, quickly negotiated terms with Pompey. He agreed to pay a significant monetary indemnity and ceded territory taken by Lucullus, additionally permitting Roman troops to be stationed within his domain. In 65 BC, Pompey advanced towards Colchis, intent on capturing it from Mithridates. This campaign required him to first subdue various local tribes allied with Mithridates. After a series of victories, he joined forces with one Servilius, the admiral of his Euxine fleet at Phasis. However, a renewed revolt in Caucasian Albania diverted Pompey's attention, necessitating a strategic retreat to sort out these other disturbances. Following his victory at the river Abbas, he was able to secure terms with the Albanians and truces with the other tribes across the northern Caucasus. Pompey then spent the winter in Armenia, resolving minor territorial disputes between his allies, Phraates of Parthia and Tigranes. In 64 BC, while maintaining a naval blockade to weaken Mithridates, Pompey shifted his focus to Syria. He annexed several wealthy independent cities, integrating them into the new Roman province of Syria. This expansion not only bolstered his wealth and prestige, but it also drew criticism from his political adversaries in Rome, who contended that his actions exceeded the authority that was granted to him. Meanwhile, Mithridates, now elderly and increasingly isolated, found himself besieged in Pantisapaeum by another one of his sons, Pharnaces II. An attempt to take his life by poison failed, reportedly due to his long-standing practice of consuming antidotes as a precaution against such an eventuality. Which, well, I suppose it worked. Good job, Mithridates. But eventually he was killed by his own rebels. In a bid to secure favor with Rome, Pharnaces, that son of Mithridates, sent Mithridates' embalmed body to Pompey. In return, Pompey acknowledged Pharnaces as the ruler of the Bosporan kingdom, and formally aligned him as an ally of Rome, thus marking the end of Mithridates' long-standing challenge to Roman authority. And now we turn to the collapse of the Seleucid Empire, which, following this event, Pompey annexed Syria in 64 BC, a move that, yes, did expand Roman territory, which was the goal, but it also managed to completely destabilize the entire region. A power vacuum allowed many cities to simply claim their own independence. In early 63 BC, Pompey departed from Antioch, advancing southward. He occupied coastal cities like Apamea, and moved through the anti-Lebanon mountains to seize control of Pella, Jordan, and Damascus. His further incursion into Judea was prompted by local conflicts that threatened regional stability further. The inhabitants, led by Hyrcanus II, and Aristobulus II had extended their hostilities into Phoenicia, drawing Pompey's attention and intervention. The conflict in Judea, exacerbated by the ongoing Hasmonean War between Hyrcanus II and Aristobulus II, saw Pompey siding with Hyrcanus. Now, the campaign culminated in the siege of Jerusalem, yes, indeed, that Jerusalem, where Aristobulus' defenders withdrew to the temple. The Romans stormed and subsequently looted the temple. Well, after the siege, Judea was also established as a client kingdom under Hyrcanus, with its northern part integrated into the Decapolis, which was a league of semi-autonomous cities. Now, both Judea and the Decapolis were placed under the jurisdiction of the newly formed province of Syria. Pompey's reorganization of the East included several other significant challenges, by the way. He established the province of Bithynia and Pontus, distributing the remaining territories of Mithridates among Roman allies. In Cappadocia, Ariobarzanes was restored to his throne. Lesser Armenia, previously under Tigranes, was annexed into Galatia, where Pompey's client Deiotarus was installed as a ruler. Additionally, the coastal region of Pamphylia, known for its pirate activities, was combined with other inland areas into Cilicia, which was then divided into 6 administrative parts. Now, all of this territorial and administrative reforms, yes, it was really good for the Roman state. Income going up, missions being accomplished. But in the background, it was very good for Pompey on an individual level. You see, he enhanced his personal wealth, but also his network of patronage. Lots of powerful friends who owed him quite a lot of favors. A solid influence across the newly restructured region. Well, it was time to go home. Pompey's return to Italy in 62 BC. Well, at this time he disbursed substantial bonuses to his troops, totaling around 16,000 talents. After all, they'd worked hard for it. And it was a clear demonstration of his generosity, but also a way to ensure their loyalty. It's hard to be loyal to your boss with empty pockets, after all. However, contrary to some fears that he might emulate Sulla by using his army for political leverage, Pompey dismissed his troops upon their arrival at Brundisium. As he traveled towards Rome, large crowds that gathered to see him indicated his enduring popularity among the general populace, despite the mixed opinions of the Senate. They're all snobs anyway, don't you think? Probably. Well, in 61 BC, Pompey celebrated his 45th birthday with a third triumph, honoring his victories in Asia Minor. Asia Minor as well being the Near East, by the way. During this time, he announced that the newly established provinces in the East had boosted their annual state revenue significantly, almost double, from 200 million to around 340 million sesterces, with an additional one-time payment of 480 million sesterces to the Roman treasury. While Pompey did not disclose the details of his personal wealth, it was no doubt pretty substantial, whichever way you look at it. Low estimates, high estimates, it's pretty high. Well, part of it he actually used to finance the construction of the Theatre of Pompey, destined to become one of the most iconic buildings in ancient Rome. Well, despite all the success, the Senate, well, he was still facing challenges with them. The body refused to ratify the treaties he had negotiated during his reorganization of the East, with opposition spearheaded by the Optimates, including Cato the Younger and Metellus Celer. The latter's opposition may have been influenced by personal grievances, as Pompey had recently divorced Celer's sister, Mucia, under rather contentious circumstances. While the Senate also blocked a proposal to distribute farmland to Pompey's veterans and the landless urban poor, a measure that was similar to the one that they had rejected in 63 BC. This refusal showed the Senate's confidence in their ability to manage and suppress popular dissent, despite the evident public support for Pompey's initiatives. But when has the Senate ever cared about what the public want? Anyway, while Pompey struggled to counteract the Optimate faction on his own, his political landscape shifted dramatically when Julius Caesar, Marius's ambitious nephew, sought his support for the consulship in 59 BC. Now, Caesar was known for his political acumen and, frankly, unscrupulous tactics, and he recognized the advantage of aligning with Pompey, whose significant influence among the urban electorate could bolster his own political aspirations. The alliance was further strengthened with the support of Crassus. Of course, we're just going to be briefly going over Caesar in this video in his relation to Pompey. If you want the whole story of Caesar, well, you're going to have to go and watch my Julius Caesar video, aren't you? And so now, with the backing of both Pompey and Crassus, Caesar secured one of the two consulships for 59 BC, alongside the Optimate Marcus Calpurnius Bibulus. This position allowed Caesar to facilitate the passage of legislation that benefited not only himself, but also his allies, Pompey and Crassus. Of course, favors would certainly be called in. Now, despite being ostensibly the most junior member of what would become the First Triumvirate, Caesar quickly positioned himself as a central figure within this informal alliance, which was primarily aimed at circumventing the dominance of the Optimates. Pompey brought to the Triumvirate his unparalleled military reputation and widespread popularity among the Roman people, key assets in the power dynamic of the Republic. On the other hand, Crassus bought money, and a lot of it. He was immensely wealthy. Think about the Elon Musk of his time, which of course facilitated the building of substantial patronage networks, though he lacked the military achievements that were often crucial for securing political success during this period in Rome. And so, this strategic alliance among the three of them marked a significant realignment of power within the late Roman Republic, and, of course, many major political developments would be in its wake. Now, once Caesar was elected, he swiftly facilitated the approval of a new agrarian law, capitalizing on the support of Pompey's veterans who, by filling the streets of Rome, allegedly coerced the Senate into compliance. Now, this demonstration of force effectively sidelined Bibulus, Caesar's co-counsel, who actually opposed the bill, and reportedly he was assaulted in the Forum, leading him to withdraw to what amounted to house arrest for the remainder of his term. Additionally, Caesar secured the ratification of Pompey's reorganizations in the east, and through the Lex Vatinia, gained governorship of Gallia Cisalpina, Illyricum, and later Gallia Transalpina, following the incumbent governor's death. The Triumvirate, however, faced significant opposition from senatorial figures like Cicero, who had been a long-standing ally of Pompey, but diverged over the issue of Publius Claudius Pulcher. Now, Claudius, supported by Caesar and Pompey, targeted Cicero for his role in the extrajudicial executions during the Catilinarian conspiracy, leading to Cicero's temporary exile. Despite this, Cicero returned to Rome 18 months later, arriving back in 58 BC, thanks mainly to Pompey's influence, and subsequently he supported Pompey's appointment as praefectus Annonae during a grain shortage crisis in 57 BC, demonstrating a great deal of gratitude but also pragmatism. Now by 56 BC, the politics now saw Pompey and Crassus, despite their long-standing rivalry and Pompey's concerns over Caesar's rising military fame, uniting to secure their joint election as consuls for 55 BC. It was a campaign that was marked by the typical violence you expect of Roman political life at the time. Lots of backstabbing. That wasn't too bad of a joke. That was all right. Well, with Caesar's backing, they were successful, and upon assuming office, they orchestrated the passage of laws assigning Crassus to Syria, with a military campaign against Parthia, and Pompey to the provinces of Hispania and Africa, while also extending Caesar's command in Gaul. All three were granted expansive military and diplomatic powers for a period of 5 years, allowing them to levy troops and engage in war or peace negotiations at their discretion. Now in 54 BC, amidst the tumult of his extensive campaigns in Gaul, Caesar faced a rapidly evolving political landscape back in Rome. Concurrently, Crassus launched his ill-fated campaign against the Parthians. During this period, Pompey experienced personal loss with the death of his wife Julia during childbirth in September of that year. The subsequent deaths of Crassus and his son Publius at the Battle of Carrhae in May of 53 BC significantly altered this delicate balance of power, removing a vital buffer between Caesar and Pompey and setting the stage for direct conflict. And things even escalated further, if they weren't bad enough already, in 52 BC, when violence disrupted the consular elections, leading to their suspension. In the midst of this chaos, the Optimate faction, led by figures such as Bibulus and supported by Cato, pushed for rather extraordinary measures. They proposed that Pompey be appointed as the sole consul, of course a radical departure from Roman norms, and it was ultimately ratified. Following his appointment, Pompey married Cornelia, the widow of the fallen Publius Crassus, further consolidating his political alliances by appointing her father, Metellus Scipio Nasica, as his consular colleague for the later part of that year. During his consulship, Pompey championed legislation that would have profound implications for the Republic's stability. This legislation aimed to make prosecutions for political violence retrospective, thereby exposing Caesar to potential legal action for alleged abuses during his consulship in 59 BC, once his proconsular immunity expired, of course, upon leaving Gaul. Well, he couldn't have that, couldn't he? In anticipation to these legal threats, Caesar arranged to run for the consulship in absentia for the year 48 BC. However, another piece of legislation, supported by Pompey, required candidates to be physically present in Rome to run for office, complicating Caesar's plans and contributing to the inexorable drift towards civil war in 49. Despite maintaining a facade of cooperation, Pompey regarded his rival, Caesar, as a significant threat. Old friends, well, turning into new enemies, perhaps. And this was a sentiment that was echoed by many within the Senate. In 50 BC, both consuls for the year, Paulus and Gaius Claudius Marcellus, were known adversaries of Caesar. Alongside them, Curio, a plebeian tribune, also opposed Caesar and pushed for legislation aimed at stripping him of his command in Gaul. Allegedly, Caesar managed to circumvent these efforts by bribing both Paulinus and Curio. In a strategic pivot, Curio proposed a resolution. He proposed that both Caesar and Pompey should simultaneously lay down their arms or face being declared enemies of the state. Talk about an ultimatum. And you know what happens to enemies of the state. Well, this proposal appeared to attract those who desired to avoid conflict, but it was frankly untenable for the optimates, who perceived Caesar as a clear and present danger needing elimination. Don't just let him lay down his arms and get away with it. No, we can't have that. We need to take him out, put him up on that cross. Well, the Senate's rejection of this compromise edged the Republic closer to open warfare, tiptoeing step by step to complete chaos. Of course, they then financed a consular army under Pompey's organization. Now, Pompey's illness during a recruiting stint in Naples and the subsequent public celebrations of his recovery bolstered his confidence in his own popularity and ability to counter any challenges. By December, Caesar had strategically positioned himself in Ravenna, just outside the formal boundary of the Roman Republic, with a veteran legion. The Senate's attitude was uncompromising towards Caesar, influenced by a strong faction that was deeply wary of any concessions. However, many senators also harbored distrust towards Pompey, criticizing him for what they perceived as feeble and ineffective leadership during this critical period. He wasn't there when they needed him, wasn't fulfilling his obligations. And thus, on January the 1st, 49 BC, Caesar issued an ultimatum from Ravenna, demanding the Senate accept his compromise, or else. Overconfident in their numerical superiority, over Caesar's forces, the Senate declared him a public enemy on the 7th of January. Thus, in defiance, he famously crossed the Rubicon River into Italy on the 11th of January, 49 BC, a decisive act that effectively launched the Great Roman Civil War, signaling his intent to confront the Senate and assert his rights, famously captured by the phrase, "The die is cast." Now, as the Civil War commenced, Caesar, now deemed a rebel, found himself significantly outmatched in terms of resources. He possessed no naval force, and commanded only 3 under-strength legions. But in contrast, Pompey was backed by the formidable resources of the Roman Senate and state, and also the support of his clients in the east. Despite his apparent advantage, Pompey's position was less secure than it appeared. He served merely as an advisor to the Senate, which was divided between those seeking a negotiated peace and those who were wary of Pompey's intentions, viewing him with just as much suspicion as they did Caesar. And thus Pompey's military strategies required approval from the consuls, limiting his autonomy. His recommendations were not always heeded, as evident when Cicero declined his request for recruitment assistance, and Cato refused command of Sicily, a key location for controlling Rome's grain supply. This lack of coordinated support certainly did not help Pompey. Now, Caesar, on the other hand, was advancing rapidly towards Rome, and he caught Pompey's defenses off guard. Despite being numerically inferior, Caesar's forces consisted of seasoned veterans, and they were fiercely loyal, whereas many of Pompey's recruits were mercenaries or simply inexperienced recruits. This disparity was highlighted during the siege of Corfinium, where Pompey's Optimate ally, Lucius Domitius, was besieged and ultimately surrendered his 13,000 men to Caesar. These forces, under Asinius Pollio, were subsequently deployed to take Sicily. Well, in response, Pompey retreated from Rome, ordering senators and public officials to follow him to Brundisium. From there he successfully transported his troops across the Adriatic to Dyrrhachium and Thessaly. Meanwhile, unable to pursue immediately due to lack of ships, Caesar focused on securing his rear by defeating Pompeian forces in Hispania before returning to Rome in December of 49 BC. This delay allowed Pompey time to assemble an army nearly twice the size of Caesar's, and maintain control of the sea lanes through his naval superiority. By January 48 BC, however, Caesar managed to cross the Adriatic Sea with 7 legions and landed in southern Albania. After capturing Oricum and Apollonia, he advanced towards Dyrrhachium, Pompey's primary supply base. Pompey managed to arrive in time to thwart Caesar's efforts, and established a fortified camp across the river Apus. The two armies settled into a standoff, neither side eager to initiate hostilities, Caesar due to his military disadvantage, and Pompey preparing to weaken Caesar through attrition, mirroring his earlier strategy against Mithridates. And thus in late March, the deadlock in the region was disrupted when Mark Antony successfully navigated across the Adriatic with 4 legions, landing at Nymphaeum, about 57 kilometers north of Dyrrhachium. Attempting to prevent Antony's forces from joining Caesar, Pompey marched northeast to set an ambush. However, local sympathizers who were loyal to Caesar informed Antony of the trap, allowing him to hold his position until Caesar advanced closer. Faced with the prospect of being sandwiched between 2 Caesarian forces, Pompey strategically retreated. With their forces united, Caesar reassigned his troops. He sent 1.5 legions to Aetolia and Thessaly to secure support and provisions, and 2 more legions under Domitius Calvinus to block Metellus Scipio in Macedonia. Concurrently, Pompey's eldest son, Gnaeus, inflicted a significant setback on Caesar by destroying his fleet at Oricum and Lissus, effectively severing Caesar's supply lines from Italy. Caesar attempted to draw Pompey into open battle at Asparagium, but Pompey declined engagement. Outmaneuvering Pompey the following day, Caesar marched back towards Dyrrhachium, setting up camp before Pompey could arrive. Lacking the necessary siege equipment to take Dyrrhachium, and unwilling to leave Pompey free to attack from behind, Caesar chose to besiege Pompey instead. While Pompey had sufficient food supplies, Caesar's strategic damming of local rivers created a water shortage and limited forage for Pompey's cavalry. The intensifying conditions forced Pompey to make a critical move in late July, breaking through part of Caesar's lines, rendering the siege ineffective. And Caesar then withdrew back to Apollonia. Now, as Metellus Scipio arrived in Thessaly to reinforce Pompey's position, Caesar moved south to confront him, joining forces with Domitius Galvinus. Along the way, Caesar's troops sacked the city of Gomphi. Pompey pursued Caesar to the vicinity of Pharsalus, but hesitated to engage in battle, possibly due to his customary caution. Well, despite being completely outnumbered, Pompey commanded about 38,000 men, with Caesar around about 22,000, but with a significant cavalry advantage. Pompey eventually formed his troops for battle on the 9th of August, planning to utilize his cavalry to outflank Caesar on the left. Caesar, however, had anticipated Pompey's strategy and effectively countered the cavalry charge, which collapsed in complete disarray. The infantry were thus completely vulnerable. Pressured from the front and the left, Pompey's forces were thus overwhelmed, leading to a decisive and, frankly, catastrophic defeat for his army. Well, after the defeat at Pharsalus, Pompey fled the battlefield and sought refuge in Mytilene, where he was reunited with his wife Cornelia. The battle had seen most of his eastern allies either killed or captured, with the notable exception of the young Ptolemy XIII, that was the ruler of Egypt. Now, considering Egypt's wealth and strategic importance, and lacking of better options, Pompey viewed it as a viable refuge. Meanwhile, Cato declared his intention to continue the struggle against Caesar from Africa, though many of Pompey's senatorial supporters, including Cicero and Brutus, chose to reconcile with Caesar and simply go back to Rome. From Cyprus, Pompey sailed with a modest fleet towards Egypt, arriving at Pelusium on the 28th of September 48 BC. But Egypt wasn't the best place to be at that time, you see. It was embroiled in its own conflicts, civil wars between Ptolemy XIII and his sister, Cleopatra VII. And yes, it is the Cleopatra that you're thinking of. Well, upon going ashore to meet an official Egyptian delegation, Pompey was tragically betrayed and murdered by Lucius Septimius, a Roman officer who had once served under him, but was then in the employ of the Egyptian army. In the grim aftermath, Pompey's body was hastily cremated on the beach by two of his servants, while his head was preserved as a grim trophy, intended as a political gift to Julius Caesar. It was an assassination that was motivated partly by fears within Ptolemy's court that Pompey might attempt to seize control of Egypt, leveraging the loyalty of the many Roman mercenaries in the Egyptian army, such as Septimius himself. Additionally, Ptolemy's advisors likely saw the murder as a means to get some favor with Caesar in his ongoing conflict with Cleopatra. But, well, if you know the story, you know that it ultimately backfired. Of course, the fate of Pompey's final remains is pretty poignant in itself. His head was eventually returned to his widow Cornelia, who buried it in the family estate in the Alban Hills. The manner of his death led to Cicero to reflect sorrowfully that Pompey's life had persisted beyond his actual power, a tragic end to the once formidable Roman commander's astonishing career. Marcus Licinius Crassus, a key figure in the late Roman Republic, renowned for both his vast riches and as a member of the First Triumvirate alongside Pompey and Julius Caesar. Born into a wealthy family around 115 BC, Crassus made his fortune through real estate and slave labor, particularly exploiting the Sullan proscriptions, where he purchased properties of executed enemies at auction for extremely low prices. His wealth played a crucial role in his rise to power in politics, and he famously financed the early political career of Julius Caesar. Militarily, Crassus is best remembered for his role in suppressing the slave rebellion led by Spartacus in 71 BC, which earned him more than a few friends in the increasingly nervous Senate. However, his own quest for military glory led to his downfall during the ill-fated Parthian campaign. In 53 BC, seeking military achievements to match those of his rivals, Crassus led an army into Parthia, where he was defeated and killed at the Battle of Carrhae. This disastrous campaign not only ended his life, but also destabilized the delicate balance of power in the Triumvirate, leading to the subsequent conflicts between Caesar and Pompey. Thus, the legacy of Crassus is a complex blend of immense wealth, political influence, and ultimately tragic military hubris. A volatile tale in the final days of the Roman Republic. Hello my friend and welcome to the channel. Newcomer, good to meet you. Repeat listener, great to see you again. Supporting the channel is as easy as enjoying the channel, and I invite you to do so just like you are now, or in whatever capacity you seem fit. And if you want to do me a favor, the like and subscribe is right there, and that lets YouTube know that you want more people to enjoy it. Further beyond that, check the video description. You'll find where you need to go. But now let's all get nice and relaxed. We're going to be looking into the life of Crassus today, an often overlooked character, I believe, but one that stands shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Pompey and Julius Caesar. So, we best talk about him. Let's start from the beginning. Crassus hailed from the gens Licinia, an esteemed plebeian family in Rome, with a very long history of public service. And before you mention it, despite common misconceptions, his branch of the Liciniae Crassi was not related to the wealthy Crassi Divites, though his own legendary wealth often led to such assumptions, particularly assumptions that he was born with a spoon that was a little bit more silver than it should have been, Of course, he was not from humble origins by anyone's definition, but he certainly made the majority of his own wealth off his own back. Well, we'll get to that a little later, of course. Well, he was born as the second son of 3 sons to Publius Licinius Crassus, an influential senator and victor. Experienced significant personal losses early in life as well, our poor Crassus. You see, his eldest brother, Publius, perished before the Italic War, and his father and younger brother equally met their own tragic ends in 87 and 86 BC, amidst the political upheavals following Gaius Marius's victory at the Battle of Octavianum. Video on Gaius Marius in the Roman History section if you are interested. Now onto his marital life, which was marked by, let's say, unusual circumstances. He married Teutoburg, his brother's widow, which was uncommon at the time and, well, quite honestly, a little bit odd. Jump in his grave that quickly. Well, all that aside, the family's history in the 2nd and 1st centuries BC was complex to say the least, featuring 3 main branches of the Licini Crassi, often confused in historical accounts due to similar naming conventions, as we've mentioned, but also sparse records. Now his grandfather, who was also named Marcus Licinius Crassus, was known for a reportedly stern demeanor, and he was nicknamed Agelastus, meaning the unsmiling. He was given this nickname by Gaius Lucilius, the pioneer of Roman satire. So with a nickname like that, you can probably put a few assumptions on his general demeanor. Well, this anecdote highlights the stark persona of the elder Crassus, in contrast to his grandson's eventual notoriety for affluence and influence in Roman society. The younger Marcus Crassus was renowned for not only his substantial wealth, which Plutarch notes was largely self-acquired rather than inherited, but also for his skills as a very good orator. He could sell sand in the desert, basically. In fact, he was considered one of the most vigorous advocates of his day, following in the oratorical footsteps of his ancestor Lucius Licinius Crassus, who was famed as the greatest Roman orator before Cicero, and served as an inspiration to the young Cicero himself, at least according to the Plutarch biographies. This blend of personal tragedy experienced at a young age, all the loss, and then the political turbulence, and the triumph in oratory and wealth, frames rather nicely this complex coming of age of Crassus. Well, after the political upheaval and violent purges initiated by Gaius Marius, his sudden death left Lucius Cornelius Cinna in power. As Marius's ally and the surviving consul, Cinna imposed harsh proscriptions against those Roman senators and equestrians who had supported his rival, Lucius Cornelius Sulla, during his, let's say, controversial march on Rome in 88 BC. These actions disrupted the established Roman political order and targeted Sulla's allies for bloody retribution. Amidst all of this turbulence, Marcus Licinius Crassus found himself in a very precarious position, mainly due to his family's association with Sulla, deep roots, political and personal. It was time to make himself scarce. Didn't want to be around when the purges began. So, forced to flee the capital, Crassus sought refuge in Hispania, that's modern-day Spain, from 87 to 84 BC. 3 years just keeping his head down a little bit. But he had plans of his own, of course. During his exile, he leveraged his father's strong network of clients in the region to raise an army, albeit it was not too much of an impressive one, an understrength legion of about 2,500 men, and they weren't very battle-hardened. But it was better than nothing. With this force, Crassus resorted to extorting funds from local cities to finance his operations, a practice that earned him a notorious reputation, and accusations such as the sacking of Malacca. While following Cinna's death in 84 BC, things were a little bit safer. So Crassus moved to the Roman province of Africa, where he briefly allied with one Metellus Pius, one of Sulla's staunchest supporters. However, disagreements with Metellus soon prompted Crassus to leave Africa, and so he sailed his forces to Greece, where he joined Sulla, who was preparing to reclaim control of Rome. During Sulla's ensuing civil war, Crassus proved his military prowess alongside Pompey by defeating the forces of Papirius Carbo at Spoletium and besieging the Marian commander Carinus. Crassus' most decisive military role came during the Battle of the Colline Gate, where he commanded the right flank of Sulla's forces. Despite initial setbacks for Sulla, Crassus's segment of the army achieved significant success against the enemy forces. And when Sulla's center was faltering under the increasing pressure, Crassus's victory on the flank provided a much-needed morale boost. Upon hearing of the success of Crassus, Sulla ordered him to advance on the enemy's center. This strategic maneuver contributed crucially to turning the tide of the battle in Sulla's favor, and ultimately, the day was won. By the next morning, Sulla's forces had secured a complete victory, and his control over Rome was solidified. The outcome of the Battle of the Colline Gate not only reinstated Sulla as the dominant power in Rome, but it also positioned Crassus as a key figure within the Roman political and military hierarchy. Sulla's gratitude towards his allies and his known retribution towards foes of course placed Crassus in a very favorable position. Sulla was going to reward his friends, and reward them well. And upon all of this, the foundation for his future rise in Roman politics was firmly established. Crassus was set for life, it seems, as long as no other dictator was to take over with his own plans. Let's see how that goes. Well, following the upheaval of the Marian Sinan proscriptions, Crassus was primarily focused on restoring and significantly enhancing the fortunes of his family, which had suffered considerable losses. During the subsequent proscriptions led by Sulla, Crassus emerged as one of the most aggressive and successful acquirers of properties confiscated from the political enemies of Sulla. Sulla's strategy not only aimed to punish those aligned with Gaius Marius and Lucius Cornelius Cinna, but also to dilute the culpability of such punitive financial measures by involving as many of the Roman elites as possible in these acquisitions. The proscriptions were harsh, leading to the execution of political adversaries and the confiscation of their estates. The victims' female relatives were often left in a precarious social state, unable to marry or remarry at that, thus severing their ties to any potential political or financial recovery. Crassus exploited these circumstances to amass an immense personal wealth, and rather notoriously, he is said to have had the name of a wealthy individual added to the proscription list, merely because he wanted to take all of his money. I'm sure it's not the first time it's happened. Unfortunately, probably not the last time that a rich person will be set up so someone can take his money. Only a richer person, though. Well, according to Plutarch, who's, well, if you want to learn about the lives of the ancient Romans and Greeks, he's kind of the one-stop shop. Crassus's wealth was initially less than 300 talents, but it swelled to 7,100 talents, which equates to about 229 tons of silver. This fortune, which in today's terms would amass, at least of the silver prices of August 2023, to around $167 million. That's US dollars. And it was all largely amassed from the complete societal chaos of the time, just grabbing a little from column A, a little from column B, grabbing from this burnt-out estate and this seized property. It all adds up, capitalizing on both war and the misfortunes of others, which Plutarch phrases as making, and I quote, the public calamities his greatest source of revenue. Well, beyond his direct gains from the proscriptions, Crassus diversified his wealth through other ventures. He engaged in slave trafficking, operated lucrative silver mines, and made speculative real estate investments. Unfortunately, his other business ventures were just about as immoral as the first ones. And notably, he capitalized on frequent fires in Rome by purchasing fire-damaged properties and their adjacent buildings at reduced prices, often directly from distressed owners who were desperate to unload them. He then leveraged his substantial contingent of slave labor, reportedly over 500 of them skilled in architecture and building, to restore these properties at minimal cost. I'm sure with plenty of whip-cracking, though. Now, this strategy not only rehabilitated his assets, but also significantly expanded his real estate holdings throughout Rome, effectively rebuilding much of the city under his own ownership. Well, leveraging the frequent fires that plagued Rome, he came up with another idea. He would start the first fire brigade. That's right. Now, this all sounds pretty good, right? Making a fire brigade, well, that's very nice of him. Well, just wait a minute. This brigade consisted of about 500 men, and of course it was created to combat the rampant fire outbreaks within the city. But this was no charity job. Crassus utilized the force in a manner that significantly augmented his wealth and property holdings. When a fire broke out, his brigade would arrive promptly at the scene. But they would only commence the firefighting operations after Crassus negotiated a purchase of the afflicted property. Of course, this had to be done very quick, and the owners were desperate. The more it burned, the less it was worth. So impulses were pretty high, I'm sure you can imagine. And thus he offered the distressed owners a fraction of the property's value. If they refused his very low-ball offer, the fire brigade would simply let the building burn to the ground, and then it would be worth nothing. Through this ruthless strategy, he managed to acquire numerous properties, which he then refurbished and often rented back to their original owners or new tenants. While his manipulative nature extended into his social interactions, notably with Licinia, a Vestal virgin who possessed a highly desirable villa in the wealthy suburbs of Rome. According to Plutarch, Crassus's repeated attentions towards Licinia were not driven by romantic interest, but rather his desire to acquire her property at a bargain. His continuous courting led to accusations of impropriety, which brought him to trial. But ironically, it was Crassus's well-known greed that convinced the judges of his innocence regarding the charges of intimacy, as they believed that his interest in Licinia was purely financial motivated, as it was very obvious to any observer that that was the only thing he thought about. Eventually, Crassus did succeed in obtaining her villa, so mission accomplished for Crassus. Well, of course, despite his immense wealth, Crassus led a relatively modest domestic life. His meals were simple, and although he entertained guests, his gatherings were marked by generosity without ostentation. He selected his social circle based on both personal friendship and political utility, maintaining a lifestyle that reflected his pragmatic approach to wealth. And unlike some of his contemporaries, Crassus and his family did not fabricate a divine or legendary ancestry to elevate their status. They were content to simply display the images of their distinguished ancestors in their home. As we said, they already had a few famous ones of them. Now, in terms of politics, Crassus was well positioned due to his immense wealth. It certainly helps when you're getting into government, but also support of Sulla's faction. However, his career was overshadowed by the military and political exploits of Pompey the Great, leading to a bitter rivalry. Of course, I haven't been using the word Crassus the Great. Well, he didn't have that epithet because, well, he didn't do too much militarily. There was the whole Spartacus thing, yes, but, well, he didn't do as much as Pompey. Watch the video on Pompey if you want to know about all that. Well, despite his significant contributions and the solid foundation laid by his lineage, Crassus constantly found himself in the shadow of Pompey's celebrated reputation. In 73 BC, Marcus Licinius Crassus was elected praetor and was actively pursuing the cursus honorum, the sequential order of public offices held by aspiring politicians in Rome. This period marked a significant chapter in his career, coinciding with the outbreak of the Third Servile War, led by the gladiator Spartacus. A chance for Crassus to prove his worth. The rebellion, which lasted from 73 to 71 BC, posed a serious threat to Rome, after multiple Roman legions were defeated, leading to the death of several commanders, an embarrassment, slaves taking up arms against their masters and cutting them down. Something had to be done. In response to these defeats, Crassus put his hand up, stepped forward, and he offered to finance and train and command new troops, entirely at his own expense, demonstrating both his wealth and his commitment to Rome's stability. Certainly a good way to win favor, too. Well, the Senate, recognizing his offer and his potential as a military leader, agreed to the proposal. And thus, just like that, he was appointed to confront Spartacus, the leader of the rebels, head on. Initially, Crassus struggled with the tactical prowess of Spartacus and faced difficulties in bolstering the morale of his own forces. Following a particularly disheartening incident in which a portion of his troops actually fled from the battle, leaving their weapons behind, Crassus decided to enforce discipline. How did he do this? Well, he decided on the harsh method of decimation. This brutal practice, which involved executing 1 out of every 10 soldiers selected by lot, was intended to restore order and resolve within his ranks. The severity of the punishment had profound impact, as Plutarch noted, involving, and I quote, many things horrible and dreadful to see. Appian later commented that this drastic action significantly improved the troops' morale, as they realized that Crassus posed a greater threat to them than even their enemies. Well, as the war progressed, Spartacus maneuvered his forces to the Bruttium Peninsula, seeking refuge in this strategic location. In an attempt to contain Spartacus and his army, Crassus ordered the construction of a ditch and a rampart across the Isthmus of Rhegium, effectively sealing off the peninsula from the mainland. This engineering endeavor was meant to trap Spartacus from sea to sea. However, the resilient gladiator managed to evade this blockade during a severe snowstorm. Spartacus and a portion of his forces rather ingeniously escaped by building a makeshift bridge over the ditch, using dirt and tree branches, slipping through Crassus's fortifications and continuing their fight for freedom. Well, as the Third Servile War drew to its critical juncture, Crassus found his forces bolstered by the return of 2 experienced Roman armies, led by Pompey from Hispania and Varro Lucullus from Thrace. Faced with the prospect of being cornered by these formidable adversaries, Spartacus chose to engage in a decisive confrontation, rather than risk entrapment. If he was going to go out, he was going out with a fight. And thus, the final battle took place near the Silarius River, where Crassus achieved a resounding victory. In the heat of the battle, Spartacus famously tried to cut his way through to Crassus himself, managing to kill 2 of Crassus's centurions, before likely being cut down, though his body was never recovered. Well, the aftermath of the battle was grim. Crassus was not taking anything lightly. He ordered the crucifixion of 6,000 captured slaves along the Via Appia, that is the principal route south from Rome. Of course, whenever you're leading new slaves in, then you would have them all looking at this sight, They would all know what happens to rebels. You will be caught, and you will be crucified. A brutal display, serving as a stark warning to deter any thought of future rebellion against Roman authority. Well, despite this decisive victory, Crassus was concerned about receiving due recognition for his efforts. Before the battle, he had requested reinforcements from Pompey and Lucullus, but he later regretted this decision, fearing that the ultimate credit for ending the war would go to whoever arrived with reinforcements rather than to him, who had orchestrated the major battles. This concern proved to be, quite prescient, as Pompey's arrival and subsequent actions against the scattered remnants of Spartacus's forces allowed him to claim a significant share of the victory. Pompey reported to the Senate that while Crassus had defeated the slaves, he, Pompey, had won the war. No wonder there was animosity between the pair. Yikes. Well, in the aftermath, despite his pivotal role in suppressing the uprising, Crassus thought it prudent to not seek a major triumph, that lavish public celebration of victory that was typically reserved for conclusive victories over foreign enemies. Instead, he settled for an ovation, a more modest form of triumph, traditionally awarded for lesser conflicts, such as those involving slaves. This decision reflected both the societal norms regarding victories over slaves, but also perhaps Crassus's own recognition of the shared nature of his triumph with Pompey. Following their respective roles in quelling the Third Servile War, both Crassus and Pompey sought the consulship, a highly coveted position within Roman politics. Plutarch details the political maneuvers leading up to their joint consulship in 70 BC, showing the dynamics between the two leaders. Crassus, keen on securing his consulship, approached Pompey for support, and Pompey, seizing opportunity to bind Crassus in a political debt, supported his candidacy enthusiastically. He even went as far as publicly declaring that he would value the colleague as much as the office itself, a gesture of public support from Pompey that played a role in Crassus achieving his political ambition. However, despite their successful campaign for office, their partnership in power was not without discord. According to Plutarch, once they were in office, Crassus and Pompey disagreed on practically every single issue, leading to a politically ineffective consulship marked by constant arguing. Their inability to cooperate rendered their time in office unproductive. Now, Crassus, who was known far and wide for his immense wealth, used his financial resources to gain political favor and fulfill religious obligations. He conducted public sacrifices to Hercules and hosted banquets for the populace at 10,000 tables, also distributing enough grain to sustain each family for 3 months. These acts were not only fulfillments of a religious vow, but also a strategy to secure the support of the popular party, demonstrating its blend of piety and political know-how. Appian offers additional insights into the tension between Crassus and Pompey post-rebellion. Both leaders retained their armies near Rome during their candidacy for the consulship, a clear indication of the ongoing power struggle. Have a couple of thousand men with sharpened swords, just in case. Well, despite Crassus's previous service as praetor, fulfilling Sulla's legal requirements, and Pompey's lack of traditional qualifications, coupled with his youth, Pompey's promises to restore powers to the plebeian tribunes reduced by Sulla bolstered his position. The standoff over who should first dismiss their army near Rome shows the deep-seated rivalry and mutual distrust between the two. Eventually, Crassus made the first move and de-escalated the situation, extending his hand to Pompey in a gesture of polite reconciliation. In 65 BC, Crassus was elected to the position of censor alongside Capitolinus, who was also from a conservative background and the son of a consul. During this period, Crassus played a significant role as a patron to Julius Caesar, essentially acting as his financial backer. Crassus' support was crucial for Caesar's political ambitions, including his successful campaign to become the Pontifex Maximus, the chief priest of Rome. Caesar had previously been stripped of his role as the priest of Jupiter, or Flamendialis, by Sulla, but Crassus's backing helped him reclaim a position of high religious authority. Crassus also supported Caesar's military ambitions, helping him secure command positions for his campaigns. The support was pivotal in fostering the alliance between Crassus, Pompey, and Caesar, which ultimately led to the formation of the First Triumvirate in 60 BC. This political alliance, consisting of these three powerful figures, aimed to dominate every aspect of Roman political life. The Triumvirate managed to exert substantial influence until Crassus's death. One notable action of Crassus during this period was his appropriation of the Jewish temple treasury in 54 BC, which, well, the Jews in the temple weren't very happy about that one. Following the renewal of the Triumvirate at the Lucca Conference in 56 BC, Crassus was elected consul once again in 55 BC, this time serving alongside Pompey. During their consulship, a law was passed that assisted the provinces of the two Hispanias to Pompey and Syria to Crassus for a period of 5 years. This arrangement was part of the strategic distribution of power and territories among the members of the Triumvirate, aiming to solidify their control and influence across significant regions of the Roman Republic, and thus assigned Syria as his province in 55 BC. Crassus saw an opportunity not only for immense wealth, but also for military glory, aiming to emulate the conquests of his triumvirate partners, Pompey and Caesar. His ambitions drew him to the wealthy and strategically significant region of Parthia, sparking what would become a disastrous military campaign. Crassus's opportunity for a safer military campaign came in the form of an alliance offer from Artavasdes II, the king of Armenia, who proposed to aid Crassus with a substantial force of 40,000 troops, 10,000 cataphracts, and 30,000 infantrymen. The Armenian king's condition was that Crassus route his invasion through Armenia, providing a safer passage and logistical support for the troops. However, Crassus, perhaps blinded by a desire for a swift victory, or perhaps distrustful of involving the support of the Armenian king, declined this offer. Instead, he chose a more direct but riskier route by crossing the Euphrates, replicating his prior year's successful minor campaign. Crassus was further misguided by Ariamnes, an Osroene chieftain who had previously aided Pompey. Unbeknownst to Crassus, Ariamnes was now in the pockets of the Parthians. He deceitfully encouraged Crassus to attack immediately, falsely claiming that the Parthians were disorganized and weak. If you go and get them now, you'll mop the floor with them. So, Ariamnes led Crassus's forces deep into the desert, away from any sources of water, setting the stage for quite a catastrophe. In 53 BC, the Roman legions faced the Parthian army at the Battle of Cannae, near modern Haran in Turkey. Despite their superior numbers, Crassus's heavy infantry was ill-prepared for the Parthians' mobile cavalry and their hit-and-run tactics. They had horse archers. Pretty big problem. Adept at both forward and backward shooting, executing feigned retreats and relentless assaults, decimating the Roman ranks with their strong composite bows. Crassus was desperate, and in this desperation he maintained the testudo formation, a defensive tactic designed to protect soldiers from arrows, hoping that the Parthians would exhaust their ammunition. However, the Parthians had strategically positioned camels loaded with extra arrows, enabling continuous barrages against the Roman forces. This prolonged the onslaught until dusk, inflicting heavy casualties on Crassus's legions. Despite the dire circumstances, Crassus's quaestor, Gaius Cassius Longinus, suggested reorganizing the Roman battle line to counter the Parthian tactics more effectively. Crassus, however, refused to alter his approach, leading to the grim outcome. By the end of the day, the surviving Roman troops managed to retreat back to Cannae. Many of the wounded, left behind in the chaos, were later found and summarily picked off by the Parthians. And thus the Battle of Cannae stands as one of the most significant defeats in Roman military history, largely attributed to Crassus's over-ambition and strategic misjudgment, marking a tragic end to his quest for military glory. The aftermath of the Battle of Cannae was devastating for Crassus and his legions. Facing the prospect of further assaults by the Parthians, and amidst growing discontent within his own ranks, Crassus was compelled to consider negotiations. The Parthians, perhaps sensing the demoralization of the Roman forces, offered terms of peace, which Crassus's troops, teetering on the brink of mutiny, pressured him to accept. Reluctantly, Crassus agreed to parley with the Parthian general, Surena. However, the peace meeting was of course marked by a deep mistrust on both sides. As Crassus mounted his horse to ride to the Parthian camp, his junior officer, Octavius, suspecting treachery, intervened by seizing the horse's bridle. This action precipitated a skirmish that quickly escalated, leading to the death of Crassus and most of his party. A tragic turn of events that effectively ended Roman efforts to negotiate and further plunged Crassus's men into chaos. Well, I suppose they're not really Crassus's men anymore if Crassus is dead. In a grim display of contempt for the notorious greed of Crassus, it is said that the Parthians poured molten gold into his mouth after his death, symbolically mocking his insatiable thirst for wealth. This symbolic act has been recounted through history as a poignant reminder of the perils of avarice. And thus the humiliation of Crassus did not end with his death. During a lavish wedding celebration in the Armenian capital of Artashat, attended by King Artavasdes of Armenia and the Parthian king Orodes II, the severed head of Crassus was reportedly brought into the festivities. At this event, they were entertained by a performance of Euripides' tragedy, the Bacchae. In a macabre twist, an actor named Jason of Tralles used the head of Crassus as a prop in the play, symbolizing the head of Pentheus, an act that chillingly blended Greek drama with the harsh realities of war and defeat. Furthermore, the account of Plutarch tells that the Parthians continued to deride Crassus posthumously by dressing up a Roman prisoner, Caius Pacianus, who bore a resemblance to Crassus in women's clothing. They mockingly called him Crassus and Imperator, parading him in a grotesque imitation of Roman triumphal processions, a spectacle designed to further demean the memory of Crassus and ridicule the Roman tradition of military parades that celebrated victory and imperial power. Accounts like this highlight not only the brutal nature of ancient warfare and the personal risks involved for leaders like Crassus, but also the deep roots of cultural and psychological warfare that could accompany many conflicts, using symbolism and spectacle to assert dominance and humiliate the conquered. But, as they say in ancient Rome, vae victis. Not so fun when you're on the other side of it, I suppose. Well, I'd like to thank my top-tier patrons: Britt, Charles, Stark Factory, JC, Jeffrey, Wendy, Tim, James, Aaron, Scott, Dark, and Ben. Thank you very much for joining in on the video with me tonight. It's always a pleasure. And you know I will see you tomorrow for more history. You never know what it's going to be. It could be anything. Comment down below what you want to see next. Good night, everyone. Lots of love to you all.